We're going to go. But Michael's ready. Christopher's ready. And I'm ready. Are you ready? Is DragRacer.tv ready, Warren?
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning, everybody. Around the country and around the world, listening in on DragRacer.tv. Be sure and keep the volume low so the boss doesn't catch you watching today. It is a work day, yes. For some, it's a work day. For others, it's maybe I'll work day. And for others, it's a play day. But for those of you tuning in around the country and, around the world, because we have been known to reach out across the pond, both to the east and to the west, glad to have you on board. We have a whole lot of race cars here at Heartland Motorsports Park for a twofer. 2 races in 1 weekend. The Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series doubleheader. Race number 2, race number 3 here in Division 5 competition this year. Super Street going to lead us off this morning. Stock will follow. Then we'll roll into the long, skinny cars called Super Comp. Super Stock behind that. Super Gas, our sportsman motorcycle. And then our top dragster, Cop Eliminator, top sportsman first qualifying runs. Back into Super Street where we'll get some qualifying runs down for our shootouts, our Aeromotive Shootout qualifier. Stock Eliminator, Super Comp, second time run, and Aeromotive qualifier. Super Stock, and then Super Gas with the Aeromotive Shootout qualifier. Beginning to see a pattern develop here? Well, if you're not paying attention. Sportsman motorcycle, top dragster, comp, top sportsman. We'll get into our shootouts. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. First round of qualifying scheduled for about 12 hours from now. About 8 o'clock this evening. Michael Hancock comes rolling in. A couple of Texas gunslingers going to start us off today. Little gentleman out of Longview. Hancock up on the left, mouse motored Nova. Chris Presley over here on the right. 421 cubic inch bow tie combination underneath the hood of his 69 Camaro. And we are off and running. About a 10 and a 12 on the reaction timer. Start things off. That'll work. 1086, 122. How about a 12 light, 1089, 2. Chris Presley, first run of the weekend, misses a perfect lap by 14 thousandths of a second. Excuse me, 20 thousandths of a second. My mind's not woke up yet. I'm not doing that. Joe Peterson out of Elkhorn, Nebraska, up in his S10 on the right-hand side. And Teresa Brodbeck, another Nebraska runner out of the Cornhusker State, or Pontiac there on the left, 1082. 127 by Teresa, 1089 by Joe. He was close, but he didn't have the reaction time that Presley did. Darren Peace out of Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. 67 Mercury pickup. I like it. James Presley out of Longview. Wheeling his gorgeous shoebox Chevrolet over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, the right-hand lane for those of you listening in on DragRacer.tv. Darren Pierce, 1085, 124 for speed. 1109, a $126. Presley taking a shoebox through down at the other end of the racetrack is Eddie Myers. Up from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Got that 1979 Dodge little Ram pickup. And he took a great big old shoehorn and a great big old sledgehammer and put 440 cubic inches of Mopar into that little tiny engine compartment. Yes, he did. Flying the Mopar colors from days of yore. Big amount of throttle stop. Let's see if Eddie's got her tuned in. 13 on the tree. Meanwhile, the T-Bird goes through 1073. Eddie needs to work on that throttle stop some. 1146, 135 miles an hour as he dances his way down the Aeromotive side of the racetrack. Wade Metzinger up from Catoosa, Oklahoma, just outside Tulsa town, and Jason Owens, the White Oak, Texas-based runner. Big motors, first-gen Camaro. Jason off and running, 008 light. He'll trip the lights at the other end. 1087 and a buck 45. 1095. 106 for Metzinger as his CUDA goes cruising through. Couple more first generation Camaros. Jay Holmes over on the left. The Hawkeye State runner. Stacy Owens, another member of the Owens flotilla of first generation Camaros. They've got a few, you know. All of them big blocks. All of them first gen. Got Jay Holmes. Triple, simple, perfect. 0, 0, 0. And a 1093 and 125. Stacy Owens goes through 1088. 132 miles an hour. Reagan Wilson's beautiful 69 C10 for the runner out of Texas. You got a runner from Texas in the right lane and a runner from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada on the left-hand side. Heartland Motorsports Park in Topeka seems to be a good neutral ground. Midway point, meet up. 665 cubic inches of big motored Chevrolet under the hood of the truck. And for Sandy Causey out of Saskatchewan over on the left-hand side. Young lady who stood on stage at the D5 banquet, taking in the Division 5 championship a couple of years ago. Causey goes through 1091 at 143. Nice package. 22 on the tree. And a 10. Reagan Wilson, 1094 at 151 miles an hour. Jacob Smutney coming in now. Jacob in the thick of the points battle here in Division 5 this year. The Smutney Auto Repair. Nebraska-based runner there on the left-hand side. Little 414 combination for he. Wendell Shelton over here on the right-hand side. Big block underneath the hood of the second generation Chevy Nova. 66 Chevy 2. For the driver out of Gilbert, Texas. 1085 by Smutney at 134, getting there first. 1087, 145 for Wendell. So he works his way down track. Landon Neely comes in to Florence, Mississippi. I had to get all them S's in there because there's a bunch of them. You ever spelled Mississippi? Small motor combination, 66 Nova wagon left-hand side, and Wade Christopher, Monte Carlo. Wade cruising over from the land of Lincoln, the great state of Illinois, where they'll tax you to death. 1086 at 125, right, Warren? Okay, 1088, 129. Well, Warren lives in Illinois. I know he has to put up with all them taxes they keep coming up with. What I want to know is, when are they going to tax you for every breath you take? It's coming? Do what? Yeah. Every breath you take, who'll enforce it? The police. Yeah, I got it. But I'm pumped. Jared Ross and Jimmy Burrell working their way down track. Ross, that gorgeous little Anglia. Straight and true. Needs to step it up. Hey, how about a triple light? Drip 0. 1103 and 148 by Jared. 1089, 153 by Burrell as he takes the Ford Torino down the racetrack. Here comes Brian Gustafson with 500 cubic inches of Mopar. And Steve Wilson. 394 mouse motored Chevrolet. Screwed together over at Jerry Stennis Emporia base shop. Wilson goes through 1089.3. That'll work. 005 missed by 7 thou. Gustafson takes the Mopar car. 1095 at a buck 26 as he cruises through. Robbie Moyer out of Mount Hope. And Kurt Epperson out of Silver Lake. Two Sunflower State campaigners. Gentlemen that have spent numerous laps going down the quarter mile here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Epperson on the right-hand side. 5, 5, 1085, the cubic inch displacement on the big block in the deuce. 1087 at 149 for Epperson. Robbie Boyer, 1094 at 128 out of his third generation Chevy Nova there on the left-hand side. How about Mr. Worth? Pontiac GTO over on the left-hand side. Kirk out of Hayes. Austin Sievers out of Malacca. The Malacca Unclaimed Freight 55 Chevrolet. Big motor underneath the hood of the shoebox car. Kirk off and running. Kirk must be using one of those reverse throttle stops. Yep. Took off like a bandit, slows it down on the other end, goes 1073 at 84 miles an hour. 1087 by Seamer at 147 miles an hour. Gentleman who's been campaigning this race car for a long time. Greg Pfeffer. The Goofy Grape up on the left-hand side, 41 Willis. And Greg Gilligan. Wonder if he's got an island somewhere. Gilligan cruises through 1092 at 134 miles an hour. 1096 by Pfeffer. 131 out of the Willies down at the other end. Zach Zavadil. Just call him Double Z. Zachary Zavadil. Out of Clearwater, Minnesota. 19-year-old young man. Wheeling and dealing the Vega on the right-hand side. Don Stowe there on the left. Former Jigs All-Star rep. But he got any mosquito spray? We need some inside the tire. It's crazy. 006 light by Don. Snow cruises through 1087 at 145. Young Mr. Zavadil, 1150 at 131 miles an hour. You'll need to wind the clock a little bit tighter in that Vega for the next lap down track. See if you can get her tuned up and tuned in. It's Brad Frederick. Now out of Bassett, Nebraska. Driving vibes. Brad over here on the right-hand side, 618 cubic fourth. A Falcon. Bob Weekland's Duster there on the left. Robert, 340 Mopar combo. And I do believe Robert is still working the gearbox on that car. 1095 at 129. 1084 by Brad. 152 miles an hour. Out of Hometown Auto Repair up Bassett, Nebraska way. And here's Princess. Princess made, glad to have Princess with us. Mark Von Heater over on the right-hand side. He's going to kill me later. Brandon Harris up on the left, the Discount Trailers ride. Brandon resurrected Dad's old car. Tulsa, Oklahoma-based runner there on the left-hand side. And Mark Von Heater, a.k.a. Princess. Glad to have Princess in the house. A couple perfect lights, still looking for that 10-900 run. 1088 Von Heater, 154 miles an hour. 1074 by Brandon Harris as he dashes through down at the other end of the racetrack. Alan Butler did it, 92 Camaro there on the left-hand side. And Buddy Wood, longtime campaigner from down in the Sooner State. The Wood Racing Chevy Nova up on the right-hand side. See, my little screen says 69 Camaro. That's one of those cars that if that's actually a 69 Camaro, I want to beat the body, man. 598 cubic inch Sunset Performance. Big motor underneath the hood, but he's been to the final round before, divisional and national level. The Butler and the Wood Band. Both turning them red here at this end of the racetrack. As we go marching through. So the Budman cruises through, 1101. Butler goes through, 1080. 135 for Allen, 152 for Buddy. Scott Vandeventer comes rolling in next, the Coloradian. And a guy out there from that Mile High State, Roger Hayward. There on the left-hand side, the Iowa-based Fairlane from Ford. 1084 to 136. Vandeventer goes 1080. 132 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Heads up in the pits. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes. Come on down. Stock Eliminator. Your turn to come and play. Here at Heartland Motorsports Park and race number 1. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series is Frank Higgins out of Sweet Springs, Mo. And Chuck Lowry coming up from Wichita. Pair of Camaros. First generation, third generation. Green lights fair. 005 light check. You can crank out a 900 down at the other end of the racetrack. How about an 89.2? But 89.9, I mean, hey, you know, Chuck was trying to help me out there. 152 miles an hour for Chuck. 1083 by Frank Higgins at 135 miles an hour. Tom Phillips up from the Dallas area. Comes rolling in next, and Roger Benny's Pontiac out of Scribner. Miss Scribner. The old Nebraska Cornplex. Air base up in the middle of nowhere. Great racetrack. Interesting facility. History behind it. Benny out of Scribner. In the I'll Be Fit Fitness Center. Entry goes cruising through 1088.9 at 134. Phillips needs to rein it in a little bit. His Camaro at 75 at 145. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Stockers, come on down. Del Hall's Pontiac comes rolling in next. The Grand Prix on the right-hand side. Up from Texas. And Craig Butler in the original Butler did it, entering a 1987 Chevrolet Citation. Now, anybody that looks at a 1987 Chevrolet Citation and sees it as a race car, well, all I got to say is they got a vivid imagination. But it's worked for Craig for a number of years, and he goes 1080 at 151. Del Hall 005 91.5. Little 20 thousandths package for the Texas runner, just Pontiac. And again, stockers, need you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes. Allison Prose on the left-hand side. Young lady out of Terre Haute. Wheeling Dad's Camaro, 1099 at 139, although I think Allison's now taking possession of it. Michael Chitty, down from Ames, 1099, $129 the speed. As he cruises through to Chevy too. Trevor Land and Paul Bassick. Trevor up in the Ford Mustang out of West Monroe, Louisiana, down from the Sportsman's Paradise State. And this Mustang is all Ford. All 427 cubic inches of Ford. As it works its way down the racetrack here on the O'Reilly side. Again, Stock Eliminator. Round 1 of qualifying. Need you to lanes, please. Stockers, you want your shot. Need you to lanes. Stock Eliminator. 006 light for Trevor. Runner out of West Monroe. Cruising through 1082 at 138. Paul Bassick, 1118 lap at 123 miles an hour. Let's see, if you take Paul's 1118, Trevor's 1080. No, it still wouldn't work. Never mind. I was going to try and average them out and get a good number for both the guys, but oh well. Timmy Forshee, out of Wichita on the left-hand side, and Marcus Bush, the Bush Racing family out of Aledo, Illinois. Is it Aledo or Aledo? Aledo. Thank you. I have to check with the Illinois connoisseur. Mr. Warren Evans, our DragRacer.tv. 1092 to 153 for Marcus for She. In the Wichita-based Pontiac, 1098. 153 through the beams down at the other end. Jason Hennessy out of Pleasant Hill. Jason going some rounds over in Indianapolis a few weeks back at the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event there. Jeff Wheats. He's another one of the battlers in the points chase. Wheats out of Morrison, Illinois, but claims Division 5 for his points running. 72 Barracuda, 570 plus cubic inches of Mopar motivation. 001 red, incidentally is like highly caffeinated this morning. 1085 at 152, Jason is way red. Wheats goes through 1094 to 140 miles an hour. Bringing a little more speed down on the other end. Gary Horseman, Festus, Missouri-based Ford Falcon. You stop and think about it. You're getting a little bit of an automotive education this morning. When's the last time you saw a Falcon or a Chevrolet Citation? And we got more. We're just getting started. Wade Samuel coming down from Colorado. The ideal car star entry, 65 Chevelle. 600 cubic inch big motor. Horseman over on the left-hand side. 427 Ford, that's a big motor. Man. It fails in comparison to standard. 600 cubic inch combination. Horseman cruises through it. The other end, there's a 1090, 10908. 139 miles an hour. Gary teamed it up with a 17 light. Nice run. Samuels 11 on the tree, and then way quick with a 1079 down at the other end of the racetrack. I think that's more than a womp womp. Dan Smith's Camaro down from Buffalo, Minnesota, and Richard Cantrell out of Carbondale. Richard's been down this racetrack a whole bunch of times. 1089, 129 by Cantrell. 1092 for Dan Smith, the Minnesotan, over here on the right. We'll be in Minnesota in, 2 weeks? Yeah. Tulsa next week, Brainerd the week after that. Mark Erickson's truck comes rolling in out of Rockford. That'd be Illinois, not as in James. Richard Larson's Farm Corvette on the right-hand side, 1092, 143 by Larson. Erickson dashes through, 1085, 151 miles an hour. Randy David. Don't get to see Randy come out and play very often. The runner from right here in Topeka, but when he does, he is a serious contender. Parked this Camaro there on the Aeromotive side in the winner's circle before on the national event level with its the Mellow Yellow Tours rolled on the sports car. Terry Robinson's Chevy Nova up from Springdale, Arkansas. Robinson, not Robinson. I put an in where there wasn't an in. Makes sense. 1097 at $144 for Robeson. 1106 by Randy David. 156 miles an hour. Ooh, doggies. Flying the Camaro at the other end. Stock Eliminator, need you lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you. Stage and lanes, come on down, kids. And I got a feeling there's going to be a whole passel full of you out there. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes. Jeff Kaufman. Chevy Deuce. Nebraska runner here on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. I think it's another Nebraska. Late model Camaro there on the left-hand side. Cruises through 005 light, but off with an 1103 at 146. Kaufman off likewise, an 1109 at 130. It's got Dugdale's Camaro coming up on the left. Daryl Boswick, down from Little Colorado. Evo Graphics. 572 cubic inch Ford powered Mustang on the right. 1089.5 by Bostwick. 1091.5 by Scotty Dugdale as he cruises through in his Chevrolet. Chris Thies, another Nebraskan, a Cornhusker. Chris Allen out of K&K Home Investments. Colorado runner again out of Colorado Springs this time. 590 plus cubic inches. Mopar motivation over here on the right. All right, Christopher's laid down a 002. About a 10.906 at the other end. Well, thanks for playing. 1094 at 151. Christopher dashes through. 1089.2 for Chris Allen. 147 miles per. And here we have a car who is not yet on file. And looks like freshly primered in black suede. So the Deuce goes 001 red. And it runs 1062 at 150. Time to reel that one in. That's low ET of the session. Not what he's shooting for? Okay. Gary Miller's Chevy 2 coming down from Minnesota there on the left-hand side. First generation, second year, 1963 the model. Former division champ out of Bishop's Performance, Jordan Pratt. Over here on the right now, the 555 big block Camaro. 21-year-old youngster. There's Jordan. Triple simple on the lights. 1089.6. 1098.6. I had the right numbers, just in the wrong order. Miller goes through 1101 at 126 miles an hour. Well, I said 1089.6 and he goes 1098.6. You know, what do you want? Perfection? I'm sorry. Ain't gonna happen. Ooh, the big dog, Steve Dominguez, getting pushed back off the line. Let me tell you, Steve will not be happy. That is a very rare occurrence. Steve Prokop, the Malibu out of Nebraska, comes rolling up next. He's headed down the O'Reilly side. He gets to do the parade lap out in front of everybody and take a nice cruise. 1089.8, 133 miles an hour by Prokop as he dances down the racetrack. And the big dog, well, we'll get him a fresh bowl of water, and a few munchies and a couple of treats over there. See if we can get the big dog primed up and ready to go again. Gary Womboltz, Camaro on the left and Mark Underhill on the right. Another driver, long history here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Hometown runner, based right here in Topeka, home of the Evel Knievel Museum, Banjo's Cafe. 1085 at 131 by Underhill. Whoop, 1056. Womboltz just went low for the session. 1056 at 131 miles an hour. Our Mystery Nova that went 1062 has been surpassed. Womboltz, Arvada, Colorado-based runner, got down here where there was some real air. Didn't know what to do with it. Scooter Wilkins, out of Gatesville, Texas, there on the left, and Brandon Milliken over here on the right. Mr. Milliken picking up a D4 win not that long ago. Cruises down the racetrack. Brandon dances through 1095.5 at 151. How about Scooter Wilkins? Texas-based runner. 18 on the tree, dead on one. 10.901 out of his 67 Chevy 2. Again, Stock Eliminator. Need your lanes, please. Stockers, come on down. Stock Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Scott Rudo. Little 84 Chevrolet S10 there on the left. Mr. Withers, Andrew. 20-year-old youngster out of Pratt, Kansas, out of the south central part of the state. Big block powered Camaro out of Central Truck and Equipment. 1086, 132 by Withers. Rudo 1072, 127 miles an hour. He hauls the mail. Down track in his truck. Troy Ross out of Wamego. Wamego, Kansas, home of the Wizard of Oz Museum. And I understand quite the 4th of July celebration. They've got like 50,000 people go pouring into little old Wamego, Kansas every year for a huge fireworks celebration. Troy off and running as he heads down track alongside April Merrill. It's an Oklahoma base. Camaro on the right-hand side, 1094, 122 by April. Ross, 1109 at 126 miles an hour. You did a lousy job killing that one. All right, now you got him. Tyler Banks comes rolling up. How about a GMC Sonoma? And Rick Huffman, the accelerated graphics Lucas Oil rep. And by the way, boys and girls, if you have not signed up for the Lucas Oil Contingency Program, certainly invite you to do so. Rick and Chase, accelerated graphics, oil rep, located right over by the deck barn. They see Lucas Oil flags flying off the back of the trailer, and their brand new Lucas Oil canopy off the side of the trailer. If you can't find them, I know a good optometrist that can help you out. 1092 to 148 by Huffman as he goes through in the Camaro. 1086, 123 the speed for the GMC. There on the left-hand side is Luke Siebert's Camaro alongside Tony Jones. Tony Jones Chevrolet Camaro is a car you need to find in the pits and take a good look at. The color on the car is in pure sunlight, absolutely stunning. I know not everybody likes yellow, but it is a metallic school bus yellow, and it just glistens in daylight. I mean, it's pretty darn spectacular. 1093, 149 by Tony as he cruises through. 1088, 132. Siebert takes his Camaro down track. Jonathan Anderson coming out of Georgia, number 2, down in Division 2 last year. Young man with 427 cubic inches underneath the hood of a little Pontiac Sunfire there on the left. And Nick Siebert taking his 64 Buick. A final round berth down in Tulsa a few weeks back, or excuse me, Noble. Quite the final round in Super Street. 1089 at 123 as Siebert dashes through. 1088, 134 for Jonathan Anderson. Nick Siebert's 64 Buick, which isn't that far from street legal, ran Kent Heights street legal AMC Gremlin in the final round. Siebert came up a little bit short. Height got the win. But it's classic. I mean, it was a good Super Street battle. Difference between the two was like thousands. Troy Grant, left side. Chevy News, Dave Ash on the right. Dave celebrating a birthday a couple of weeks ago. Love to give himself a belated present. Ash goes through 1089.6 at 146. Troy Grant, 1089.1 at 144. Everybody must have gotten into the caffeinated coffee lane this morning, because let me tell you, there's been a whole lot of red lights up here flashing at me. Ted Ash, former division champ. Beautiful Corvette for the insurance man based right here in Topeka. Up alongside Connor Pullen. Connor out of Amarillo. Down there on the middle of the panhandle. Home of Roasters Coffee and Tea Company. Amarillo, each cup of coffee. Everybody can stop by. Fellow racer Craig Galtier's Roasters Coffee and Tea. There in Amarillo, got several locations. Cotter, 1074 at 140. Ted Ash, 1092 at 148. Brett Thornton up in his Camaro, the big block out of Bushton. Here in the Sunflower State, Chris Harrelson. Coming up from Azle, Texas, 70 Camaro. Second generation body style. Harrelson here on the right hand side. There's another one of them stinking red lights. Tell you the caffeine must have been heavy in the coffee. 11:08, 142 by Harrelson, 10:87 for Brett Thornton as he dances down track with a 004 reaction time. Shane Hermans, La Crosse, Kansas base, 68 Chevelle there on the left, former king of the track here at Heartland Motorsports Park, and Dennis Harrelson coming up from Montgomery. Another runner making a tow up I-35 out of the Lone Star State. 69 years young and retired. Great life. Great gig if you get it. Dennis got it. 16 on the tree, Dennis. 17 on the tree, Shane. Couple of good lights. Harrelson cruises through 1085 at 124. Herman, 1088. $150 for speed down at the other end of the racetrack. Donnie Dernberger rolling in next. The Bishop Performance, Minnesota based, small block powered. Camaro there on the left hand side. And another one of our late arrivers, and I did not see who it was as they came out from underneath the tower. My apologies. We'll get it rectified, squared away for session number 2. Our official qualifier, Dernberger, 009, 1081, 118 for speed, 10903 for the Chevy Deuce at 97 miles an hour. Roger Sauter, your reigning division champ, taking on Brittany DeVore. Brittany out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, the white safety. GMC Sonoma for Mickey Thompson. Over here on the right-hand side, Sauter. Back-to-back wins last year to help clinch the championship. For a good race weekend here in Heartland. Get everything cranking and going for the 2019 season. 1095, 154 by Sauter. 1103 at 126.
One thing to show you, numbers here, digit numbers, Division 5, number 1 last year. And the 28 have been due, second down to Division 2 down to Southeast last year. That means they finished top 10 in the country.
Jason Rollins, Michael Campbell. The onslaught of big block Chevrolets continues. Jason, 1094 and 138 out of the Metal Shop Camaro. Out from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. And Campbell's 78 Malibu out of Minnesota, 1089.6 at 143 the speed. In Stock Eliminator, if you're not in lanes, we're about ready to send you down the racetrack. Stock Eliminator. Do need you to the lanes, please. Chris Bombard. The all Ford Mustang. John Long. And the all Chevy Chevrolet S10. Coming up from Texas, 1095 out of the pickup at 129. Bombard 1091. 141 down at the other end of the racetrack as he dances through at the other end. Jimmy Nova out of Wisconsin, making the toe down. State runner off and running. 69 Camaro there on the left-hand side. Alongside him, 1152, 116 for Nobin. 1091 4, 17 on the tree. Little 31,000s package. That looks like Tony Leonard, another one of our Minnesota runners. Out of the Trans Shop, is 70 Chevy Nova. There on the left-hand side. Going to wrap up Super Street round number 1. Time run. Coming at a 900 run. 10.900. See if Tony can do it. Nope. 10.92.5 at 127 miles an hour.
Bob, let me jump in here and thank Bob McCosh Chevrolet, our presenting sponsor for Drag Racer TV this weekend. Race fans, Bob McCosh would like to invite you to stop by their dealership and meet his award-winning team. Bob McCosh Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac is located in Columbia, Missouri. They are a full-service dealership, open 6 days a week, Monday through Friday. Parts, sales, and service. We are located locally owned and operated, carrying a huge inventory of cars, trucks, SUVs, and medium-duty trucks. Call, click, or stop by and experience great service second to none. BobMcCosh.com. Remember, Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference.
Vern Buchanan working his way down track to an 11:33 at 115 miles an hour. The buzzing half dozen. Slant 6 Mopar ride, 1492 on an 87 mile an hour lap. Vern slides in, 67 under the index. And that's number 1 for right now. Kevin Leidert, Danny Toole. Little 4-cylinder Ford for the Illinois-based runner. Leidert's 318 barrel. 69 Dodge Dart there on the left-hand side. Gotta love stockers, don't you? 1329, 97 miles an hour by Leinert. 1504. 89 mile an hour lap by Danny. Kevin 75 under. Danny's 45 under. Tim Ames, F stock automatic entry alongside Chuck Rose. Chuck out here playing with the kids. But Dad's driving his 340 Duster. I love this stuff. Stock automatic, clean, simple 340 machine. Chuck, Matt, Brad, Nancy, the Rose clan working their way down track. Ames out of League City, Texas, taking the Mopar through. 1096, 120 for Tim. 1113, 117. As Tim Ames goes 88 under the index. Rose is 56 under. Cecil Bray and Norm Warley. Norman at the wheel of his 62 Catalina. Over here on the right-hand side, gorgeous, classic poncho. 389 cubic inch combination for the runner out of Golden and Cecil Bray's. 428 70 Mustang there on the left. D-stock automatic in. Front end up, settles it back down. It's for the other end of the racetrack. Bray goes marching through, 1098 at 100 miles an hour, 1195, 108 by Norm Warling. Norman at 89 under. 1098 by Bray, 26 under. Jay Schmidt, Lauren Gottschalk. Lauren, 72 Mustang, 351 E-stock automatic entry. Okay, the factory stock double A motor kit. Whoa, baby. Stood it up on the wheelie bars, unloaded it a little bit. Jay had to feather the throttle some for the Kansas runner. 897, 157 for Jay. Lauren cruises through, 1153 at 114. Schmidt be back. It's 42 under. He'll settle that rear suspension down a little bit. Gottschalk 16 under the index. John Breimer, the former Sports Nationals champ. Jake Sports Nats winner down at Belrose, Louisiana a few years back. Alongside Logan Galbraith. Logan already a winner on the divisional tour this year. Logan having a pretty good year. The in-stock automatic runner, 17-year-old student on the right-hand side. Logan takes the old Pontiac through 12:32 at 106 miles an hour. Puts him 67 under. Breimer's big block Camaro, 63 under the index. Jake Melgren's T-stock automatic, little 305 cubic inch, 78 Buick Skylark. Talk about a smogged down motor back in the day. Woo. Marlon Bogner out of Kearney. Home on the right-hand side. Bogner Auto, 318. Combo, 69 Plymouth Bearbrush. Stock automatic entry for Marlin. Dave and the gang, 13:05 by Bogan, 97 miles an hour. That puts him 74 under the index. Melgren, 47 under. He cruises through 13:92 on a 93 mile an hour one. Gord Breithoff, Fremont, Nebraska base runner, the G&G Automotive, 302, 4-speed, Z28 69 Camaro there on the left. And Dale Findell, 318 cubic inch, 79 Dodge Aspen over on the right, a car he called Taxicab Confession. And I'll let your mind wander from there. Right off, did 85 at 122, 12 flat by Findell. He cruises through at 106 miles an hour. Dale's 84 under the index with that run. Breithoff 64 under. Dave Peach and Dad Jessica come rolling in. Peach over there on the left-hand side. The Oakdale, Minnesota, another 351 4-speed Mustang. Mopar machine here on the right. Stock automatic. We will have an on-spotter. E&F stock automatic. 340 Duster seat this weekend. Why? We do. Beach goes 11:01 at 120, 11:13, 117 by Jessica. Jessica 71 under the index. Peach at 48 under the index. Billy Hatcher's Camaro on the left-hand side out of Satanta, Kansas. And James Carter, the Copo, out of 40, Texas, and KC Property. Factory stock B Camaro on the right-hand side. Carter goes dancing down the O'Reilly side. Hatcher going to take the early version of the Camaro. Down the Aeromotive place. Hatcher will bust his way through. 11:07 at 119. Bill 77 under. Carter with a 9:44 lap at 141 puts himself 55 under the index. Dave McCall's K-Stock Automatic, South Dakota based. Express Auto Machine. Another 305. 3rd gen Camaro. Jimmy Reed out of Lincoln. Super Cop, beat you to lanes, please.
Attention in the bits. Attention in the bits, please. Super Cop.
Super Cop needs you to the lanes as Reed goes through. 9:24. At 144, 1190 by McCall. McCall at 74 under the index. Reed at 75 under the index. Daryl Goheen's Chevrolet Camaro alongside Jimmy Parsons. 327 4-speed, 66 Chevy 2, Kearney, Missouri based runner. Blinzall Racing Lubricants. Parsons, very interesting man to sit down and talk with. The knowledge inside that cranium. Goheen C-Stock automatic entry. Tire pressure monitoring system boss man. 11:01, 117 by Goheen. 39 under the index. Parsons slides into the number 8 spot at 74 under. And again, all of this very unofficial. It is per my announcing screen, but we have to double check, make sure we've got everybody in the right class. Brian Doherty's F-Stock Automatic. 327 Camaro on the right-hand side. Danny Rucker, G-Stock Automatic. 327 Chevy 2 there on the left. Rucker takes Mosier equipped car through 1171 at 111. 1260 by Doherty. He dances down the racetrack. Carson Pedigo, runner out of Andover, making the short tow north to be here with us this weekend. The SS 396, aka 402 big block combination for Carson, and Tony Tasto out of Winsville over on the right hand side. Tony 69 Camaro, 350 combination. Dances down the racetrack. Tony 1184 and 110. 1054 by Carson. Carson 71 under. Tony's just a tick under the index. Carson slides in number 11. Norm Warling's Pontiac still leading the pack so far. Mike Resnick out of Denver. Drag pack challenger out of Resnick Motorsports for the business consultant and Dwayne Davis. Wade had a pretty good run last weekend out on the mountain. Runner-up, Mile High National. The late stock automatic formula, 1142 and 115. Dwayne 73 under, right now unofficially number 10. Resnick goes 1067 as he makes his way down track. Marlene Nelson and Jameis Juergens. Jameis out of Waterton, South Dakota. The Camaro on the right-hand side, and Miss Marlene wheeling her BP Fuels, Lucas Oil Chevelle there on the left-hand side. Marlene with a 12:10, 108 mile an hour lap, puts her 34 under. Juergens goes 11:28, 116. That's a good 71 under lap for Jameis. Right now, that's number 12. Bill Bagley's F Stock Automatic, Longview, Texas-based runner out of Bagley Tractor and Equipment. Down in Longview, you need a Kubota tractor. Go see Bill. 340 cubic inch F Stock Automatic. Very quick race car over here on the right-hand side. And Jay Randall's Copo. Factory stock B427. Copo combination there on the left-hand side. Randall. Grove, Minnesota, making his tow down I-35 to get here. 923, 143 by Randall. Randall 76 under. Told you Bagley's car was quick. How about 78 under the index? Going 1106, but only 103 miles an hour. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Danny Nugent's Chevelle there on the left-hand side. Danny's one of the cars. We don't have the class designation in the system yet, so he'll definitely finalize first round of qualifying. Dustin Nelson, factory stock AA. Copo out of Dusty's Speed Shop, and he dusted off 872 and 156 by Nelson. 67 under the index. And again, Nugent, we will need to get the correct class entered into the system before we can continue. Our finalize, I should say, our stock eliminator qualifying sheet. Paul Marola's being Nebraska based, 327, 4-speed Chevy 2 there on the left. Paul's been having some fun chasing some of the Midwest stock and super stock circuit races. Picked up a big check a couple of weeks ago. I believe in Wisconsin. It's Chris Cheney, the reigning Division 5 stock eliminator champ. Cheney cruises her 1056, 106, 1083, 121 by Marola. Paul climbs his way all the way up to the number 4 spot at 81 under the index. Cheney at 13 under, sitting down towards the bottom of the field. John McLaughlin and Dwayne Dickens. Dickens home base, San Clemente, California, but you will generally find Dwayne hanging out here in the middle part of the country, a little 283. J Stock Automatic. Chevy 2 and McLaughlin 70 Roadrunner, 383 cubic inch 4-speed car. Closing out his eliminator licensing run yesterday. John come back a little bit later on today. Top category. Nice to have another fall into the fold. 11:29 and 118 by McLaughlin. 60 under for him. Dickens at 59 under. Cruises through 11:85 at 109 miles an hour. Neil Webster's Chevy 2, the G-Stock automatic entry, and Jared Swinehart. Double A stock automatic, the 427 big motor. Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Webster's got the little 350. 68 Chevy 2 there on the left. Super Cop, please use the lanes, please. Super Cop. Using the staging lanes, please. Swinehart. 10:58, stepping off the throttle at 95 miles an hour. Webster 11:77. As he takes the Chevy 2 down track. Puts himself in the show with 22 under the index. Robbie Winkle's D-Stock automatic. Formula Firebird there on the left-hand side. And John Cooper. This Cooper's old Fairlane. Beautiful race car. Cooper likes his Cobra Jet, the new Mustang. Factory stock E352 combination there on the right-hand side. It's Cooper 1015 at 131. Robbie Winkle 1125. $1.17 for speed. Cooper goes in 79 under the index right now, unofficially. Good for number 5 on our qualifying sheet. Probably sitting about the middle of the pack right now. We have had 44 cars make a lap down the racetrack. Here comes number 45 and 46, Marty Burke. Glitter Texas base runner, the classic 65 Dodge Coronet, 2-door hardtop there on the left. How about Brett Kopeka, Norfolk, Nebraska base runner. 4-cylinder, 6 Dodge Charger. I want to see Kopeka take on a drag pack or a Copo. It'll be interesting. Topeka goes through 1662, 79 miles an hour. Marty Burke 1167 at 111. That's 1662 lapped by Brent. That's 82 under the index, by the way. Say hi to your new number 4 qualifier. Hello.
How do you do?
Brent Bogus on the right. K-Stock automatic, California Special Mustang, and Jamie reached over on the left-hand side. The line performance Buick for Jamie, 1109, 117, 1253 by Brent at 104 miles an hour. You remember a minute ago when we said hello to your new number 4 qualifier? Well, say hi there, your new number 1 qualifier. Jamie goes 90 under the index in the Buick and takes that number 1 spot. Here comes Stan Kopeka. Saw Brent make his way down track with the 4-cylinder. Here comes Stan in the grocery getter. 4-cylinder Dodge Aries flag. Jacob Pitt, meanwhile, 440 cubic inches of Mopar. Underneath the hood is the 69 Barracuda, 1088 by Jacob, 002 on the tree. That'll make him feel good. And Stan goes through 1668, 79 miles an hour. Jacob 51 under. Stan climbs onto the number 1 sheet for qualifying. 77 under the index. Unofficially, you want to be on the first page of the qualifier. 74 under or better. Jamie Peach leading the pack. Norm Warling sitting number 2. Here comes Scott Wells and Ron Prince. iStock automatic, 350, 74 Camaro, smog version. Ron Prince, 400 cubic inch Firebird, back in the heyday of the first generation of muscle cars. Scott Wells, well, let's just say it's not going well for Wells. Prince on the right-hand side, 1098 at 120 miles an hour. For the runner out of Minnesota. Scott Wells finally gets there. 1954, that's a pretty good number. 1953, in my opinion, is a little bit better, but 54 is not bad.
What happened in 1953, Bob?
Oh, what happened in 1953? I don't know.
I wasn't even alive yet.
Wild Bill Feist getting ready to come up in the Mustang. Chris Knudsen over on the right in the stick shift Camaro. Ooh, this will be fun. But first, a word from our sponsors.
That's right, Bob. New sponsor to Drag Racer TV this weekend, Falcon Plastics. Falcon Plastics, proud to sponsor Chad Fergan this season. Falcon Plastics, a custom injection and blow molder, has been molding consumer ideas into a variety of products used every day all over the world. For more information, visit with Chad in the pits today or visit us online at www.falconplastics.com.
One of the reasons stock eliminator is so good is right here. Wild Bill Feist, 428 4-speed Mustang. Chris Knudsen, 396 4-speed Camaro. Let's hook 'em and crook 'em, kids. Grab some gears and head for the other end of the racetrack. RPM's up. Dump the clutch. Knudsen, Wild Bill. Both up, working their way down track. High gear charge, here they come. 1019, 129 for Bill Feist. 1061, 123 by Knudsen. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Bill's at 75 under the index. Chris is at 73 under the index. Dirk Olson's 4-speed big block Nova. And Kyle Radcliffe, former U.S. Nationals champ. The automatic out of his Firebird. Second 4-speed in it. Taking him a little while to get her done, but Kyle's back on track. See Kyle working his way through 1062 at 125, 1020 by Dirk Olson. Kyle 72 under, sits number 22. Dirk 74 under. And sits number 18. 383 cubic inches of Mimi Roadrunner. Derek Hake out of Muskogee. He must be an Okie if he's from Muskogee. Yep, that's the way the song goes, right? Yeah, well, there's a song called Abilene's the prettiest town I've ever seen. And never mind. Sam Roll out of White Lake, South Dakota. I'm sorry. It's a nice town. I enjoyed my visit. There might be a couple others, but you get the idea. Roland's White Lake, South Dakota based Mopar, 1024, 129. Derek Hake take his machine through. Number 3 spot with an 88 underlap, 1126 at 115 miles an hour. So right now it's Jamie Peach Buick, Norm Warling's Pontiac, Derek Hake's Mopar, Tim Ames Mopar. Dale Findell rounds out the quick 5. Then we get the little 4-cylinder Brick Topeka. Paul Marola sits number 7 in his Deuce. John Cooper's Mustang sits number 8. But we're not done yet. Joe Santangelo. Joe Santangelo out of Marlboro, Connecticut. What is Joe doing? Good gravy, Miss Baker. Hello, Joe. Glad to have you in the house. 1059, 108 miles an hour. Jeff Jackson out of Albuquerque. 71 Nova H-stick machine on the right-hand side. Santangelo being in the middle of Kansas was not something I was expecting this weekend. He's 65 under. You visited the Windy City 2 weeks ago? Okay. Well, the Martin Riggs, Lou Holmes, Skylar LODRS and Greg Maddox working their way down. Maddox with his Mopar ride, drag back challenges. Factory stock B entry, 940 at 141. Wodarzi, 1063 on a 97 mile an hour lap. Wodarzi stepping off the throttle down at t'other end. We've officially had 62 cars down track. Troy Henderson and Tate Steins. Car field as of now. Stock automatic, 402 Chevelle with Tate. Henderson, stick shift, 396 Camaro. In 55, 126 by Troy's, 39 under. Tate goes 54 under on the 1085 lap. at 108 miles an hour. Johnny Dykema, Logan Warnett. Logan up in the 62 Plymouth. And classic Mopar, 383 cubic inch combination for the runner out of Mason City, Iowa. Dykema, how about a 396 4-speed 65 Corvette? Former division champ over here on the right-hand side. Former Jegs All-Star rep. Knows how to park this thing in the winter circle on race day. 007 light by Johnny, 1070 the index. That can be down in the high 9-second zone. Take the low 10s. 1019, 110 by Johnny. Puts him 51 under. Logan's 56 under. So he goes cruising through 1128 at 115 miles an hour. Phil Giles Camaro, Russ Kramer's Mopar. Another classic early model. This time the 64 Plymouth out of Jeans Repair up in Big Lake, Minnesota. Wonder how big a lake has to be in Minnesota to be called Big Lake. They got a whole bunch of them. Like 6,000. 426 cubic inch Mopar. Giles in the Camaro out of Flatonia, Texas. 955, 139, 10.777 for Russ Kramer. So he makes his way down the racetrack. Jamie Peach still leading the pack. And here comes Rochelle T-Bear and Randy Manns, the Fast Shocks entry. Fast Shocks, Mickey Thompson, Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. Randy having a little bit of trouble there with his burnout with the LS-powered Firebird. Boys, Fast Shocks up in Rogers, Minnesota, one of our sponsors here on the Division 5 Tour. Michelle out of Lewisburg, Kansas, a transplanted Canadian, now living over in the heart of the apple orchards of Lewisburg, where they have a beautiful cider mill. Come fall, ooh baby. Super Cop, need your lanes please. Not there yet, I don't know where you are and I don't know what's taking you so long, but Super Cop. Your lanes please. Man, still having problems. He'll coast through. T-Bear, 1169 at 110 miles an hour. As Rochelle clears the top end, Randy coasts across the finish line stripe. Here comes Art T-Bear. Arthur out of Canada still, up alongside James Findell's 340 4-speed Minnesota-based Duster. Working his way through the gearbox on the right-hand side. 1112 at 118 by James. 1198, 107 by Arthur. Arthur goes 1198 at 71 miles an hour. Findell 77 under with his 1112 lap. And oh, by the way, did I mention we have a new number one qualifier? Well, why didn't I do that? Rochelle T-Bear goes to 95 under. Jamie, Norman, Derek, Tim, all take a step back into the race. Joe LeBlanc's 305 Malibu, Steve Schertzman. Just out of T, South Dakota. I wonder if Crumpets, South Dakota is close by. T and Crumpets? Okay, 1155, 93 miles an hour by Steve. 1237, 93 mile an hour by Joey. Trista Finner, former winner here at Heartland Motorsports Park, won the stock eliminator battle a couple of years back in an all-female stock eliminator final round. Trista and Brenda Grubbs doing battle. Brenda doing good on the mountain last weekend. I haven't seen Brenda come up yet, but I gotta believe she's in the neighborhood. Ron Matson's 4-speed 70 Camaro. Getting lined up to a 350 cubic inch small block. We're out of Cloquet, Minnesota. Austin with her 4-speed Chevy Deuce goes 1072 at 111, 1091, 114 by the Camaro on the right-hand side. Michelle still leading the pack as Tim Mosbeck. Michael Mulris. Michael making his way up from San Antonio. G-Stock Automatic, C5 Corvette, the 90 edition here on the right-hand side. Timmy Mosbeck's 340 Dodge Demon there on the left. Well, I told you there would be a slew of 340 Demons and Dusters. There are a few. Mulris to 11:30 at 116, 11:05, 117 by Mosbeck. Larry DeForest and Larry Henderson. Hey Warren, I'll bet you 100 Larry gets there first. Henderson's 396, Nova on the right hand side. Larry's parked the sucker away from the one. Rock the back on the wheelie bar, grabs the gears in the air. Larry DeForest, meanwhile, the Cobra Jet Mustang cruises through 961 and 139, 1077 by Larry. Larry DeForest goes 98 under the index for the new #1 spot. Rochelle and Jamie and Norman and Derek and Tim all take a step backwards as Larry takes over the #1 spot. 57 under by Larry Henderson. Brian Heath, big block, 71 Chevelle there on the left. Dick Geary. Dick who won the opening race out of Vandermeer Speedway. Yeller Camaro. Yeller, Phil Colorado runner, starting his weekend off with the 002 light. 1230 index, he goes 1169 at 111. He coasts across 15 seconds later. Gary at 60 under the index, slides in number 41 right now. Jimmy Tolston's stick shift. LS powered Pontiac GTO for the runner out of Lincoln, Nebraska, and Justin Hutto, young man out of Houston, Texas. All along as Justin chases his dreams, not only in stock eliminator, comp eliminator, and well, let's just say Justin has higher aspirations. Very well-spoken young man, very competitive young man. 133 on this hit, the 704 line. 769 Corvette to the other end of the racetrack. 12 at 129. Tolston 11:13, 119. Hutto at 57 under the index as he climbs into the ranks. Jeff Strickland. Wow, San Angelo, Strickland. Woo, we're going to have some fun this weekend. Wes Dealey's iStock Automatic Firebird for the hard runner out of Florence, Mississippi. Let me tell you, when you get down to the late rounds, you can normally find Wes Dealey hanging around as well. Oops, that's a no-go for the Pontiac. Meanwhile, Strickland, check that. GM parts now for your Chevrolet machine, 952, 139 mile an hour run. And Neely, 002 off the line. And the Firebird looked more like the Leaping Frog of Calabasas County out there than it did a Firebird. Here at Houston Motorsports Park.
For more than 50 years,
Heartland
Wagner's
Motorsports
Classic
Park.
Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars as well as here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com.
There's a couple boys that have danced around and through. Talk about Joe Santangelo. Talk about Jeff Strickland. How about Austin Williams and Brett Spear? Tyler Wodarczyk, another one. Tell you what, we have got some hitters here this weekend. It's going to be fun. Spears B-Stock Automatic. Big block Chevrolet Nova there on the left-hand side. And Austin Williams, former champ, wheeling the Marlowe Motorsports. Racing RVs. 340 Duster on the right-hand side. Going to cruise through 11:04 off the throttle at 89 miles an hour. 11:38 by Austin. Austin will at least go into the top half of the qualifying field. 61 under the index as that lap goes through. Michael Lund's A stock automatic. Michael Tipton's M stock automatic. Our usual cast of characters here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Stock eliminator racing here in the middle part of the country, pretty darn good. Throw in a few of the gentlemen traveling around the country trying to pick up some points as well. Going to be interesting. Lund's A stock automatic. Hot rod over there on the left-hand side. Now that says 87 Camaro on my screen. My eyes tell me Pontiac Farmer. Michael Tipton in the 84 Pontiac Grand Prix. I'll buy that one. Stock automatic ride. Lund going to go cruising through 10:33 and 119 for the Iowa Ranner. 12:56, 104 miles an hour by Tipton. He dances his way down the O'Reilly side. Corey Hopkins, one of my favorite darts in the country. Like this machine. 383 cubic inch, 69 Dodge Dart, Art Cone out of Richmond. Archie over on the left-hand side, factory stock. Camaro off and running. Kinder in the factory showdown wars. 961, 138 by Arch, 11 flat, 117 by Corey. That'll put Corey at 85 under the index. And that, boys and girls, wraps up Stock Eliminator qualifying session number 1. That's fine. I thought we had, oh, okay, yeah.
Hey Bob, these don't look like super stalkers to me.
Well, they did the others. They were stalkers.
Stalkers. Stalkers, super stalkers. These look like super pump.
There you go.
How about Brian Spillers and Brian Turner? Brian for 100, Bob.
Sorry, not taking that one.
I figured. Brian Spillers 984 at 152. Brian Turner 904 at 168 as we start out Super Comp. So Sarah joining me here on the microphone. And Sarah, the voice of Heartland Motorsports Park. But first time to get the opportunity to work with us on the divisional tour.
Yes, it's been actually very, very exciting and actually a lot of fun working with you guys up here.
Well, we'll try to teach you everything. Well, not everything we know, but a little bit. We'll try to get you up to speed as our next pair down track.
All the good stuff,
Brian
at least.
Hackett, John Goman. Hackett 888 at 154. John Goman 889 at 172. So Sarah, in this category, you're going to see a lot of dragsters, a lot of big block Chevrolet powered dragsters. Head down track, the occasional door car. We just saw one a minute ago. But by and large, this is
It's a dragster.
a dragster dominated field. And they're trying to go 890 here in their time run session so they can be dialed in for race day. That's the index they're running against.
And second, Dustin Meyer was in the right lane. He's ran at 891, 169. Bradford Core in the left lane ran at 891, 173.
Yep, they're on the safe side of the 890 number that they're trying to run here. So 2 more dragsters pulling up. Bob Fuller, left side out of Rogers, Arkansas. And Daniel Moore, right side out of Mitchell, South Dakota. Red light start for Fuller. Moore way late at the starting line. 893 left side for Bob Fuller at 169. 908 for Daniel Moore. Right side, speed of 165.
You know what's cool about Mitchell, South Dakota, right?
What's cool?
They have the Corn Palace up there.
The Corn Palace.
Yes, it's a palace made of corn all on the outside and inside. Like, it's, I'm not joking either.
You know what? I
been to
think when I went up to South Dakota, I saw that somewhere along the way. Did you ever go there?
Yes, I have been inside. There's corn on the inside as well, and they change it out, I think, every year or two, depending on how long the corn lasts, and it's always different varieties and colors.
Well, how about that? Hey, it's Prescott Dean and Cal Belden, left and right. Dean from Olathe, Kansas. Belden from Aberdeen, South Dakota. Sarah, I don't know much about South Dakota. I've only driven through there one time.
Lucky for me, I was born there.
I see. Pair of 892s up on the scoreboards. 892.2 left for Prescott Dean at 175. Cal Belden 892.5 at 166.
Almost identical runs for those guys.
That's right. Tell us about the next pair.
Well, we have Rick Huffman in the O'Reilly right lane. He's driving his 12 American. He's out of Waxahachie? Waxahachie, Texas. Don't know where that is. He's going up against Jerry Dean in his 09 Mullis out of Lenexa, Kansas. Both of them trying to hit that 890 mark.
Well, you'll see a handful of racers out here from Waxahachie. It's very close to the Texas Motorplex, so they get a lot of racing time down there.
So they want to come up to Kansas and try their luck up here.
Absolutely. 889 left side for Jerry Dean at 174. Rick Huffman 885, 5 under the index at 175. Here's Michael Miller from Santa Fe, New Mexico. For K&N, Lucas Oil, Hoosier, JLM Motorsports, alongside Don Laysden from Rosemount, Minnesota. Have I been to Minnesota? Not yet. I'm going in 2 weeks.
No, you're going to Minnesota.
Yep, going to Brainerd in 2 weeks. Haven't never been there yet that I can recall.
I've been to Minnesota once to visit the, what was it? I think Mall of America or whatever is up there.
Yeah.
It's very cold though.
There's nothing wrong with nice, cool temperatures.
Yeah, there is. Impedes on racing season.
Well, I guess there is that. 892 for Mike Miller at 181. Don Laysden, 893, speed 172 miles per hour. Ken Wickham comes up next out of Urbana, Missouri, the KW Marine Machine Shop dragster, alongside Jason Crank from Higbee, Missouri. Never heard of Higbee, Missouri.
I haven't either. But it exists because he came from it.
I'm not sure that logic applies to everything.
Well,
However,
Jason Craig ran at 893, 158 miles per hour, and Kenneth ran at 898, 161 miles per hour. It's pretty neat how these guys get so close to that 890 mark.
well, that's their target, and you're going to see some really good racers out there. You know, that 90 racing, that's an art all to itself. You got to be good on this end, good on that end, and know how to drive with your opponent, know where you're at both ends of the track. Terry Pollard, Dave Crawford. Line up next. Pollard left side, Montgomery, Texas. Crawford right side, Cedar Rapids. It says Cedar Rapids, Nebraska. I didn't know there was one. I thought Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Yeah, I thought Cedar Rapids was in Iowa also.
We're going to get a whole geography lesson before this is all over with.
I think so. I think we might need to pull up a Google map or something.
That's right.
And check out where these places are. Dave ran a 886 178 in the O'Reilly right lane and an 882 180 for Terry in the left lane. Chris Bombard from Watkins, Colorado, coming up in the left lane, going up against Brett Gifford from Granbury, Texas. Is that still in that same area down there?
Well, I don't know. Texas is an awful big place. But as I said earlier, a lot of dragsters, but here's one of the rare door cars, that 68 Camaro over here on the right side.
And it's kind of nice seeing some of these door cars come and take on these dragsters, because I know sometimes like they can be a little intimidating, but I've seen door cars take down dragsters even here in our bracket racing, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're definitely in the minority, so it's quite an achievement when a full-bodied car wins in this category. Chris Bombard with a 887 at 166, Brett Gifford 905 at 153. Here's Lee Edmond coming up next. St. Peter, Minnesota, the Night Owl. His little red dragster over there on the left alongside Jessica Bogacki. Carterville, Illinois. That's Gary's mom.
So is the Night Owl what he calls his car?
Yep, that's on the side of the car, the Night Owl.
That's pretty cool.
Jessica better at the starting line. She's 029 at the start, 870. That's the quickest car so far in the category, 870 at 173. Lee Edmond, 880 at 150.
Ricky Howard is up next in the left lane. He's got another door car coming at us with a 70 Roadrunner, going up against James Garakis. Is that how you say his name?
No,
Oh,
sort of close. How about Jarek Harris?
Jarek Harris.
There's a whole bunch of extra letters in there that you forgot, but that's
Yeah.
okay.
It's a South Dakota thing. We don't say all the letters.
Oh, is that right? I did not know that.
Yeah, we had some people. I was calling them the wrong last name because they pronounce it different. But oh well, they were okay with it after I talked to them.
So it looks like we got a little problem there for the Mopar. Some fluid under the car, and they quickly get him shut off
Yeah.
before we send him down track. Want to avert any sort of situation which would slow our program down, and certainly don't want him to get into his own fluids or anything like that. We don't want to leave a trail for other people to have to follow. So as it worked out, we caught that before he made his way down track, and that's very good. So we're going to send a single here for Jim Jarek Harris.
What's nice is our crew's already up there, like getting ready, getting it all cleaned up and everything.
That's right. It'll take us a minute or two to get that taken care of, but better a small spot at the start than a long streak all the way down.
Exactly.
892 at 172 for Jim Jarek Harris. So we're going to be down for just a minute as we get that cleaned up and get back to action. Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Timeslip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data, critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com. Lucas Oil is proud to continue our support of sportsman racers again in 2019 as a major contingency sponsor with NHRA. Lucas Oil awards contingency payments on oil, transmission, and differential gear oils at all NHRA National and Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. New for 2019, Lucas Oil has expanded its oil contingency program to include not only racing oils, but also select truck and API passenger oils as well. Lucas Oil has made signing up for the program simple. To sign up, visit a Lucas Oil representative at the track and purchase $100 worth of oil, $75 worth of transmission or differential gear oil, or both, per race car. National event winners will receive $300, $100 for a runner-up. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winners will receive $100 and $50 for a runner-up. You will be eligible for the contingency program for 1 year from the date of your sign-up. Stop by the Lucas Oil trailer on the Midway at NHRA National events to sign up with Joe or Pam Phillips, or look for the following companies at most of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. In Divisions 1 and 2, see Jeff Kondratik of JKR Racing Product. In Division 3, sign up with Dwayne LaFleur of Lucas Oil. Division 4, stop by and see Rick or Chase Huffman of Accelerated Graphics. And in Division 7, see Les Figueroa of Fig Speed. Thanks for your support of Lucas Oil, and best of luck this season. All right, cleanup is complete. Signal given to fire them up and burn them out. And that's exactly what's happening here. Is Chris Edson left side out of Mineral Wells, Texas. That is not a 63 Corvette, as it says on the computer. If you're watching at home on dragracer.tv, that is certainly a dragster there. Right side of the track for Aeromotive. Here is Kyle Fickler, national event winner. Quite the gap between them. As, 16 years between wins?
Yep.
Kyle Fickler. Tonganoxie, Kansas. That's right around the corner.
Yeah, it's not too far.
And for Fickler, 889.5 at 164. He's closer to the index. Edson with an 886 at 170.
Bill Swan is coming at us in the Riley right lane out of Carrollton, Texas. And then Mark Moore from Hutchinson, Kansas. That's down a little further south from us, but still a Kansas boy. He's coming in the left lane. See what these guys can do for us this morning. I think Bob was right about the coffee.
Yeah, Bill Swan turns it red here at the starting line. 016 red, 888 at the finish line at 183. Moore a little bit off pace with that 955, speed of 153. Not the number he was looking for. Two more pull up into the stage beams. Paul Moore, left side out of Hutch for Mel Hamilton Ford. Alongside John Warren, Carrollton, Texas, for Lewis Auto Service and JW Racing. Warren 891.1 at 161. He's close. Paul Moore way under 869 at 173.
David Dale's coming up in the Aeromotive left lane out of Clute, Texas. Another Texas town that we probably don't know where it is. Against Vern Bolton. He's out of Roswell, New Mexico. I know they're going to storm Area 51 at some point, but I don't think that's going to be quite successful.
Heck, they might have already done it. We don't know. It's supposed to be a surprise, right?
Yeah, but if you look on Facebook, it's like, oh, don't do it, do it. It's silly people, I think.
So what happens? They just storm the place and really do find the aliens, what are you going to do then?
Well, I think if they storm the place, I think the military is going to stop them. Because you are trespassing on a military institution here on American soil.
You sound like a veteran.
I am.
That's what I thought.
Vernon's going to make a good run with an 899, 168. Dave Dale ran an 853, 182.
Well, try that one again. 885.
It's
He
still
wasn't
early.
as bad as you made it sound. Okay?
My coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
Left side, Mike Bjorum, Justin, Texas. Right side, truly the mystery driver. No information in the computer, driving that stealth Corvette. Bjorum, he's ready. 890 with a 5. Dead on 5 at 157. Right lane, a little Corvette Roadster, 1009 at 112. Not sure if he's a lost super gas guy or just what the deal is.
I have no clue. Well, hopefully we'll find out before next round.
Well, I'm sure he'll figure it out if he shows up in Super Comp and he's trying to run a 990. Day's going to be pretty dang short.
Yes, it will be. He'll be regretting that decision.
Carla Pontillo coming up now out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Home of the Rambler. Kenosha, Wisconsin.
No.
Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. It's amazing when you get to learn something new every day.
That's why they called them the Kenosha Cadillac.
Huh.
Right, Bob? Yep.
Was that before my time?
I think everything was before your time. 891 at 175 left side for Carla. Right side, no info, but a 905 at 167.
Robert Schultz from Ridgeview, MB. Manitoba? Where's that at? Oh, up in Canada, eh? Love the Canadians. He's going to be in the left lane going up against Bradley Thompson from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, making the trip down to Kansas. Both of them had some good starts off the line there. And Rob, our Canadian, is going to run an 880, 153 miles per hour. Bradley ran an 896, 165.
You ever been to Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
I'm pretty sure I have. I just probably was a kid when that happened.
Spent a lot. You still are a kid. That's right. We all agree.
Just because I might be, well, if Travis was up here, he's younger than me. So, but, right, okay, I guess I am the youngest in the tower right now.
That's all right. John Westcott, Chuck Bray, headed down track right now. Westcott, a little altered over there left side, 901 at 145. Chuck Bray, 893, speed of 177.
Ray Thompson in the Riley right lane. He's from Waterloo, Iowa. I have been through Waterloo. Going against Tim Eckert from Manhattan, Kansas.
Did you ever notice on Tim Eckert's car how the graphics on the side of the car look like Willie the Wildcat?
No, I'm not a Wildcat fan.
Yeah, well, he is.
Oh, I do see that little Wildcat right there on the side.
Yeah, Tim certainly is carrying the colors for K-State very proudly over there.
Even though he's a K-State fan, I hope he does well this weekend.
That's a pretty brave statement to make right here in the middle of Kansas.
Not all Jayhawk fans are haters towards everybody.
Tim Eckert, 893 at 183. Ray Thompson, 896 at 158.
See, wished him good luck. He did pretty well.
He did fine, did fine. Here's
See,
Jeff Beckman and Dwayne Hawks coming up now. Beckman, Princeton, Minnesota, left side of the track. Don Davis built car for 101 Transport. Dwayne Hawks is alongside the Hawks and Standifer dragster out of Wichita, Kansas.
Woo-wee, good old Wichita.
Finish line, 881 for Jeff Beckman. He's under by 9 at 165. Dwayne Hawks over by 1, 891 at 168. Backing up from their burnouts right now, your next pair. Right side of the track, that's Megan Straswig, carrying the colors for Cool Shirt Systems. You're out the racetrack, and the heat getting to you. The Cool Shirt Systems keeps you cool, calm, and collected. Over here on the left side, national event runner-up a couple of weeks ago in Chicago, alongside Chet Tucker from Sulphur, Oklahoma. A couple of young ladies that are with us this weekend did really well. And Joliet, Megan, along with Allison Prose, got down to the Final Four. The old veteran Dave Dullum loaded them both up on the trailer and sent them home. Megan Straswig, 887 at 182. Chet Tucker, 885 at 181.
Jeremy, was it Lyric? Lurkey? I love how weird these last names can get. He's from Omaha, Nebraska. Hopefully their flooding has stopped from all the rain they had up there. Going against Bill Zimmerman from Circle Plains, Minnesota. Don't know where that is either, probably up.
Jeremy getting a little help getting to the racetrack, carrying the colors for LODRS Motorsports Insurance. LODRS Motorsports Insurance, a proud sponsor of DragRacer.tv. If you're looking for on-track or off-track insurance for your race ride, your entire operation, give Ross or Holden a call. Check them out on Facebook, LODRS Motorsports Insurance. The best in the business of insuring your racing operation.
And Jeremy ran at 884, 167 in that right lane, while Bill Zimmerman ran at 893, 181 in the left lane. And Shauna Brinkley coming at you from Highland, Texas. She really only 19 years old?
That's
driving
right.
up here? That is
Shauna in her
amazing.
second year racing that car over there.
That is awesome. I mean, I get to see junior dragsters, but...
Well, Shauna spent time in the junior ranks and now in the Super Comp car.
That's awesome. I like seeing that or hearing that they continued on. Going against Austin Sharp from Omaha, Nebraska. His Heartland's Concept LLC car there.
Shauna out here with Dad Shannon representing, and Mom June there behind the car, representing LODRS Casino and Resort in Lake Charles, Louisiana. A great destination to stop by and visit, and they're proud to be carrying the colors for them. Shauna out front with an 894 at 176. 888 at 182 for Austin Sharp.
Kyle, how do you say his name? Freeze. Ooh. Blair, Nebraska. I kind of know where that is. His innovative print marketing car out there in the Riley right lane going against Dwayne Pluta from another Blair, Nebraska. Both of them, I think, maybe they traveled together in his Dane Pluta car out there in the Aeromotive left lane. Both of them almost leaving identical there off the line, so it's going to be a good run down there. Kyle running 894, 163, and Dane running at 895, 164.
Well, let me jump in here and grab this next pair. Chad Fergan out of Brookings, South Dakota.
Been there
For
too.
Clyde's Electric and Davis Farms, Chad Fergan. Falcon Plastics, proud to sponsor Chad Fergan this season. Falcon Plastics, a custom injection and blow molder has been molding consumer ideas into a variety of products used every day all over the world. If you want to find out more about them, stop by and see Chad in his pit area or visit online at www.falconplastics.com. Chris Burrell alongside out of Claude, Texas. His day job, he is a farmer and rancher.
That's hard work, doing farming and ranching. But we thank our farmers and ranchers because
yeah, the Ford-powered dragster of Chris Burrell over here right side, 885 at 177. 884 at 149 for Chad Fergan.
Don Freeze now. Any relation to the other Freeze? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be father and son.
Ah, nice.
I believe so.
That's
right?
cool. That's awesome. He's going to be in the Riley right lane. And he's going to go against Allison Prose from Terre Haute, Indiana. Terre Haute. See, it's
You'll
a Midwest thing.
You'll get 'em.
With that Honey Creek collision car over there in the aeromotive left lane.
Yeah, Allison went to the Final Four in Chicago a couple weeks ago. She's been pretty killer in the Super Street Camaro as well this year.
Ah, I'm running 2 classes. Getting twice the runs in.
So Allison 879 at 167. She's way under the number. But Don Freeze goes dead 3 down there, 890 with a 3 at 166.
Jeremy Deemer is in the right lane out of Carroll, Iowa. He's going to be going up against Ken Sharp from Omaha, Nebraska in his Auntie Anne's Pretzels machine.
Annie Ann's. Gotta have some of that.
Oh, yeah.
Although I will say, and this is a plug for the Myers, we'll take a Dots Homestyle pretzel. Boy, those are good.
Those are so delicious.
I got Linda hooked at home. She's been buying bag after bag of those Dots Homestyle pretzels. So if you get a chance to get a sample of those, be sure and do it.
Oh, yeah, because once you try those, you won't go back to regular pretzels ever again. Jeremy kind of wanted to jump that light a little bit.
Not too bad. 002 red for Jeremy. 894 at the finish line at 172. For Ken Sharp, 894, speed of 177.
You want to liven up your Chex Mix?
Ooh. Todd Piper. Ah, he's also one of my bracket racers. He came out to play today in his 14 racecraft out of Wamego, Kansas. Going against Dan Foley in the right lane out of McKinney, Texas. And his Mega Learning and Foley's electric car over there in the right lane. What was it?
So yeah, Todd's a pretty good bracket racer for
Yeah.
sure. Former national champion in Super Pro
And
in
then,
the Summit Racing Series. Picked up the honors out there in Pomona a few years back.
what was that? NHR D5 Super Pro Champ too?
That's right.
So,
Piper 875 at 171. Dan Foley 887, speed of 178.
my other Piper, Larry Piper, coming out and following in the left lane there, going against Bob Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana.
You'll get another chance at that.
I will get that down by the end of today. Terre Haute, Indiana. And the Honey Creek collision car in the left lane, or in the right lane. Larry Piper's in the left lane.
Larry Piper 004 up front.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be happy with that run. He ran at 891, 167. Bob ran at 889, 172. Steve Collier from Benton, Louisiana. He's good in his Manpower Collier Racing dragster in the aeromotive left lane. He's going against Dylan Wagner out of Galesburg, Illinois in the O'Reilly right lane.
So Steve Collier, number 8 in the world last year in Super Comp. It's good to see Steve back at the track. He had the incident, I believe it was right here, wasn't it, at Topeka, where he had the blowover in his top alcohol dragster?
I believe so. He was also the 2008 Dallas Division for Comp.
He's done all right, that's for sure.
And I think he's going to be happy with that. The reaction time, at least, with the run of 887, 181 miles per hour. Dylan ran at 890, 175.
So Dylan running dead on the number a little bit early at the starting line, turns it red. But he is dead on with an 8 at the finish. Stephen Michaels coming up next. Oak Grove, Minnesota, the Michaels Family Racing dragster. Left side alongside Heidi Robeson. Robeson for Fleet Care Property and Service out of Gardner, Kansas. The Mullis car over here on the right. So again, big block, rear engine dragsters side by side. Both trying to hit an 890 down at the finish. So Heidi, big top end charge over here on the right, 896 at 183, big speed there. Almost 40 miles an hour faster than Stephen Michaels, 885 at 145 on the left.
Oh, another fun last name, Chuck Riddenmore?
How about Ridenauer?
Ridenauer.
Yeah. Out of Plainfield, Indiana. So, making the tow over from the center of Division 3.
Yep, coming over here in the 17 American, and he's going to go against Wayne Matthews from Gower, Missouri, in his Matthews Motorsports 05 dragster in that O'Reilly right lane.
Both of them taking their time to stage here. Ridenauer's in. Here comes Wayne. There he is.
Here come the green lights, and off they go. Wayne's going to run an 888, 169, and Chuck is going to run an 893, 180. As Blake Johnson comes up to the line in the left side from Arvada, Colorado, and his Saratoga Casino and Fine Line dragster over there in the left lane going against Sarah Vang. Hey, Sarah, I like your name. That's my name too. From Parker, Colorado, with her Mountain Motor Performance dragster.
These are time trial runs here in the first session. Our second session will be a qualifier for our shootout later on today.
So good thing to get all these kinks out now with the lights and cars. Because you don't want to do it come the second round.
Well, that's when you want to be your best. Take a run for the money later on tonight.
Who doesn't like money? Especially when you race and you win money.
I used to like money, then I bought a racetrack. It's just proved I hated money.
Sarah's going to run an 892 with a 173. Blake a little bit faster with an 891, 169. One of our stall bombers, Landon Stallbalmer in the O'Reilly right lane from Wakarusa, Kansas. Part of the Stallbalmer family racing. He's going to go against Brianna Johnson from Arvada, Colorado. Racing a Fine Line 18 dragster over there in the aeromotive left lane. Almost had identical reaction times for these two. It was only like, what, thousandths of a second off, but Landon's going to run an 896, 173. Brianna's going to run an 882, 169. With Timothy Foley from Dardenne Prairie, Missouri. With his 18 Danny Nelson racecraft. Going against Keisha Moline from Waxahachie, Texas. I'll get that one too by the end of today's show too. And her accelerated graphics 08 Miller dragster there in the O'Reilly right lane. Waxahachie. Alright. We'll get it.
Foley's 005 on the tree. 891 at the finish at 168. Keisha under the number 878 at 171, getting it dialed in over here on the right side.
She ran a 005 also. It was just before the light turned green.
Yeah, on the red side.
With Dalton Olson from Hartwell, Nebraska coming up in the right lane. He's a 20-year-old student. I like seeing students race. With Tim Hallberg from Champlin, Minnesota. When his 07 Mullis.
Another red light start. This time it's Dalton Olson going 012 red. Finish line 894 at 181 for Dalton Olson.
Tim ran a little bit better with an 890.
Yeah, 890, the number that they're looking for.
Yep.
So he was dead on 5 over there on the left.
So, no need to make any adjustments to that car. Stuart Way from Meade, Nebraska is in the aeromotive left lane. Also from Meade, Nebraska, we got Gary Holst.
Yep.
Alright, cool. And he's doing his Gary's Quick Steak in the O'Reilly right lane. Wonder if these guys are neighbors. I don't know how big the city of Meade, Nebraska is.
Well, it's probably small enough that they know each other.
They're like, hey, let's all go to Topeka.
887.9 left side for Stuart Way at 172 miles an hour. Gary Holst 886, speed of 179.
Tony Brown in the left lane from Hallsville, Texas, and his Manpower Collier Racing dragster going against Eric Feach. Nope.
I have no idea. Just
Fooch.
call him Eric.
Eric, we're just gonna call you Eric from
yeah.
Canton, South Dakota, in your Voodoo graphics car in the right lane. If you ever see me and want to tell me how to say your last name, that'd be great. Otherwise, we're gonna just keep guessing. $893 $169 for Mr. Eric, and an $895 $181 for Tony Brown.
Josh Buer out of Lake Preston, South Dakota. Makes his living as a firefighter. Thank you, sir. The JJ Performance Products American Race Car Chassis Big Block Chevy entry, left side. Right side, that's Terry Sullivan from Richardson, Texas. The Sullivan Motorsports dragster. Makes his living out here at the drag strip. He is a professional at this and got the resume to back it up.
Oh, yeah. Well, this just seems to be going on. He was a winner in Topeka a few different times. Most recent was 2012. So he's done pretty good here in the Midwest.
Yeah, looks like his national event wins go clear back to 1987, as a matter of fact. So he has been doing this a very, very long time.
He might be a little angry at himself for jumping that light a little bit. But I'm sure with his experience, he'll fix it in time.
I'm sure he will as well. 895 at 178 for Terry Sullivan. For Josh Buer, a little bit late, but goes dead on 9 at the finish. 890 with a 9 at 176.
Jeremy Denny coming up in the aeromotive left lane from Fremont, Nebraska. That's awesome. He's going to go against Matt Selden from Omaha, Nebraska. A couple Nebraska boys coming at you with Matt Selden and his Selden Racing dragster. As we're waiting for Jeremy to click on his first staging lane lights. There we go. Now they can creep in and get the others lit up.
Pretty close at the starting line, 019 to 020. Finish line, 888 at 149 for Jeremy Denny. Matt Selden on the safe side, 893, a speed of 158.
Timothy Schultzer from Littleton, Colorado, in his Georgetown mortgage machine in the right lane, going against Rick Hughes from Fishers, Indiana, in his A&A transmission and what is RCE?
RCE is Rolla Competition Engines.
Ah,
And that's who builds the power plant, sitting behind the driver there.
oh.
You'll see a handful of Rolla Competition Engine sponsored machines out here, including Troy Galbraith, top 10 hitter in comp eliminator. We'll see him later on today.
Rick ran a 008 light and Timothy had a 018 light, so it's pretty almost close on the lights, but Rick's going to run an 892 170. Timothy a little faster with an 876 171.
Next up, it's Dan Pluta. Omaha, Nebraska, left side, the Pluta Racing M&M chassis machine alongside Tyler Selden. The Selden Racing Racecraft over here on the right. Big block Chevy power for both. And 4/10 on the Pro Tree side, 890 on the scoreboard. Those are your targets. Pluto 001 on the red side. 893 at the finish line at 168. Tyler Selden, he's 019 up front, 896 at 165.
Sonny Niemitz out of Warsaw, Indiana, in his Safeway garage door 12 dragster there in the aeromotive left lane, going against Todd McCain from Continental, Colorado, and his McCain Racing 06 undercover here in our O'Reilly right lane.
So Sarah, my home base is Division 3. It's great to see so many Division 3 cars coming out here to Topeka to be part of this doubleheader weekend.
It is nice. It's kind of nice that divisions can race in other division events.
Yep, absolutely. They have the opportunity to race at any divisional event around the country. And as they're accumulating points, they run primarily in division, but they got to go out of division to add to their total if they're chasing the national points. Sonny Niemitz with a 895, speed of 150. Todd McCann 893 at 163.
Now Mike Niemitz is up in the Niemitz Racing 09 A&E dragster in the aeromotive left lane. He's going to go against Peter Gehan from Dallas, Texas, and Team Petey Racing. Oh.
Well, there you go. Petey's got it figured out. He's trip zip at the start. 894 at the finish at 179. Perfect light for Peter Gahan. Mike Niemitz 879 at 172. So that's first perfect light of the day that I recall.
Yeah, that's the first one I've seen today. Tyler Banks from Kansas City. It's okay if he's out from the Missouri side. He's still Kansas City. In his Banks Racing 01 undercover in our right lane, going against Cami Nicoletti. I kind of like saying that, Nicoletti. From Lakewood, Colorado, with Nicoletti Motorsports in that left lane.
Well, you better get used to it because there's another one behind him in the water box.
Woohoo!
So Cammy, with that big block Ford-powered machine, out of the Oakley Performance Engine Shop down there in Owensboro, Kentucky. Attention in the pit area, we need super stock. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes. Cammy 889 at 178. Tyler Banks 894, speed of 166. Once again, super stock. Super stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes.
Yep, here's another Nicoletti, Shannon Nicoletti, going up in the left lane with Austin McClure, local boy out of Topeka, Kansas here, driving his Aeromotive Fuel Systems dragster here in the right lane. Aeromotive Fuel Systems, we appreciate them because I believe they're a sponsor for you guys, but they're also a sponsor here at Heartland Park.
Well, they are a big part of the program here at Heartland Park. Heartland Motorsports Park. You see the Aeromotive scoreboard on the left side.
Yep, we like them so much we named the lane after him.
Absolutely.
And Austin's great with a 004 light. He's going to be happy with that, running 897, 175. Shannon had an 030 light with a 902, 173.
This is Brian Milam, left side, out of Lawndale, Illinois. The BMR undercover car, alongside Dale Maher, out of Aurora, Colorado. The DPM Racing Miller car, fresh out of the chassis shop. Suspended front end dragster over here on the right side for Dale. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock, we need you to the lanes. Milam 885 at 170. Dale Maher 899 at 181.
Greg Nicoletti, third Nicoletti now, out of Lakewood, Colorado, with that Nicoletti Motorsports Neyland Park Ford, going against Coy Collier from Benton, Louisiana. He's a professional drag racer in his Manpower Collier Mullis machine. It's about like the third Ford dragster we've had so far.
Well, you saw Steve Collier earlier. He's number 8 in the world. Coy, number 3 in the world last year in Super Comp. And Greg Nicoletti also carrying the colors there for Oakley Performance.
Does that mean he's better than his dad, Collier? Or there's no relation?
There's a relation, father and son there. Yeah.
So son was doing better than dad
Well, yeah.
last year.
Son's got that number 3 on the side of the car. That's right. 894 at 173 for Coy. Greg Nicoletti 891 at 176.
With Dwight Allen from Waco, Texas, with his Mickey Thompson and K&N Cameron Chevy dragster in the Aeromotive left lane, with Travis Nygaard from Watertown, South Dakota, with his Team Ethanol First Choice Trans dragster there in the O'Reilly right lane. Looks like Dwight was a Division 4 Good Guy of the Year in 2017.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool award that they give down there in Division 4. You know, they are the home of the good guys. That's their slogan. It's pretty cool that they single out somebody with that special award to recognize them. Dwight Allen, good job on the racetrack, 890 with a 7 at 166. Travis Nygaard, 006 on the tree, 892 at 167.
Ricky Hill coming at you in the right lane from Gretna, Nebraska, and it's RCS Inc. American dragster in the right lane, with Michael Bailey from Midlothian, Texas. Is Mike Bailey Motorsports TNT Chevy 588 in the left lane. Good run by Ricky with a 892 168, with Michael running 884 173. Kevin Duck coming at you in the Aeromotive left lane in his competition engine undercover GM dragster, going against Gary Stinnett from Emporia, Kansas, and his Stinnett K&N Dart Machine Miller dragster.
So Gary, a legendary builder of horsepower over here. On this side, Gary off and running 019 at the start as he heads down track in his Super Comp car. Big mile an hour down there. Look at that. 189 miles an hour for Gary Stinnett. 887 the ET. For Kevin Dick, it's an 888 at 180.
Wilmar Hinshaw from Hutchinson, Kansas. His roaring 60s 48 Fiat.
Yep, doing it a little bit different. Got that stretched out, altered over there with the Fiat body on it, alongside Bruce Wiedmeyer out of Topeka, Kansas. The long lighting Danny Nelson racecraft chassis dragster. Danny on the grounds this weekend. He'll be running in Top Dragster later on.
All our Fiat by Wilmer ran at 899 155. Bruce, he's going to like his run with the 004 light with a 885 174. Taryn Green from Burleson, Texas, in her Green Motorsports TNT in the left lane, and Justin Owens out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. He's another firefighter. So thank you, sir, for fighting fires in your free time. Is Justin Owens American dragster.
So Taryn's only 24, but been doing this a long time. She is a former national champion in junior dragsters, along with high school championships here in Division 4, down in Division 4.
And Justin with his 05 light, he's going to run an 874 172, and Taryn, she's going to almost hit the nail on the head with an 890 with a 6 with a 175. As Kyle Rickman from Combine, Texas, and his Rickman Racing Moden coming at you in the Aeromotive left lane, going against Todd Irwin from Kendale, Texas, and his Classic Service American dragster in the right lane. Little jump of the gun on the left lane, but still a solid run with an 890 with a 5 and 182. And Todd ran a 894 174.
Super stock, super stock. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. Super stock, your first qualifier coming up. We need you. Super stock to the lanes.
Richard Leon from Manalapan, New Jersey. That's how I'm going to say that.
Easy for you to say.
There's a lot of A's in that with this Richard and Patricia Leon race tech in that O'Reilly right lane. He's going to be going against Jonathan Anderson from Williamson, Georgia, and his HJ Wings and Things.
So we got a couple of East Coast runners come a long way to race out here in the Midwest. 890 with a 1. That's the best run we've seen so far. Jonathan Anderson left side. 890 with a 1 at 178. Richard Leone with an 894 and a speed of 169.
Caleb Cleween from North Platte, Nebraska, and his Glory Racing 07 Undercover in the O'Reilly right lane. Danielle it's funny, she's also one of my racers. Miller. It's usually how her last name goes. She's from Topeka here. She's got the Danielle Family Racing dragster going on. I like her in bracket race. She's pretty consistent for us. So hopefully she has a good weekend here too.
Well, that's what it takes in this category. You got to be consistent and you got to be on your game at both ends of the track. 897 for Danielle at 153. Caleb with an 883 at 175 miles per hour.
Now we got Douglas Miller coming up in the aeromotive left lane. He's out of Porter, Texas, going against Mitch Mustard in the O'Reilly right lane from Arvada, Colorado. Wonder how it was like growing up with the last name of Mustard.
Well, if you ever played the game Clue, I'm sure there were plenty of jokes associated with it.
Colonel Mustard, yep. He did it in the billiard room with the candlestick.
Something like that. Well, he's done it a bunch of times and picked up national event Wally's. 880 at 183 for Mitch Mustard. Douglas Miller, 889 at 173.
Way to go, Colonel Mustard. That should be his nickname. He might hate that. Vernon Rowland from Blanchard, Oklahoma, and his VS Roland MT Optima Modern dragster going against Devin Eisenhower from Lebanon, Indiana. Another student when his 14 American in the O'Reilly right lane.
So Devin, really a student of drag racing. He is currently your defending Super Gas national champion and top 10 in the world in Super Gas. So he had a pretty good year last year.
Yes, he did. He had a really good light for this time run.
Yeah, Devin's 003 on the tree, 892 at the finish line at 181. Vern Rowland with an 882, 173 over their left side.
Mike Green out of Moore, Oklahoma, coming at you in the right lane. He's going to go against Kevin Burnett from Parker, Colorado.
.906 left side for Kevin Burnett at 177. Mike Green 904 at 174. Pretty good last time.
Gary Wombolt. Another one of those last names. From Arvada, Colorado. He's had some very good experience, it looks like. 14 Kansas winner. And then going against Dwayne Cole out of Lincoln, Nebraska with his Cole Racing Don Davis machine. Be all right with those runs. 897, 167 for Dwayne, and Gary running 899, 177. Another Cole with Colin Cole coming up from Lincoln, Nebraska, going against Scott Freeze. I've been learning that last name from Omaha, Nebraska, and his innovative print marketing Jacobson machine in the aeromotive left lane. I think Colin wants to be the next James Bond with that 007 light. Running 889, 169. Scott ran a 905, 153 miles per hour. Jason Medlin from Reno, Texas, in the O'Reilly right lane. He's going to be going up against Tanner Schiffner from West Fargo, North Dakota. I have relatives that live in North Dakota, and they kind of start sounding Canadian when you get up there. Yo, yeah. Jason running 889, 187. Tanner running 893, 154. As a reminder, super stock, you guys should be in the staging lanes. Super stock in the staging lanes. As Jay Bunts from Piedmont, Oklahoma, coming at us in the aeromotive left lane with his MT Tires machine with Trevor Larson out of Starbuck, Minnesota. So is that where Starbucks came from? Is Starbuck, Minnesota? In his Pro Blast machine down there. Both of them want to jump that light a little bit, but they'll get it fixed before their next session with an 896, 177 for Trevor, and Jay running 885, 174. Oh yeah, that's right. It is out of Seattle, Washington. But it's kind of weird. It's a Starbucks place, and you'd think that's where Starbucks came from. Kyle Seacrest from out of Wichita, Kansas. He's in the O'Reilly right lane going against Steve Evans from Moore, Oklahoma in the aeromotive left lane.
Yeah, Steve's got one of the more interesting occupations. He's president of a cannabis company.
Yeah, because they did see the medical is now legal down there in Oklahoma.
Sure. 896 left side for Steve Evans at 182. Kyle Seacrest, 887 and 176.
Jason Chapman with Chapman Racing out of Lincoln, Nebraska is on the aeromotive left lane going against Jordan Pratt from Otsego, Minnesota. Top End Graphics Splitzer dragster in the O'Reilly right lane. Jordan was the 2015 Division 5 champion. Those are some good runs. 891, 174 for Jordan, getting close to the 890 mark. Jason ran at 899, 168. With Justin Frost from Fort Worth, Texas, in his JC3 Energy Service car, or dragster. That's not a car. Chris Whitfield from Littleton, Colorado, with Go Fast Energy Drink. But you're in the house of speed, so you gotta like to go. You kind of want to like to go fast. Oh. More fast runs there with a 895, 178 for Justin in the right lane and a 911, 174 for Chris in the left lane.
So this is Luke Bogacki over here. Cool Hand Luke, left side out of Carterville, Illinois for K&N Filters. And this is BracketRacing.com. Former world champion in Super Gas, former world champion in Super Comp, left side of the track. Watched a whole bunch of door cars last weekend at his door car national race at I-57 Dragway. So Luke left side, Mike Moore right side out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the fleet administrator. That's a worthy car over here on the right, American on the left. Just picked up the Wally in Chicago 2 weeks ago at the divisional level. Looking to have a good weekend here. He's 005 on the tree, 890 with a 3 at the stripe. How about an 8-pack right out of the box there for Luke Bogacki? 897 at 174. I guess that's how you wind up carrying that number 1 on the cowl.
Yep, as Chase Huffman, another Waxahachie, Texas, in his accelerated graphics dragster, going against Craig Anderson in the right lane from Waxahachie, Texas again.
That's right.
Yes! Getting better and better.
Yeah, left side for Chase and Dad Motorsports and accelerated graphics. Right side, they call him Big Head. Driving Joey Hessling's dragster. If you like it, it's for sale. American car on the right. And for Craig, 892 at 188. Chase Huffman, 890 with a 2 at 168 over there on the left.
As James Repka from Wiley, Texas, and his K&N Be Cool Penske Wendell dragsters in our left lane. He was the 2017 national winner for Super Comp against Dan Nichols, who was what, number 2 in the world?
According to the number.
Yeah, from Lincoln, Nebraska, and his Big Dog trucking.
Sarah, you'll get used to this after a while. Super stock, if you're not in the lanes, we're looking for you. We're winding our way through Super Comp.
Just about wound down.
We're over halfway through our 386 Super Comp cars. 869 left side for James Repka at 170. Don Nichols 874, speed of 168. Well, there's not really 384.
That was like 1,732.
Yeah, that's some days it feels like that. 1,732 of them. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them.
Oh, yeah.
Austin Williams, Waxahachie, Texas. Truthfully, it's not all drag racers in Waxahachie, even though you've seen 5 of them from there.
Only 5? I thought it was like at least 10 by now.
In this class. Tyler Vaughn alongside, Mendon, Nebraska. Austin, another former world champ. In fact, a 2-time world champion over there. On the left side, right side, Tyler rolls the beams. Not going to get a time on the time ticket. So he's going to take a parade lap over here on the right in the O'Reilly lane. In the meantime, Austin Williams drives it out to an 881 at 180. Tyler just taking his time, waving to the empty grandstands, you know. Drives by the golf cart fire from yesterday, the scene of the crime there.
That was pretty interesting to see. Is kind of random.
I've been to a lot of racetracks. That is the very first time I've seen a golf cart go up in flames like that.
My first time too. I've never seen that
And it
before.
wasn't like a little smoldering, you know, the seat caught on fire. That baby was 20 feet high. It looked like it had a gas can lit in the driver's seat. Tyler Bohannon alongside Michael Sechrist. Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky. Still full from last night. Still gnawing on that steak bone, I think. That was quite a steak, I'll tell you that. He got the porterhouse at the North Star, 28 ounces I think he may still be working on that thing. Bohan and 004 on the tree, 881 at the finish line at 174. Michael Sechrist, 011 up front, 890 with a 9, a 20-pack right there at 185.
Mark Graham from Overland Park, Kansas, coming out and playing with us today. He was number 4 in the world. And that has a shot. Yeah. He had a shot at number 1 last year. That's awesome. He's in our aeromotive left lane. In our Riley right lane, we got a Jeff Cheney from Cambridge, Minnesota.
Well, Mark keeps cutting lights like that. He's going to have a shot to win everything. He's tripped zip at the start, 887 at the finish, 189. Jeff Cheney, he's 010 up front. That's pretty good. 896 at the finish line, 174. And I believe we are down to one of our final pairs of cars here in Super Comp.
Yep.
Zach Mazier, left side, out of Escondido, California. Followed me all the way from the West Coast. Mazier alongside Tony Leonard from Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. I'm thinking there's some more letters to all that.
Inver Grove Heights.
Inver Grove Heights, okay.
Yeah.
For ShowOffShirts.com. Tony Leonard, right side. Mazier, left side. For Mazier Enterprises and Lucas Oil and FTI Performance and Allegiance Air, I'm guessing. They only put so much on the screen. You gotta,
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
after a while, you're just kind of making it up, as most good announcers do, right, Bob?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He said yes.
I like that. Zach Mazier, 004 red, 889.9 at 171. Good lap there. Tony Leonard, a little better. How about an 890 with a 1 at 180? We didn't see any 8900s, but we saw a couple of 890s with a 1 out there. They'll all be trying to improve in our second time trial session, which is also qualifying for the shootout. And we'll wrap up Super Comp with Shannon Brinkley for LODRS Casino and Resort, Houston Cheap Fireworks, Escape at Houston, and a whole bunch of other enterprises for your pleasure. Shannon Brinkley out of Highlands, Texas. We saw Shauna running a little bit earlier today. Shannon and his dragster. He's parked it in the final round a couple of times this year. Still chasing that first Wally for the season.
I'm going to interrupt you just a second because we need super gas to the staging lanes.
Super gas.
Super gas. Yep, super gas, guys. Start making your way down to the staging lanes. Super gas, just make your way to the staging lanes, please.
Shannon's a little bit tardy on the tree. He won't like that. But at the finish line, 891 at 179, so he's got something to work with down there. I said that was the last car, but this is the last car. How about that? Robbie Gear coming up.
Yeah, he's stuck up on us with it from Greenwood, Missouri, and his backlotcars.com.
Yep, the Mullis car over here on the right. And I say he's the last car. There may be a last car back there that I can't see. We'll find out soon enough.
Yep. 'Cause coming up next, we got Super Stock. Because our Super Gas guys should be making their way to the lanes.
That's right, Super Gas. If you're not headed that way, you need to fire them up and head for the staging lanes. Super Gas to the lanes.
I think Robbie's going to be happy with his run with a 001 light with a 898 171 miles per hour.
Yep, so that'll wrap up Super Comp. Super Stock waits in the wings. And they'll be up next.
If you're a new car dealership principal, service manager,
or parts manager, turn to the source dealers trust, Service Department Solutions. With over 40 years of industry experience, the SDS team will help you improve your processes and increase your profits. They will work with you to improve sales and service processes, training, and customer retention rates, and help you work with your manufacturer to secure increases in parts and labor reimbursements that you're entitled to. In some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars left on the table. Service Department Solutions helps dealerships nationwide, and they can help you too. No upfront fees, no hassles, and no risk.
Right.
Call them today at
Rolling in.
412-651-2356.
Gary McClass is going to lead us off. GTN automatic, 400 cubic inch Pontiac. Underneath the hood of that 1974 Pontiac over on the left-hand side. Carroll, who won it all, the opening race out in Vanderbilt a month or so ago. Coming up from New Mexico. Got built small block. Super G automatic Camaro on the right-hand side, 992 at 131. 1135 by Carroll as he cruises down track, shuts it off. He'll be down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. McClassen slides in at 6,200. Danny Nixon's factory Super Stock E entry. Bill Ingalls. Ingalls up to Genesis Homes. Maryville, Missouri-based runner here on the right-hand side. Super high automatic Firebird, the late model 427 stock Copo. There in the left lane. It makes its way down track, 943 at 140, 1014 by Ingalls, 129 miles an hour. Grant Singer, Sean Markinek comes rolling in. Bill Ingalls goes in at 55 under the index. Nixon's Copo at 61 under. Singer's B Super Mod out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Sean Markinet, stick shift. 4-cylinder Mustang. Super stock M entry. Runner out of Edwardsville. Probably shoot to the number one spot. 1083 at 120 miles an hour. And he does. It's 76 under for now. Grant Singer goes 36 under. The Canadian Camaro works its way down track. Jacob Pitt out of Fort Worth and Phil Giles. Giles out of Flatonia comes rolling in. His Copo Camaro, factory Super Stock D entry here on the right-hand lane. Pitt wheeling and dealing. The factory GT car got the late model drag pack 360 combination. Underneath the hood, the early Dodge Stratus over there on the left-hand side. Tire rub. Pitt's car going down the racetrack, 971 at 136 miles an hour. 935 by Giles. 140 miles through. 63 under by Pitt. Giles at 54 under the index. Dean Messenbrink still on his world tour. Talked to him down in the staging lanes a moment ago. Retired runner out of Rochester, Minnesota. Starts the year off down in Florida. Takes in a couple of events in Gainesville. A couple of D4 events across the Southland. Where he starts working his way back north. And Cobra Jet. Unknown origin over here on the right-hand side. 17 on the tree. Goes through 1092 at 121 miles an hour. 27 under lap for him. We'll have to get the Mustang dialed in. It's Scott Pearson. This is dad of the Pearson clan. Larry Ingalls up alongside his GTJ automatic. 327, 64 Corvette. Pearson's Super K automatic. 70 AMX. 360 cubic inch combination for Scott. Eric will be up in a little bit. He was about 5 cars behind Dad down at the staging lane. You gotta love Super Stock. Wheel up action as they leave the starting line. Settle it back down, and for the other end of the racetrack, 10:59 at 1:23 the speed for Scott. 10:56 by Ingalls. Ingalls at 23 under. Pearson up at 65 under. We'll slide into that number 2 position for right now. Don O'Malley. Mr. O'Malley out of Decatur, Illinois. Longtime worker at the Caterpillar plant over in Decatur. Retired a few years back, decided to go racing. 327 cubic inch. Super H automatic 64 Corvette. Neil Rhodes. Cleared up when he left the starting line, but man, there was a big puff of smoke back here. 978 by Neil. 991 by O'Malley. And Rhodes goes rolling down track.
For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com. If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices all in one place, look no further than salterracing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter. All your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more. Give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to salterracing.com.
Like to remind all of our Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp competitors, your second session through today will be your Aeromotive Super Shootout qualifying run. At Aeromotive, well, they're simply the best. They offer the widest variety of fuel delivery components on the market, with an ever-expanding line of products for fuel-injected and carbureted applications and performance. Aeromotive is the choice amongst the most top-line professionals, and Aeromotive's diverse products also offer support for all forms of motorsports, whether it be drag racing, tractor pulling, NASCAR, whatever. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a casual fan, Aeromotive Fuel Systems, the right choice for you. Be sure to check them out at aeromotiveinc.com. And Denver's leader in print design and vinyl, Fine Line Graphics, your choice for everything from decals to vehicle wraps to wrapping buildings even. With a nearly 30-year history, Fine Line Graphics has produced state-of-the-art graphics for companies big and small, supporting customers from initial design and conception to printing, finishing, and installation. Fine Line Graphics help put your dreams to canvas. To learn more, visit them at finelinegraphics.co, as in Colorado. finelinegraphics.co, not .com. Sean Vincent comes rolling in. Like to say congratulations to Sean and his bride. Made their announcement last night. They have a baby girl coming, as the burnout last night led to pink tire smoke. Hence, we know they've got a girl coming. Tim Nicholson driving the stick shift 283 Chevy 2 over here on the right-hand side. Castle Family Racing, Chevy Deuce. Nicholson, the master of the gearbox changes, goes 10:15, 127. Vincent slows up to an 11:77 lap at 85 miles an hour. Nicholson, 80 under the index. He slides in behind that smoking Neil Rhodes, who went to the number 1 spot with his 81 under lap. Scott Stillings out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. Scott down in the staging lane. Dad made the tow over. alongside John Stock, Sandusky, Ohio based runner. 352 cubic inch, Cobra jet powered, 67 Shelby. 941, 138 by Stock, 869, 156 by Stillings. Scott goes 30 under the index. John up to the number 3 spot with a 78 under lap. And again, all of this very unofficial till we get everybody's class designation in. Looks like Wayne Dinklaw's got problems. The shoebox Chevy wagon getting pushed backwards off the line. So Eric Pearson, we saw Dan go down track a moment ago. This is Eric getting ready to make his lap down track in his 360 Super K automatic entry. Summertime, you'll find the Pearsons out racing and playing. Wintertime, you'll find them trapping and hunting up in the North Country of Minnesota. As Eric cruises through 1180 at 84 miles an hour. About a 56 Chevy Nomad. Randall Klein out of Lincoln. With Taylor and Klein racing. Mike Down, 350 cubic inch, 2-barrel. 84 Buick Regal over there on the left-hand side. GTO automatic the entry for the former winner here at Topeka, the former champ of the U.S. Nationals. Won it not once but twice. Yeah, always a tough competitor. So's Randy Klein. 165 cubic inch, high-winded, mouse motor, 56 Nomad. Randall and Mike both formidable opponents to run into on race day. 1064 by town at 121. That's number 80 and good for number 2. Randall Klein, 59 under with an 11:55 lap. 112 mile an hour dash down the racetrack. The Fast Shocks boys. One of our sponsors here. Division 5 competition. Fast Shocks Friday low qualifier. Conclusion of qualifying, Fast Shocks give away $100. To the lowest qualifier in the top half of the ladder. Example, the 16-car field, the number 8 qualifier would receive the Fast Shock qualifier bonus. That'll be for stock and super stock. Here this weekend, Tyler Wodarczyk, Shane Wodarczyk. Camaro over on the left-hand side. Tyler out of Wakarusa. Man's coming down from Minnesota. 009 light Michael, 881. 007 light Tyler, 1029. Wodarczyk goes into the number 7 position at 70 under the index. Mans goes into the number 4 spot, 78 under out of the Pontiac. Dan's Russ, the Gold Coast Heavy 426 GTA automatic engine. Tony Schaefer, GTO automatic runner out of Day Automotive. Long-time engine shop over in the Independence, Missouri area. 1083, 119 for Tony. 907 by Dan. Dan 62 under. Tony 61 under. Super Gas, need you lanes, please. Super Gas, need you. The staging lanes, please. Angelo DiCarlo, Schaumburg, Illinois based runner. The DiCarlo Construction 66 Corvette, Super H automatic, 327. Hot rod on the right-hand side. And Pete Perry, Pontiac Sunfire, Kyle Ratcliffe's car. Saw Kyle up in stock eliminator earlier. This is Kyle's super stock ride, but Pete's been having so much fun in it the last couple of years. I think he played late to it. I don't know that Kyle ever get the car back. Factory GT car, got a late model. Copo motor under the hood, goes 918 at 146, 983 by DiCarlo at a $133. Pete Perry into the number 2 spot. Miss Neil Rhodes, number 1 by 3 thousandths of a second. Neil's 1 at 81.9 under. Pete's number 2 at 81.6 under the index. Gene Bickelmeyer, 283 cubic inch, high-winded, 4-speed Chevy News left side. Tyler Castle, Bunkers, Stanfield, 396, Super Stock Copo, 955 at 139, 1020 by Bickelmeyer. As Gene goes cruising through, 74 under the index. And that'll put him number 10. Rob cruising up in my truck. I love this truck. I've loved this truck since Brian Olson painted it many years ago. Chevrolet S10. Wheels up launch, Sean Tucker. For stock A automatic. 427 cubic inch combination. Hike the front end high. Shoots down track to a 902 at 145. 1028 by cruising. As he goes through at 129 miles an hour. That 902 lap. Certainly hustling down the racetrack for the big block Camaro. Jason Stolz. Super K automatic. Here's another wheel stand with the 350 Firebird. And senior cruise. Robert. Former Division 7 champ when he moved to the West Coast for a while. Lived out in Las Vegas. Decided to heck with that. Came back to the Sooner State. Cruising goes 935 for a 74 under run. Stoll's 1054 at 126. That's a 70 under run. Robert's 12. Jason's 14. Jason DeForest, number 1 left flank. Justin Jenkins on the right. Justin coming off the win. Up on the mountain last weekend out of the Mile High Nationals. GTG automatic. Cobalt right side. DeForest, the GTC automatic. Cavalier on the left. Take a late model body style, such as either the Cobalt or the Cavalier, converted to rear-wheel drive. An earlier model, small block underneath the hood, or a big block for that matter, becomes a GT category super stock car. DeForest, 936 at 144. Did he go to number 1? No. Where did he go? $54 under, number 27. Jason, a perennial number 1 qualifier. Saving the good stuff for later, probably. Mark Jenkins comes rolling in now, Nebraska. At the wheel of his Cavalier on the right-hand side, and Vic Penrod. Vic, who Jags All-Star rep for Division 4 this year. Winner on the circuit a couple of times this year. Penrod having a very good year. It is Super C automatic. 427 Camaro there on the left-hand side. A car you want to keep an eye on when it comes to eliminations later on this weekend. 982 at 135 by Vic. 970 by Jenkins at 135. Penrod rolls right on down the racetrack. Shut it off at the other end to a 22 under lap. Billy Rose, Super F automatic. Eureka, Missouri based runner, the Rowe Motorsports. I love the little Chevy too. 327, 2-door post. Nelson down from Minnesota. Saw Marlene up earlier in her Chevelle and stock eliminator. Billy Rowe goes through 10:01, 129, 11:11 by Dennis Nelson. Nelson's 33 under, Rowe's 43 under the index. How about Joe Santangelo? Marlboro, Connecticut-based runner. I went down in the staging lanes. I asked Joe, I said, what are you doing here? He said, man, he says, we've got to go back to work in September, trying to get in all the racing action we can. Hadn't been to Topeka. He says, I love the place. He said, the people are great. He said, the weather's perfect. And I laughed and I said, well, It's perfect today. It isn't always this good in July, Joe. But all the way from Marlboro, Connecticut. We've got cars here from Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, Division 4, Division 5, and Division 7. The only division I have not seen represented yet is Division 6. And we're not done. Yep, as she says, Laura says, the day is still early. Chris Cheney's GTK automatic on the right-hand side. Cubs rolling in, number 4 in the world last year. Another one of those tough guns. So's Joe. San Angelo's parked his cars in the winner's circle already this year. 1047 at 113 by San Angelo. 1029 at 114 by Cheney. Neil Rhodes, Pete Perry still leading the pack. Rob Cruz at an 81 under since number 3. Mike Town 4, Tim Nicholson 5. Unofficially, until we get everybody double checked, make sure they're in the correct class. Alvy Merrill's Super G automatic ride, and Troy Ross, the B modified. Winner a couple of weeks ago down in Noble, Oklahoma. At our Division 4 race there, late on Saturday evening. Small block combo with the runner out of Wabego. Likes the front end up, carries it out, and sends it right back down. Alvy Merrill Camaro on the left-hand side, the first generation machine. 10:03, 129 by Alvy, 9:33 by Troy. Troy shuts it off at the other end, only 114 mile an hour speed. Alvy cruises in at 51 under the index. Kevin Erickson's GTP automatic. Early model, 283, low horsepower combination. For the runner, out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Morris Lowe's put a mark. Super J automatic entry. 327 combination, first generation Chevy 2 on the left-hand side. 1020, 127 by Morris, 1170 by Erickson at 112 miles an hour. Kevin goes in. Morris is on the sheet now. Neil Rhodes, Pete Perry, Rob Cruzen still sitting 1, 2, 3. Wyatt Wagner, your reigning Division 5 champ. Wyatt went on a pretty good tear towards the end of the year last year to wrap up the division championship for the 17-year-old young man out of Baser, Kansas. Third generation racer out of the Wagner family. Kurt Heeb out of South Dakota, Kurt Cycle Center, and Kurt's Dairy Queen. You know what? I have to get on Kurt. We need a dilly bar. That works. 003 light by Kurt. He hauls the Mustang through to a 10 flat. 132 miles an hour. 998 by Wagner. Wagner cruises in at 56 under the index. Dave Bogner and Lloyd Wofford. Wofford up from Arkansas in the Engines Inc. machine. Bogner out of Kearney, the Bogner Automotive Lucas Oil runner there on the left-hand side. Multi-time division champ. Hey, did you see that front end wobble? Front end set back down and it went 903 at 146 for the Hemi-powered Cuda. Wofford 10 flat, 107 over here on the right-hand side. Chris Stevenson up out of Tipton, Indiana. Chris at the wheel, the 74 Buick Apollo right lane. GTM automatic entry, the 350 combination at Mossbeck, Pine Lake, Minnesota. Sounds like a pretty place, doesn't it? Pine Lake. So hard performance. Before Plymouth Savoy. The 426 combination. Super E automatic ride for Gino. 1033, 126 by Mossbeck. Stevenson, 49 under the index, goes to 37. Mossbeck put engraves his name on the qualifying sheet right now, number 45. Randy Johnson's Nebraska-based Mopar 360. 74 Plymouth there on the left-hand side, and Larry Schmidt out of Grand Island. Larry's Classics Speed Shop 265 combination, 55 shoebox Chevy. Your post entry. Larry's car wasn't exactly ready to dance when the tree came down. This will be a throwaway run for Larry. 10:28, 128 by Randy Johnson, 12:54 for Schmidt. Randy's 46 under. Larry will take the shoebox back to the pit area, rethink the setup, come back and try again a little bit later. Michael Lund and Jimmy Caro. Caro over here on the right-hand side, the Homa, Louisiana-based runner. All the way up from way down in the south part of the great state of Louisiana. Home of Southland Dodge, Southland Chrysler, Southland Kenworth. Oh, I'd be willing to bet you have 2 tons figured out. Yeah. If he's home, he's got help. They'll get him figured out. 2-ton will watch. 10:24 at 102 miles an hour. So hello, Jeff, if you're listening in. Michael Lund, 10:01 at 123. As Michael Lund goes down the aeromotive lane, Matthew Lund gets ready to do likewise. Matthew at the wheel of his Firebird on the left-hand side. And Stephanie Diekema, Bluegrass, Iowa-based runner. Stephanie at the wheel of her 70 Chevy Nova. Little GTI automatic combination, 350. Machine on the right-hand side. Ooh, Steph's got problems. Deuce does the wheel stand, sets the front end up, sets it back down, and at that point in time, it was all over with but the crying as the car coasts to a stop. Matthew Lund, meanwhile, 999 on the 1060, so that put him 60 and change under the index at 114 miles an hour. Neil Rhodes lead the pack still, unofficially. 81 under, Pete Perry number 2, Rob Cruz at number 3, all of them at 81 under the index. Mike Town, Tim Nicholson, Morris Vogus, all at 80 under. Sits number 4, 5, and 6. Tyler Castle, number 7. Kurt Heeb's Mustang, number 8. Mike Mann's Firebird, number 9. John Stocks, Cobra, sit number 10. Sean Markinet's little 4-cylinder Ford sits number 11. Angelo DiCarlo, 12. And his Corvette. Gene Bickelmeyer's Deuce, number 13. Rob Cruzen, 14. Justin Jenkins, coming off that win out in Denver, sitting number 15. And Tyler Wodarczyk rounds out the quick 16. But we're not done yet. I'll tell you what, got a pair sitting in the water box, Ricky Decker and Jeff Heffler. Whoo, doggies. A couple more guys you want to keep your eyes on come elimination time. Heffler up at the wheel, the Emmons Motorsports. Pro 1, Lucas Oil. Super H automatic Camaro over there on the left-hand side, the first generation machine.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. with 420 horsepower. See your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
That will get you to that final round. Remember, Altronics and DataQuest Data Acquisition Systems. Order one now at www.altronixinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them.
Alrighty, got the Chevy 2 off the top end of the racetrack, so let's fire up a pair of Camaros. See what these two gents have got up their sleeve. Decker on the right-hand side, and Heffler over there on the left. Already told you both of them come to the forefront with lots of accolades. Heffler's been a winner here before. .1038 at 101 miles an hour by Heffler. 1023 by Decker. Heffler's 22 under, number 50. 46 under, number 40 for Mr. Decker over here on the right-hand side. Larry Verger out of Omaha. And Dave Janik, the Janik brothers, out of Caldwell. Down in the Lone Star State of Texas. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes yet, you need to be. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Janik on the right, shutting it off to an 1190, 1080 by Larry. Verger 49 under, he slides into the number 40 spot, moves Ricky Decker back a notch. Along with Randy Johnson, Bill Rowe, and a cast of thousands. Well, maybe not thousands, but Todd Patterson in the celebratory Omaha track, Patterson Racing. Got that Patterson beige paint applied to the Copo Camaro over on the left-hand side, and Archie Cone. Archie over here on the right, the Stanfield Race Engines. Operations. Factory Showdown competitor. He's in that samtech.edu Factory Showdown Series, 867. 157 by Archie. Patterson, 919. As he goes down the racetrack, and he's 85 under, and say hi. Hello. To your new number one qualifier, Patterson. 85 under the run for him. Derek Fitters. Little Oldsmobile, the Calais over here on the right-hand side. Still like to find one of these converted back to the street. I like a lot of stuff. Aaron Stanfield over on the left with the Wilton GTI automatic entry. Stanfield 987 puts him 77 under. He's a first page player. Fitter goes 47 under. He slides in number 44 now as he takes his hot rod down. Greg Stanfield and Craig Gaultier. We talked about a little bit earlier, the Roasters Coffee and Tea Company boss man down in Amarillo, Texas. GTG automatic machine with a Stanfield power plant underneath the hood. That's his engine builder, by the way, over there on the left-hand side. 855, 152 by Stanfield. Hey, Gaultier cruises through 945 at 140 miles an hour. What did he tell us yesterday, Warren? He wasn't going to go to number one. Can't believe a thing these racers tell you. Dennis Lund comes rolling in. The Beretta C-modified car on the left-hand lane. And Swinehart out of Oklahoma. The Swinehart Racing GT truck 350 combination. Happened to be cruising through the pits yesterday. Ran into Craig. A perennial number one qualifier. Kind of like Jason DeFora. Said he didn't think he'd do it. Not in the first race. Well, he must have had a change of heart overnight. 977 Swinehart at 136. 934 by Lund. Jared a front page qualifier. He's number 14 at 77 under. One goes on to the sheet at 15 under, and that's down towards the bottom. Tyler Bohannon, just saw him up at his Super Cop ride a little while ago. Back now in his Super Stock entry. Dan's Camaro over on the left-hand side, the 21-year-old youngster at the wheel, up alongside Brett Spear. Dr. Brett. Fort Ripley, Minnesota. Spear Chiropractic Services. GTJ automatic entry. Brett goes through 10:11 at 118, 10:08 by Tyler. Tyler at 71 under, number 20. Brett at 69 under, number 23. And have we reached the end? Have we just about come to the conclusion of Super Stock? Well, I believe we have. Riley Spear, Super J automatic, getting ready to roll up next. Riley out of 24. Just saw hubby go down track on the right-hand side. Riley's going to give it a shot in her Firebird on the left-hand lane. The Valvoline runner. Going to close out our Super Stock session. Try and jump to the qualifying screen real quick once Riley gets through. 10:29 at 117 by Riley. Craig Gaultier, number 1. Todd Patterson, 2. Neil Rhodes, number 3. Pete Perry, number 4. Rob Cruz at 5. Mike Town, 6. Then Tim Nicholson, Craig Morris Vogus round out the top 8. Bottom half of the top 8, or the top 16, Tyler Castle, Kurt Heed, Mike Mans, John Stock, Aaron Stanfield, Jared Swinehart, 14. Sean Marquette's little 4-cylinder Ford, 15. And Angelo DiCarlo in the Corvette, number 16. As we set our sights now on Super Gas. Put a 990 up on the scoreboard and let the gang take aim. Randy Vados out of Cedar, Minnesota. That is a kit car body over a steel tube frame. 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Working its way down the O'Reilly side. Dale Fox's Camaro out of Colorado on the left. 10:09. 156 for Fox. Vados goes 993 at 145. Norm Brungardt, the Liberal Kansas based 3D Resources. Chevrolet Camaro Roadster, right-hand side. And Jeff Crooks, down from Brandon at Manitoba, Canada, at a Smitty's Restaurant. Jeffrey there on the left-hand side, working his way down track. We'll do a 997, 152 in the Aeromotive lane, 982 by Norm, 166 miles an hour. So Jeff's over by 7. Norm's under by 8. Tell you what, you put those two runs together and split them down the middle. That's a pair of pretty good 990 runs. Mike Burkhart, second generation Burkhart. Dan, a former driver of the car, now young Michael taking over at the wheel. 994 to 147. 989.0 by Larry Demers. Demers goes through 989 at $1.64. Byron Turner out of San Marcos, the anesthesiologist, aka the gas passer. That's what he does. Easy. Jeff Franklin on the right-hand side, another Texas-based runner. Warren up here making comments about my culinary expertise. 994, 141 by Jeff Franklin, 1001 by Brian Turner. At the wheel, the Ford-powered Mustang Roadster. Those of you that listened along last week while we were in Sonoma, California, I took the Roadsters and gave the field to fellow announcer Rick Carlson. Offered up a couple of brand new, fresh, crisp $2 bills to the Roadster driver that could win the event. 989, 148 by Walker, 993 by Dennis White, 146 mile an hour lap. Nathan Vrooman and Craig Maddox come rolling in next. No, I gave two of my $2 bills away. I do have some more. Do you want to wager a bet, Mr. Warren? You'll take door cars? Warren takes door cars. What are you going to ante up? You going to be like Rick and offer up a couple of stinky old wrinkled dollar bills? Ooh, Warren's going to make it interesting. Hang on, folks. Attention all ships at sea. 990 by Maddox at 163. Craig was also 003. Let me see. 9, 10, 11. That's a pretty good package. Nathan Vrooman goes through 1004 to 168. Is Jason McClure, who now lives in Lucas, Texas, but was born and raised, well, effectively right here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Dan Gilgosh out of Minnesota. Over here on the right-hand side, out of Gil's Paint and Body. Ooh, Gilgosh got issues. Corvette launches off the line. Dan's like, nope, nope, nope. Meanwhile, Jason goes 986 at 163. If you do have problems, do appreciate you getting it out of the groove. And Gilgosh did just that. I do not see anything trailing the car going down the racetrack from my vantage point. But Gilgosh brings it to a stop over there against the wall. Now gets the car relit. Looks like he's going to go ahead and drive it off the top end. Okay, you're going to take non-roadsters, and you're going to offer up. I'll go with two brand new, fresh, crisp, uncirculated $2 bills. In sequential order, by the way. Oh, okay. Oh! Well, there you go, Kokomo. All right. Super gas runners, pay attention. Warren is taking all non-roadsters for the win. A $4 cash bounty and two brand new, fresh, crisp DragRacer.tv decals for your hot rod. Now, I can't offer up the decals, but I will offer up two fresh, crisp, uncirculated, sequentially numbered $2 bills to the roadster driver of any flavor that can win race number 1. Bill Causey and Mike Miller come rolling in. Miller with his Ford-powered roadster here on the right-hand side. Causey down from Regina, Saskatchewan. One of our Canadian runners making the tow down. Ride up earlier in Super Street. Bill's back in Super Gas. Finished number 3 last year. Hey, Sportsman Motorcycles, need your lanes, please. 988, 156 by Miller. 993, 165 by Causey. Bob Arbuckle, Adrian, Missouri-based runner. 66 Chevy 2, 427 combo, and Roger Warren, runner out of Jacksonville, Texas. Did you see David up when we ran Super Comp? Did David Warren run? Don't recall. David may be off on another one of his, around the world jaunts. Could be in Thailand or Japan, or Alaska, or Canada. Who knows where David. Jackie's listening in. She'll probably send me a note and say, oh, he's there. But I just missed him in Super Comp. 986, 164 by Roger. 1011 by Arbuckle at 132. Bob Coleman's Mopar-powered roadster. We had a Ford-powered roadster of Mike Miller a while ago. Now we've got the Mopar-powered roadster of Robert Coleman, and Coleman's been a winner here at Heartland Motorsports Park before. He's up alongside Danny Moore, Mitchell, South Dakota-based Camaro out of Pro Seal Inc. 994, 169 for Daniel. 992 by Robert. As Coleman goes through at 145 miles an hour. Donnie Wester and Randy Nygaard come rolling in next. Again, Sportsman Motorcycle. Need you to lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. Need you all to the staging lanes, please. Bikes, scooters, motorcycles. Need you to lanes. Nygaard. How about Nygaard? Trip, zip, perfect. As Christy Schumer would say, triple simple. 994 to 137 miles an hour by Nygaard. 995 at $1.64 by Western. As we continue on. And again, super gas. Those of you with door cars, you are all in line for, if you win, race number 1. 4 wrinkled up old dollar bills from Warren Evans and 2 brand new DragRacer.tv decals. Lyle Schreiner and Gary McMahon working their way down track. McMahon cruises through 996, 132, 983 at 145 the speed for Schreiner's. Camaro out of Oklahoma. And roadster drivers like Al Gavlosky and Dwayne Cole, if a roadster driver wins race number 1, 2 brand new, fresh, crisp, uncirculated, sequentially numbered $2 bills, suitable for framing. And you know what? I got your decals. I will match you. Hang on. 996 by Dwayne Cole at 162. 992 by Gavlosky at 136 miles an hour. I have a very few left 30th anniversary tour decals. And I'll offer up a couple of those to go along with my brand new, fresh, crisp, and uncirculated $2 bills. There we go. Now, I realize they're not DragRacer.tv stuff, but hey, you know, you gotta start something. Bob Prose, Terre Haute, Indiana, Honey Creek Collision. The Boss Man, the man in debt for the new building back in Terre Haute, 981 at 162. Breeze goes 993 at 158. I ran into Bob's beautiful bride, Bobby, a little bit earlier. We were talking about this is their first trip to Topeka. She said, this is a nice place. And I told her, I said, this is where I got started in 89. 1989 was the year she started dating Bob in high school. All of a sudden, I felt kind of old. You were 2? No wonder these gray hairs are getting grayer. Don Wetstein and Alan Bush as they make their way down track. Bush on the left-hand side, the Cavalier 992 to 173 miles an hour, 1001 by Wetstein. His little Chevy 2 over here on the O'Reilly side, cruising through at 152. Again, Sportsman Motorcycle, need your lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. Gentlemen, ladies, needing you to the lanes, please. Bruce Johnson's Camaro comes in out of South Dakota. My screen says South Carolina, but not with a Division 5 number. Unlikely. And Ron Walter brought his bride Dee up from Mustang, Oklahoma. Beautiful Brogy chassis car. Another 27 Ford Roadster body entry. Sooner State runner. Walter goes through 992 at 155, 989 at $1.62 for Bruce. Tom Carlson at Roadster, Jay Pepler in a door car. $635 cubic inches of Ford underneath the hood of that Ford Pro. Pepler, who has been running this car for a long time. out of his Denton, Texas home base. Working downside alongside Two Harbors, Minnesota, Tom Carlson. 992, 150 by Tom. 995 for Pepler at 162 miles an hour. Justin Allen comes rolling in alongside Keith Kuhn. Keith at the wheel of the Jerry Bickle built ex-Bob Glidden Ford Thunderbird over here on the right-hand side. Yes, it really is, and no, it's not for sale. Well, I guess if you got all great big pile of money, it might be, but Keith loves the car. And it is, like Bob Glidden days, all Ford. Justin at the wheel of the Don Davis Roadster C5 Corvette. Just working his way down the aeromotive side of the racetrack. Pin 31. Justin, slow it down, son. Pin 31 at 120 might be just a tad quick. Trish at home going, what? 984 at 153 by Keith. Yep, 10.313. There may have been a throttle stop malfunction on that car. Just saying. Dennis A. out of Golden, Colorado. The Lakewood Ford Land Chevrolet powered Corvette. Well, he speaks with it. I want to say congratulations to the guy that drives a Chevrolet sponsored by a Ford dealer. That's what you call marketing, boys and girls. Terry Pollard out of Montgomery, Texas, 987 at 165, 993 by Dennis. The runner out of Golden, Colorado at 170 miles an hour. I mean, it's either that or he owns the place. Chet Tucker, 58 Corvette bodied entry right-hand side. Cameron Volkart, East St. Paul, Minnesota. The screen says MB is in Manitoba, but I know that East St. Paul is in Minnesota. And I don't think there's an East St. Paul, Manitoba. I could be mistaken. 984 at 120 for Volkart, 997 at 165. 984 is quick, but it's nowhere near a 1031 or, 31 number. Dale Evans, Jerry Calton out of Gilbert, Arizona. Hot looking roadster. Flashing some colors, 434 cubic inch bow tie combination. 988, 136 by Calton, 989, 164. There on the aeromotive side, Mark Philbrick, down from Strasburg, Colorado, the Map Automotive Specialties machine, the 98 Mustang there on the left-hand side. Philbrick, been in the winner's circle before, divisionally, nationally. Been to the Jegs All-Star race in Joliet, representing Division 5. Tim Moore out of Leavenworth, Kansas. This car has been campaigned here at Heartland Motorsports Park since the early 90s. Shortly after it was built, made its debut. Gone through a couple of different owners since then, but hanging around. Timothy inside the car right now, though, uttering words like golly gee and son of a gun and dagnabbit, because the car's not exactly working quite well. 16 seconds later, he gets there. Philbert goes through 980 at 164. So Moore will take it back to the pits once he gets there, and they'll pull the hood off and crawl in underneath and probably find some little plug came undone. Buddy Wood and Don Freeze. Don Freeze coming down from up Omaha way. Beautiful Blair, Nebraska. Used to be the rebate capital of the world. Might still be. Don't know if you ever noticed, but every time you filled out a rebate form, it always went to a P.O. box in Blair, Nebraska. Buddy Wood on the right-hand side, the Sunset Power Camaro Roadster. Gonna make its run down the racetrack. $995, $171 by Buddy, $983, $148 by Don. As Freeze takes his Chevy 2 down track. Chris Edson, Craig Anderson. Anderson out of Midland, Texas, up in his 34 Roadster on the right-hand side. Edson's Corvette out of Mineral Wells. By the way, oh, she's gone. Edson runs 989, 158 miles an hour, 1044 by Henderson. And a $146 for speed down at the other end of the racetrack. Larry Christensen's Corvette at United Automotive in the land of 10,000 lakes. Up next on the O'Reilly side, and Chuck Lewinsky, another Minnesota runner. Richfield Transmission, Oldsmobile on the left. Lewinsky 1011 at 156, 989.9 by Christensen after going 007 on the tree. Butch Clewine and Timmy Miller. Timmy working the Corvette down track. Clewine, likewise in his Camaro here on the right-hand side. 991.4 for Butch, 164 miles an hour. Tim, 1004, 149 mile an hour run. Johnny Freeborn and Chuck Ridenauer. Ridenauer out of Plainfield, Indiana, the 76 Vega, A&A Trans entry. Freeborn out of Iowa up in his 62 Corvette. Guess who I just got a text message from listening in? Yeah. Bob Fry. Ridenauer hikes the front end of the Vega up, shoots for the other end of the racetrack. I hope that's a reverse throttle stop car. If not, he's going to be in a real big hurt. Nope, 1001, 110 miles an hour. Freeborn was like, where's he going in such a hurry? 1178 at 84 miles an hour for Johnny. Scott Udenberg and Dave Owens. How about Udenberg's ride? Got that 2015 Dodge Challenger Roadster bodied machine. Just like you could go into the Dodge dealer and order one. Not. David Owens over here on the right-hand side, the 57 Corvette. He's off and running. Christian's sitting at home. Listening in, David going to go cruising through 995 at 154. Trish, wish you were here with us. 991 by Udenberg at 156 mile an hour lap. Mark Price, Travis Salter come rolling in. What? What do you want me to call them? Okay. Travis Salter, sponsor here on dragracer.tv. Your rating Division 4 champ, Mark Price alongside. Travis 996 at 153. About Mark Price 9909 at 152 miles an hour. Kenny Sanders, George Meyer. Meyer out of Brainerd. 79 Malibu on the right. 394 combination. Sanders 500 cubic inch Dodge Dakota pickup. Runner out of St. Louis Mo. Over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 977 at 122 miles an hour for Ken Sanders. 992 for George Meyer at 143. By the way, Ken Sanders does it old school. No throttle stop. Does it all by mechanical adjustment. Clint Parker's Corvette out of Gilbert, Texas, up next on the left. Dave Bigby. Parker, Colorado runner. Ekman Automotive. First gen Camaro on the right hand side. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Your turn to come on down. Sportsman Motorcycle. If you're not there yet, you need to be. Top Dragster need you to the lanes, please. Bigby with a 988 lap at 152. Parker a little off pace for Clint. He cruises through at 10:02 at 161 miles an hour. And he took Mustang Roadster left side. Heidi Robeson, Corvette Roadster right lane. Either one of these could pick up fresh, crisp $2 bills suitable for framing. 993 at 170 by Heidi. 10:04 at 160 by Dan. Steve Collier rolls in. The Manpower 72 Vega left side. John Long, the 76 Chevette. Good to see this Chevette back on track. It's been sitting in storage for a few years. John Long and a gang out of Red Oak. Kristen Crew getting this car put back together. 500 cubic inch big block, the stretch nose. Chevette. We were talking about Falcons earlier, AMXs earlier, Chevy Citations earlier. How about a Chevette? 993, 137 by John Collier with a 991 lap. 168 mile an hour blast down the racetrack. Rob Rowans, Corvette Roadster. Roberts parked this in the winner's circle before. So is Todd Nielsen. Nielsen, who in fact did it last weekend up on Thunder Mountain. Longtime campaigner out of Fremont, Nebraska. Todd won it all last weekend. Super gas category. Kevin Moore duking it out in the final round up on top of the hill. Nielsen came out victorious with a he goes 997 here at 166. 9903 by Rowan. 001 red. That's pretty good. Missed that perfect lap by a scant 4 thousandths of a second. Tim Nicholson's ride up next. Small block Camaro. Concordia, Kansas based entry. Stick shift car. Reverse throttle stop machine. And there are a whole lot of people that are trying to replicate, duplicate, emulate what Tim Nicholson has been able to master. 001 light Tim goes 994 at 105 miles an hour. The Ferrari kit car roadster body machine alongside of him, 950 at 152. That'd be like driving down the highway and a car going by you going 55 miles an hour faster. Zoom. Van Arnold up from Texas. Dan Gamblin down in the southern portion of the Sunflower State, Pratt, Kansas. Gamblin's Monte Carlo, 987 at 161. 994 by Van. Run out of Houston Engine and Balancing. Van and his lovely bride. His lovely bride made famous by the Roomba Kitty on YouTube. The Roomba Kitty. That's it, in a shark costume. Casey Wagner out of Scribner. Vern Rowland out of Blanchard. Blanchard has in Oklahoma. Scribner has in Nebraska. Vernon, who parked the car in the winner's circle down in Noble a couple of weeks ago. Wheel, the Mopar powered 97 Dodge over here on the right-hand side. 993, 167 for Casey. Rolling with a 985 lap at 161. Jeremy Sifring's Corvette Roadster pulls in next alongside Chris Harrelson. And again, Sportsman Motorcycle and Top Dragster, you have been called to the lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. All the Top Dragster, Top Sportsman guys will be duking it out for Top Sportsman, Top Dragster low qualifying modes presented by Stennet Automotive and Racing. Sifri goes through 991 at 164, 1077 by Harrelson. His Corvette falls off at the top end, only 101 miles an hour. Stennet Automotive and Racing, presenting sponsor for the Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, low qualifying bonus. Whether you're looking for carbs, oil pans, or, well, anything betwixt and between, be sure to make a call to Stennet Automotive and Racing to get the job done right. Robbie Schaefer and Joe Lee Mitchell. Young lady out of Ennis, Texas. Moved over to Bossier City, Louisiana for some reason. 988 at 144 for Joe Lee. Robbie Schaefer, 1004 at 150 miles an hour. So he made his way down track. Mitch Withers, another runner out of Brett, Kansas. Joe Lockhog, another runner out of Texas. Joe's in the C5 Corvette bodied entry on the left-hand side. Mitch over here on the right in his Corvette. And again, Top Dragster. Don't know where you are. Don't know what you're waiting on. I'm not going to send out a homing pigeon to find you. And we're not going to send out ribbon-wrapped invitations. 987 by Mitch, 160 miles an hour. Lockhog 992 at 163. Top Dragster. Need you to lanes, please. Charlie Stewart up in his C7 Corvette. Car he fabricated down at the Charlie Stewart Race Car Shops in Hazel, Texas. Steve Hayes out of Aurora, Colorado. Charlie's already sold this car. He's just doing some break-in laps for the new owner. A C7 Corvette Roadster. Charlie can fix you up. Stewart goes 9,907 at 163. 988, 166 by Hayes. So he cruises down the aeromotive side of the racetrack. Hey, Top Dragster, if you don't want to run this session, that's cool. Just let us know. We'll put the next class in. But Top Dragster, you're going to follow Sportsman Motorcycle, and there are less Sportsman Motorcycles than there are Super Cop cars. By a considerable margin. Top Dragster needs your lanes. Look like Sarah Becker's having problems with her core Camaro Roadster. Kevin Dick on the right-hand side, 991. How about a 9910 and a triple Zipple Perfect Light? Kevin out of East St. Paul, Minnesota. Competition Engines Corvette Roadster body machine. Sarah finally coasts across 13 seconds later. Don't take that one back and try to figure it out. James Kunkel comes rolling up next, his new Chevy Lumina project. Kunkel there on the left-hand side, picking the car up just a couple of weeks ago. Had it down in Noble, Oklahoma for its official NHRA debut. And Parker on the right-hand side, the Colorado running his Camaro Roadster here in the right lane. 10:03, 168 by Parker, 989 for Kunkel. 152 miles an hour. Coy Collier and Chris Hess. And again,
Top dragster. Top dragster. Top dragster.
need you to lanes, please. Hey, Warren, did you hear? Top dragster, we need them to the lanes. You've heard that? You've heard that. Did you hear that?
I heard that. I was even back there.
Laura, and she heard that. And yet we have very few top dragsters in the lane. So I know the PA system's working. I know 88.7 on the FM dial is working. I know it's all getting out there. I hope we aren't interrupting your lunchtime. No, not you, them. Coy Collier, 993 at 160 miles an hour. 985 by Chris Hess. And the Larson Farms entry at 169 miles an hour. I'm living on that for 4 days, so you and me and yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. Jimmy Repka, Ray Sawyer. Sawyer out of Acton, Massachusetts. There's another D1 car making a tow over. Sawyer's been here before, though. 989 at 174 miles an hour. Repka, 966 at $162. Because we got Ray and Mike. This time, Sawyer's up alongside Pete Guillen. Still haven't had a D6 car, though. Not yet. We got to work on that. D1, D2, D3, 4, 5, 7, all represented here this weekend. Just don't have a car from D6. Pete Guillen on the right-hand side, Sawyer there on the left, Mikey that is. Both up 00 reds. 989.3 by Sawyer to 173. 981 by Guillen. His team Petey goes through at 170 miles an hour. Shannon Brinkley and Devin Eisenhower, your reigning world champ. Youngster out of Lebanon, Indiana. Carries the big number 1 on the side of the car. Otherwise known as the bullseye. The target that everybody takes aim at. Devin goes 003, 995 at 171. Shannon, 011. The LODRS Casino. Roadster there on the left-hand side at 158 as he goes cruising through. Don Nichols and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield, who got the season off to a roaring start at the initial race out at Bandimere Speedway, where he won not only in his Super Gas Roadster, but he won as well in his Super Comp Dragster. And he also won one of the Aeromotive Shootouts. I mean, great googly movement. That's what you call taking home some paychecks. Whitfield with a 997. 160 mile an hour lap. 985 by Don Nichols, your reigning division champ. So he goes cruising through in his Corvette Roadster. Top Dragster needs your lanes, please, if you're not there yet. Because we got Sportsman Motorcycles rolling up next. We got no bikes in. Are we in the right category? Robert Sanders working his way down track to a 918 at 137 miles an hour. 913 for Derek Dory over on the left-hand lane as he cruises through at a buck 39. We got no bikes in? And it is tough enough on the bikes to see who it is from as far away as we said here in Topeka. They did not have anybody in the system yet. I apologize for those of you watching in on dragracer.tv. Qualify the bikes by their reaction time. So far, I do believe it's Derek Dory sitting number 1. Let me dive into the program here on my computer, see what I can come up with. .006 will take over as your number 1 qualifier, 5088. Hang on. I'm trying to get there. John Fitzpatrick coming up on the right-hand side. Fox over on there on the left. One of our Colorado runners. Fitzpatrick from here in the Sunflower State. 21 on the tree by John. 843 at 152. 922. 144 miles an hour for John Fox there on the left-hand side. Ricky K. And his lovely bride, Brenda, here in competition this week as well. Ricky over there on the left-hand side. Reigning D4 champ. 006 Lights still leading the pack here in qualifying. 930 by Ricky K at 142. 975 over here on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Back to the pair of Division 5 bikes we go. Both riders here a little quick out of the gate. As Felicia Olson goes down track to a 9:59 lap at 127 miles an hour there on the automotive side. Just missing the tree here on the O'Reilly side. 001 red. Then a 1026 down at the other end of the racetrack. We've already had another 006 light. Trying to roll back through my points notes from last year. Bruce Sampson went down track on that last winner. An 8:33 lap at 152. Sampson worked his way in. 008 light there on the aeromotive side as we continue on with our qualifying. We're going to have some cleanup to do once we get all of this taken care of because the bike's not yet in the system. Got to make sure we get everybody in, locked, and loaded. Before we bring them around for the next round of qualifying. Again, top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes. A pair of 006 and a 008. A time of 007 light there on the aeromotive side. Takes him through to an 8:49 at 119. 9:14. 116 miles an hour. And a 15 and a 14 light on that pair as they go through. Aeromotive side at 893 and 142, 1037 at a $120 here on the O'Reilly side. And again, my apologies for rolling through a class with nobody yet in the system. And as far as they are from the announcing deck, it is tough to tell whom is who as they pull up to the line. Obviously, the bike's a little bit smaller out there. Alex Larson there on the left, Leonard Sykes on the right. We get a couple of them in, 908 and 139 by Leonard. Larson aboard his Yamaha snowmobile there in the left-hand lane. 1336 at 99 miles an hour. And yes, Martha, you can run a snowmobile here in this competition. Mike Voss, underdog, and a tip of the cap to Mike Voss. Voss Enterprises sponsors a low qualifier bonus. $300 bonus to the low qualifier in the sportsman motorcycle category. In addition, the final Lucas Oil event of the year out in Great Bend, Kansas, play host to the Mike Voss Shootout. $400 to win contest. The motorcycle riders that attended each and every one of the D5 events this year. Michael Nash, a former Summit ET Sportsman Motorcycle Champ, goes cruising through 924 with a 008 light at 114. 955 by Voss at 132 miles an hour. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator. You need to fall in right behind Top Dragster. Top Dragster, if you're not in the lanes yet, you need to be right in front of Comp. Because guess what? Top Dragster's getting ready to come up next.
FTI Performance is the leader in racing transmission and torque converter technology and is proud to sponsor racers in the NHRA this year, posting $172,000 in contingency awards for the 2019 season. Make sure you run FTI Performance products and get paid. Reliability, consistency, and performance is what FTI Performance is all about, with outstanding customer service, including trackside support at select races across the country. See why all the winners choose FTI. Find them on Facebook or visit them online at www.ftiperformance.com. For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com. If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices, all in one place, look no further than salterracing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter. All your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more. Give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to salterracing.com. Hey race fans, Bob McCosh would like to invite you to stop by their dealership and meet his award-winning team. Bob McCosh Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac is located at number 1 Business Loop 70 in Columbia, Missouri. They are a full-service dealership, open 6 days a week with parts, sales, and service. They are locally owned and operated, carrying a huge inventory of cars, trucks, SUVs, and medium-duty trucks. So call, click, or stop by and experience great service second to none. Stop by and see us or click bobmccosh.com. And remember, Chevrolet makes the car, Bob McCosh makes the difference. All right, it's time for Top Dragster. Sure, I'll do them. We're going to qualify 48 cars to make up a quick field of these ultra-quick, 6-second, 250-mile-an-hour shooters here in the Top Dragster category. Don't forget, in 2019, the index is now 610. Can't go any faster than 610. These two are going to give it their best shot. Left side of the track, that's Bradley Green out of Davenport, Iowa. Murph McKinney built chassis over there. Supercharged big block Chevy alongside the nitrous assisted machine on the right. Information in the computer. Again, we're trying to put qualifying numbers up on the screen. Left side, Bradley Green, 656 at 199. Right side, 704 for the Dragster at 189 miles per hour. So just like that, our first pair of Top Dragsters down the track. Comp Eliminator. You can head to the staging lanes, please. Comp Eliminator.
What's up, Frank?
We need you to the lanes.
Topeka. Yep.
Jim Paulson comes up now out of Stacy, Minnesota. The multicolored nitrous oxide assisted machine alongside Keith Neiman's machine. The Flying Monkey Racing M&M chassis entry. Neiman better at the start, 012 up front, 639 at 214 for Keith Neiman. Jim Paulson, 645 at 214. Here's Les Feist. Feist had a rough start to his season. Broken axle slowed him down a little bit, but not for long. He's back on the track. The Pro Charged machine for the runner out of Clearwater, Minnesota, alongside Bill Swan, supercharged dragster right side from Carrollton, Texas. The Swan Construction Services Sunset Performance big block machine over here on the right. Spinning that supercharger on top. Pro Charger out in front of Les Feist's machine. Again, 610 is as low as you can go. Now we're going to put together a field of 48 cars to go racing tomorrow in our first of 2 races here at Heartland Motorsports Park. So Swan lights up the tires. He's off the throttle. Feist straight and true to a 633 at 223. Bill Swan, a number on the sheet, but it's not good enough at the moment. Randy Dahlberg comes up now. Dahlberg, the naturally aspirated machine over there on the left. Out of Hudson, Colorado. Madcap Racing Engines power plant. Alongside Jim Prevost out of Mundelein, Illinois. National event winner over here on the right. Kelly alongside the car, Matt behind the car. Rear Morrison built the motor. Vince Naniti built the chassis. Swings a hammer for a living. Purging the nitrous over here on the right. Way over by the wall is Jim Prevost. He wisely clicks it off. He was drifting right. Finally said enough of this. 678 for Dahlberg at 182. Jim Prevost off the loud pedal, 737 at 127 down there at the finish. So again, it's a number. It's a starting spot, but didn't get anything out of that run of any use. Here's Afton Swanson. Joe and Afton's Arnold Motor Supply sponsored Spitzer car out of Denver, Iowa. Afton, a national event winner as well, alongside John Bradford. Tucson, Arizona, running in Division 4. The Borst Automotive supercharged machine over here on the right. Big block Mopar. It's a Hemi over here on the right-hand side. Car on the left was called the Hemi Hunter for several years, so how appropriate that they match up here. So we are awaiting a car at the top end of the track that is not cleared yet. So as soon as they make their way around the bend, our starter gives them the motion to go ahead and pull them up and stage them over here. So Swanson and Bradford pre-staged. Bradford tickles his way in. Swanson right behind. So Bradford, here's the good news. It's quick, 6:08 at 226. Here's the bad news. 610's as fast as you can go. So that one will go to the bottom of the sheet. Afton Swanson, 620 at 221. They found their tune-up. But Bradford, too quick. Going to have to slow it down just a tick on the next qualifier. Ronald Scott, Al Peevler coming up now. Scott left side. Naturally aspirated machine over there. That is the black dragster in the aeromotive lane. Right side of the track, Pro Charged machine for Al Peebler out of Olney, Illinois. Al and Lana's ride over here. The Peebler Trucking sponsored entry on the right. Former division champ, multi-time winner. Makes his living driving a truck, driving a milk truck. Both of them turn it red. 6:44 at 2:11 left side for Ronald Scott. That's a good number. Peebler is better. 6:15 at 2:26. Comp Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. There's Danny Nelson. Danny with that Vortex supercharged Danny Nelson racecraft machine out of Batesville, Arkansas. You want to buy an ultra quick, ultra fast top dragster? That man can build it for you right there. For FTI and Hoosier and the Reese Motorsports Insurance, he pairs up alongside Blake Peebler. Al's son, Blake, over here on the right. Also Pro Charged. Also quick. Nice side-by-side pass. 6:27 left side for Danny Nelson. 200 miles an hour. Blake Peebler, 6:36, speed of 2:16. There's Winnette Hudgens for Scoggin Dickey Race Shop. Clyde, Texas, the home for Winnette and Robert. She picked up the Wally at Belrose about a month ago. John Harry Bond alongside from Winters, California, the Button Transportation Brad Anderson combination. Pro Charged left, Supercharged right. Side, a 6:09. Oh no, Winnette, gotta slow it down just a tick. 6:09. That's too quick. 2:27. How about John Harry Bond? 6:10 with a 9. Not much of a window left, as he is dead on with a 9 at 2:28. So great side-by-side pass there. John Henry Bond moves to the top of the sheet. Jerry Githens alongside of Bob Button. The Button Transportation team making quite the showing out here. Githens left side, Choctaw, Oklahoma for Githens and Reed Racing. Mondon Chassis, Supercharged, Big Block Chevy left side. Bob Button right side. Also Supercharged out of Lafayette, Louisiana for Button Transportation. Supercharged, Big Block. Just saw his teammate go 6:10 with a 9. Let's see what Bob Button can do. 6:26 at 180 off the loud pedal. Down on speed at the finish line, Button was, as he was only 6:26, 3 mile an hour slower at the finish than he was at the 8th mile mark. Jerry Githens, 2:06 for the speed, 6:32 for the ET. So numbers on the sheet once again. They'll do a little shuffling in the next qualifying session. Left side of the track, that's Matthew Kreft from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Machinist by trade. Stop me if you've heard this before. Supercharged Big Block Chevy left side. Right side, the hood scoop sits a little lower, all naturally aspirated. No information in the computer for the car on the right. Carrying a Division 3 number over here in the O'Reilly lane. Truthfully, that looks like Troy Galder's comp car over here on the right. But it's not, I don't think. Matthew Kreft, 629, 218. Right side, the RCE entry with a 7-second pass. Jennifer White, the White Noise dragster. Jeff and Jennifer's nitrous oxide assisted big block bow tie machine. Nickens Brothers Power. You'll notice when she purchases the nitrous, it looks a little bit different than everybody else. First of all, they use 2 bottles on a run, not 1. And they have a pressure balancing system, so the purge will kind of turn into a flutter as they get the pressure set correctly. Jeff Coron alongside, the Dynamic Graphics undercover car out of Hays, Kansas. And looks like troubles for Jennifer White as she is being pushed away from the starting line right now. She's been fighting some stuff with that car all season long. Coron will make the save. 005 on the tree for Coron. Trying to post a number. How about a 623 at 220 miles an hour? Comp Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Prescott Dean and Wally Stelmack. Stelmack out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada for Champion Ironworks. Brad Anderson Power there behind the driver. Prescott Dean alongside from Olathe, Kansas. Flies the friendly blue skies. Double steps the starting line. Not sure exactly what happened there, but double stepped, lurched off the line, and came to a stop. Prescott Dean, 672 at 202.
Now, one other thing that I like to do.
So, taking a look at qualifying right now, John Harry Bond, 6'10" with a 9, sets the pace right now, leaving a 9 thousandths window for the rest of the field to try to sneak into. Al Peevler, number 2, with a 6'15". Then it's Afton Swanson, Jeff Coron, Bob Button, Danny Nelson, Matthew Kreft, and Jerry Githens. That's your top 8. Les Feist, number 9, Blake Peevler, number 10. Then it's Keith Neiman, Ronald Scott, Jim Paulson, Bradley Green, Prescott Dean, and Randy Dahlberg. That's the top 16 right now. To get in the top half of the field, it's a little bit soft here at 678 is the number 16 qualifier. You want to go number 1? Got to do better than a 6'10" with a 9. Competition Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator to the lanes. David Harrington, left side out of DeSoto, Kansas for Aeromotive. The Harrington Brothers entry. Alongside J.B. Strasweg. The Meyer Distributing. Undercover Chassis Car. Oakley Motorsports Power. Little trouble yesterday. Got it sorted out. Looking to post a number here. One of the quickest and fastest nitrous-powered combinations in the country. Former top 10 player in the country. Former Division III top dragster champion. So JB gets off the starting line, heads down track, throws the chutes a little bit early, looked like to me, 6:24 at 2:04. David Harrington, 9:24 at 92. That run was ugly from start to finish. Fortunately, they get more than one chance to get it done right, so Harrington will get another shot at it. In the meantime, JB, 6:24, 2:04. Brad Basgall, Hayes, Kansas, for Crawford Supply. Brad over there left side. Right side, the signpunk.com, stickerpunk.com, former national champion in top dragster. That's Strick over here on the right. Out of Red Bay, Alabama, Jeff Strickland. Had the opportunity to have dinner with Strick last night. What a quality guy. Strick's 010 up front. Brad is 016. Strick is 633 at the top end. 213 for the speed. 638 at 217 for Brad Basgall. Backing up now, left side of the track. Not in the computer just yet. Will be before we get into eliminations. Little throttle in the bottle behind the motor there. Nitrous assisted power plant left side. Right side, this is J.R. Baxter. The Pro Charged Miller built big block Chevy out of Waxahachie, Texas. In and gone. So JR off the throttle at the 660 mark. He coasts across to a 746 at 117. No good. Left side, that black nitrous dragster, 670 at 202. So Pro Chargers, the power adder of choice, 2 more with the centrifugal supercharger. Left side, it's Wayne Johnson. Right side, Jim Thorpe. So Jim Thorpe walks into the body shop and the guy says, "What color do you want to paint it?" And he says, "All of them." And in fact, this is paint. This is not a wrap. And in a little while, you'll see his Top Sportsman Camaro painted identically. And even better than that, this is the new Camaro you're going to see, which is painted identically to the old Camaro that he just parked. All that is trivial, but still interesting to me. 616 and 225 for Jim Thorpe. Wayne Johnson, 734 at 200 miles an hour. So Thorpe will move into the top half of the top half. Lloyd McClure comes up next. Pairs up alongside Rusty Baxter. Rusty Baxter, Division IV racer out of Beckville, Texas, for Scoggin Dickey Race Shops. Lloyd McClure, the contractor out of Ottawa, Kansas, representing his company, McClure Backhoe. both racers taking their time to find the starting line. Baxter is in. Now McClure is in. And that's why you take your time. 003 on the left, 004 on the right. Baxter out of power early. McClure 6:51 and 2:05. Baxter suffering the same fate as JR earlier, as he goes 10:36 at 76. Aaron Stanfield, young man out of Bossier City, Louisiana, for JC3 Energy. Stanfield Enterprises Power. Miller Race Cars built chassis. Number 4 in the world last year in the top dragster. Pairs up alongside Victoria Johnson for Saratoga Casino and Fine Line Graphics.
Top sportsman.
Chop, chop.
You take care of your shit, we'll take care of ours.
Hey now, I got the PA on in here. I don't need to see any of that. I can spin a camera around. Top sportsman. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes. Victoria Johnson right side, Aaron Stanfield left. Top sportsman to the lanes. Chop, chop, and tally ho and all that. Victoria, 005 up front. 6:15 at the finish line for Aaron Stanfield. 6:15 at 2:20. Victoria Johnson, 6:74 at 1:97. Next up, you see Mama D there, giving instructions to her driver and son, John Biaggi. Put a little gravy on it. John Speed Shop, Miller Dragster, rear Morrison Power, Nitrous Help, getting him down the track, alongside Brandon Martinson from Ladora, Iowa. Fairly fresh 2018 Danny Nelson Racecraft machine over here, supercharged power on the right-hand side. Biaggi learned a little bit last night. He had just picked that ride up last year, 2 weeks before the Norwalk. First thing he did with it was park at the winter circuit. 6:26 at 2:13 for John Biaggi. For Brandon Martinson, 6:39 at 2:21. Our final car here in Top Dragster is going to be Frank Young. Young, the third half of the Button Racing team out of Winters, California. Lives in Winters, California, races out of Division 4 for Button Transportation. Sunset Racecraft 632 behind the driver. Supercharged power plant as we round out our first qualifying session here in Top Dragster. Comp is under the tower. They are up next. Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. We'll How about that? 6'11 at 229. The Button Transportation Team. The Button Transportation Team powers their way to the top with John Harry Bond and Frank Young, 1 and 2 in qualifying after the first session. Now it's time for Comp Eliminator. And the guy that's going to tell you all about it. He knows a little bit about this stuff. Very little. Oh, did I say that out loud? I know, it's 4 days worth, right? The voice of sportsman drag racing. I'll give him that one.
Uh-oh.
Bob Unkefer.
Well, I tell you what, folks, don't come to the tower. It's starting to get deep in here. If you're going to come to the tower, wear your boots. Comp Eliminator, all about how low can you go in qualifying and how well can you control how low you go in eliminations. For those of you that follow along, that understand comp, you know of which I speak. For those of you that don't, let's just say that this is a no-holds-barred category during qualifying. But when you get into eliminations, you don't want to get real goofy and carried away. You can effectively hurt your own index and slow yourself down by going too quick. Is that confusing? Yeah, well, bear with me. We'll try to walk you through it. Robert Bailey's A Econo dragster up on the left-hand side for Cohen Racing. Book engines. The Egan chassis, big block combination. Dwayne Robeson. Chevrolet Camaro body runner out of Gardner, Kansas. Dwayne's machine doing a little frogging action off the line. 669, 202 miles an hour by Bailey. Dwayne's car, 809 at 179 miles an hour. Bailey goes 54 under the index. Not bad, probably not good enough. Dwayne's machine, they're going to go back to the pits, crawl underneath the car, make some rear suspension adjustments before they come back for session numero dos. And in case your Spanish is less than mine, it means session number 2. Comp Eliminator. How good are you in relationship to everybody else? Brad Plord coming up on the left-hand side of the racetrack now. The AA altered methanol entry. Bradley chasing what could be a championship year for the young man, now out of Alabama, former Washingtonian. So he moved from the great Northwest down to the Southeast. Chasing points and doing quite well with this hot rod. Plord currently number 8 in the championship standings. Bob Sherwood's A Supermod, the Extreme Motorsports entry, out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, over here on the right-hand side. Little Chevrolet Cobalt. Started off life on a GM assembly line. Slightly modified since. Sherwood and the gang, I don't think they thought there's as much bite up there as there is. And they, like Dwayne Robeson, probably left a little bit back here on the starting line. 680 by Brad Plord. As Plord dances down the racetrack to only a 23 under and only 143 miles an hour. Telling me that he was a bit off the throttle down at the other end of the racetrack. Sherwood, like Dwayne Robeson, had some problems getting the car off the starting line, and I think the drivers are coming up to the line thinking that there probably isn't as much racetrack as there is, because I've seen the last couple of cars sure seem to be a little short on getting power going down to the other end of the racetrack. Right now it looks like we're going to be on hold for a moment while we get the over-the-wall gang doing their over-the-wall thing, checking out the O'Reilly side of the racetrack before we get ready to continue on. Do want to say hello to my good friend Bob Fry. Fry listening in to dragracer.tv. Bob called a moment ago. Haven't talked to Bob in a few months. Too many months, to be honest with you. Always good to hear from the man who taught me so much, beginning right here at Heartland Park, Topeka, back in 1989, now Heartland Motorsports Park. Bob is doing quite well these days, he said. Enjoying the grandkids and enjoying the retired life. And to that I can say, congrats. Be on board, dragracer.tv. If you're listening in at work, get back to work. Or you can be like Sherry down in Texas, where she's got the Hello, you guys braking in out here? That's not good. Is this fixable brake or? So if you need a racer parts call, you know where to come. Oh, John Maritek rolling in, the nostalgia dragster out of Brighton, Colorado, on one of the Neyland Parks chassis machines. You'll see here this week from the shop that's, 20-25 minutes from here. Frank and Scott welding up some awfully creative componentry and race cars down there. Sean Vincent at the wheel of his C-Truck automatic. Sean coming off the win up at Joliet. 848, 154 for Sean. 687 by Maritek at 189 miles an hour. John 64 under the index. They'll move him up to the number 1 spot. Sean Vincent at 49 under puts him number 3.
Hey, Bob, before we forget, let's jump back in here. Top Sportsman, if you're out in the lanes, you're late. We need you right now. Top Sportsman to the staging lanes.
Are you saying Top Sportsman guys forgot to leave a wake-up call? Maybe. Terry Teasel, the iCar VP from the collision industry. Up in his G-altered automatic, Lawrence, Kansas-based runner. Right down the road there where all them birds flock every winter.
Don't hate, appreciate.
Well, I'll give him credit for the basketball team, okay?
Hey, we got a new coach.
Well, yeah, what happened? You've had 17 new coaches, and they still haven't been able to do anything with football.
Give us the cheer.
Yeah. Just wait. You know how famous those words are? Just wait.
Hey, in 08 it worked.
Jim Greenheck up, the racecabinet.com C-Tech machine, the boss man, and your reigning D5 comp champ over there on the left-hand side. Jim's D-altered automatic looking to be down in the 7-second zone. Diesel looking to be down in the low 8s. 758, 177 by Greenheck, 835 at 162 by Diesel. Diesel's 50 under, Greenheck's 54 under. Veritech's Nostalgia Dragster still leading the pack at 64 under the index. And once again, looks like the crew down at the other end of the racetrack going to step out and check out the top end of the racetrack. And while they do that, we'll do this.
Lucas Oil is proud to continue our support of sportsman racers again in 2019 as a major contingency sponsor with NHRA. Lucas Oil awards contingency payments on oil, transmission, and differential gear oils at all NHRA National and Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. New for 2019, Lucas Oil has expanded its oil contingency program to include not only racing oils, but also select truck and API passenger oils as well. Lucas Oil has made signing up for the program simple. To sign up, visit a Lucas Oil representative at the track and purchase $100 worth of oil, $75 worth of transmission or differential gear oil, or both, per race car. National event winners will receive $300, $100 for a runner-up. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winners will receive $100 and $50 for a runner-up. You will be eligible for the contingency program for 1 year from the date of your sign-up. Stop by the Lucas Oil trailer on the Midway at NHRA National events to sign up with Joe or Pam Phillips, or look for the following companies at most of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. In Divisions 1 and 2, see Jeff Kondratik of JKR Racing Product. In Division 3, sign up with Dwayne LaFleur of Lucas Oil. Division 4, stop by and see Rick or Chase Huffman of Accelerated Graphics. And in Division 7, see Les Figueroa of Fig Speed. Thanks for your support of Lucas Oil, and best of luck this season.
Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazir Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. This superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency, a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power, and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable start. Tired of
FTI Performance is the leader in racing transmission and torque converter technology and is proud to sponsor racers in the NHRA this year, posting $172,000 in contingency awards for the 2019 season. Make sure you run FTI Performance products and get paid. Reliability, consistency, and performance is what FTI Performance is all about, with outstanding customer service, including trackside support at select races across the country. See why all the winners choose FTI. Find them on Facebook or visit them online at www.ftiperformance.com.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronicsinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them.
Yeah, it looks like a little quick cleanup going on. O'Reilly's side of the racetrack down in the shutdown area. Do want to remind everybody, concession stands are open. If you're looking for a little crunchy, a little munchy, be sure and stop by the concession stand and grab yourself something hot to eat, cold to drink. And if you need a little something from the convenience store, well, you don't have to leave because there's a convenience store. Look for that giant flag over there in the pit area. Stop by the convenience store. Got a little bit of, everything that you might possibly need. If they don't have it, well, you may not need it. Just saying. Yeah, okay, it's kind of like Arch Used Parts. If they don't got it, you don't need it. But the convenience store right here on the grounds at Heartland Motorsports Park. Don't want to forget Larice Motorsports Insurance. Happy to announce they can now provide most racers with coverage on track in addition to their off-track policy. Sure, and check out on Facebook the Larice Motorsports Insurance site. Or if you can catch up to Ross or Holden Larice, they can give you a quote on site. They are now also contingency payers on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. So whether you need storage insurance, travel insurance, trailer insurance, truck insurance, race car insurance, on-track coverage, off-track coverage, talk to Holden and Ross Larice, Larice Motorsports Insurance. They can get you fixed up with just about anything and everything you need. Damn, that was 9. Holy shit, my heart hurts. That was 9. That was 9. Oh, if you all could only see what goes on behind the scenes. Mel Hatcher and John McLaughlin coming in. Somebody on the announcing deck, that would be me, just had a sneezing fit where we cranked off 9 in a row. And the group in the race control room next to us started a round of applause. I don't know, I think they were clapping because I was still alive and my heart didn't stop completely. Oh, everybody heard me sneeze, dude. Well, that works out well. Sorry, folks. John McLaughlin, who got his comp license yesterday, finishing up his licensing needs, went 8:41 here at 160 miles an hour. Hatcher into dragster, 11:54 at 90 miles an hour. John McLaughlin, 35 under the index. And his little hot rod, Chad Vogus, comes up now. The K altered automatic entry. And I apologize to everybody for sneezing in your ear, or, well, whatever. Tony Pontillo's B dragster automatic. The Don's Machine Shop entry out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. I think we firmly established this morning that Kenosha is the home of the Kenosha Cadillac, a.k.a. the Ramblers. Or as many people called them, the Kelvinators. Pontillo's B dragster automatic, 380 cubic inch small motor, Chad Vogus. Got that half a V8, 250 cubic inch four banger, and another Neal and Parks chassis car. Chris Monahan, I'm okay. 689 at 192 miles an hour. We got Chris down in Texas making sure that I'm still alive. 989 by Chad Bogus, 106 miles an hour. Those of you that don't know me well, I have sneezing fits. And when I have sneezing fits, I get my money's worth. I get the group discount. Doug Ingles, D. Econo Dragster, and Matt Harris, E. Altered. Coming up next, the W&H Manufacturing Chevy Cobalt bodied entry there on the left-hand side. And again, Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman need you to the staging lanes, please. Well, Parker, sorry you heard that. I'm going to have to work on this new microphone I've got. Carl Root, yes, I survived. Matt Harris and Doug Ingles making their way down now. Doug's D. Econo Dragster. 739 at 157 miles an hour. 774 by Matt at $176. Harris goes 55 under. That's good for number 2. Doug Ingles at 51 under. Slides into the number 5 spot. 14 cars down track so far in our Cop Eliminator qualifying. Oh, and I understand that Jeremy Lurkey and his lovely bride, Carrie, are local reps for Larice Motorsports Insurance. So, if you know Jeremy, and well, who doesn't? Stop by and talk to Jeremy. It's Mike Compton and Christine Harris come rolling in next. I mean, everybody knows Jeremy Lurkey. Compton's D Supermod automatic. Little Chevy Cavalier out of Neosho. New ride for Michael. New ride for Michael. Isn't going anywhere just yet. There it goes. Oops. Nope. Nope. We thought about it. Christine Harris, 873 at 159 miles an hour down the racetrack. So Christine cruises through. An 873 on an 864 index isn't exactly the run she's looking for. In Compton's 19-second run at 66 miles an hour. Not the run he was looking for either. Brian Stufflebeam's hot rod out of Peoria, Illinois, coming up next, the A. Econo Altered. And Frank Aragona, Freehold, New Jersey. Frankie's here. 6-cylinder Chevrolet Kinkeer chassis machine for the reigning national Cop Eliminator champ. We were talking about Cop a moment ago. And current standings in the NHRA. So with Brian up on the right-hand side, the 23 Ford Roadster. Gets ready to head for the other end of the racetrack with the V8. Frank over in the left lane's got a 6. Well, he could have had a V8. Isn't that what the commercial says? Could have had a V8. I got news for you, Frankie. Frank Aragona doesn't need a V8. They've won with 6 cylinders of all shapes and sizes. 786, 149 for Aragona on that lap. 740 at 179. Aragona's 51 under. That's good for number 5. Stufflebeam's 44 under. That's good for number 10. As we continue on, our 18 car. Cop eliminator category. Going to stretch to 20 now. Steve Basil's C. Econo dragster. Todd Patterson's going to be altered automatic. 341 cubic inch, and yet another chassis out of the famed shop down Burlingame, Kansas way of Neal and Parks. Hey, Super Street. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street, need you to lanes and bring your money. Time for the sign up for the Aeromotive Shootout. If you want to play, you got to pay. And how much it pays depends on how many people play. That's the easy way of putting it, right? Okay, thank you. So if everybody plays, then it pays quite well. And then all you got to do is run a 1090. The Aeromotive Super Shootout. Bring your money, Sonny and Honey, to the lanes. Super Street, time run number 2. Come and get you some. Todd Patterson's B altered automatic on the left. Gee, I wonder where they get their horsepower. Wait a minute, let me think about this for a minute. Yeah, out of their own shop. Celebrating a 40-year history. Alan Patterson and the crew putting together engines down there in Augusta. Steve Basil goes 753, 176. Todd Patterson inside the car, uttering words like golly gee, son of a gun, gosh darn, gall dang. Our top sportsman field coming in next. We saw our top dragsters moments ago. Didn't that jet just go by over there?
Yeah, it did. It probably did. It makes laps.
It's doing laps. Did anybody tell him we're a drag facility? We're not a circle track? Okay. Dan Shy out of Anoka, Minnesota over there on the left-hand lane. The Beretta. Like Jimmy Ames, Iowa. Chevrolet Cavalier. 709, 195 by Jimmy, 782. 176 mile an hour lap. We saw our top dragsters qualifying down in that low 6-second zone. We will have some of our top sportsman door cars down in that neck of the woods as well. Most of them will be up in the upper 6-second zone. A few in the low 7s. See how well we end up with qualifying. Rick Bowman, former Harley Davidson dealer, at the wheel of his Camaro-bodied machine down on the right-hand side. And Patterson Thomas out of Lorette, Castro Oil. Late model Chevrolet Camaro-bodied machine. For Patterson, the 732 lap at 194. 691 for Rick Bowman. He goes cruising through at 208 miles an hour. Kelly Land's machine. The runner out of Amarillo. Coming up next on the right-hand side, Roy Haynes. Midland, Texas-based Chevy Cobalt car. We saw Cop Eliminator, some of our super mod machines, talking about the fact that they were literally produced on a GM assembly line. We're now into our top sportsman ranks where the cars are effectively fiberglass or carbon fiber bodies of known body styles. Chevy Cobalt over on the left-hand side. The 63 Corvette split window here on the right. But they're riding on tube chassis and purpose-built race machines. And again, Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Street. To the lanes, boys and girls. Come on down. And bring your money. Kelly Land hikes the front end up on a Corvette, sets it right back down. Runs through 695 at 197 miles an hour. Flat from Roy Haynes. He takes the Texas-based Cobalt down track 7 flat at 195. So Kelly into the 6-second zone. He and Rick Bowman, so far the only two there. I will go out on a limb right now and tell you that we will probably have at least one more 6-second runner when this pair makes their way down track. Jim White, race car fabricator out of Hayesville. 865 cubic inch. Combination for Jim. Dan, the crew chief, long been helping Jim. Neil Schaefer, Tyrone, Oklahoma-based runner there on the left-hand side. Out of Midwest Machine. And another fairly substantial cubic inch combination, 700 plus for Schaefer there in the left lane. White's Cobalt should be in the 6s. It is. So's Neil Schaefer. 692, 199 for Schaefer. 680, 206 miles an hour for Jim White. Put Jim in the number 1 spot. Move Rick Bowman back a notch. And every other car that's been down track so far. Craig Lyles, New Mexico-based runner, out of Artesia. Along a hotbed of activity, racing activity, Artesia, New Mexico. Craig, the latest of a long line of racers to come from small town out there. 615 cubic inch Chevrolet Camaro bodied machine. Larry Demers out of Carroll, Iowa, the Graphics Edge, Napa Auto Parts, Chevy Cobalt entry. Larry, there on the aeromotive side of the racetrack, as he working his way through a 720 lap. 92 miles an hour, 687 for Greg Lyle. 201 mile an hour runner. Miles jumps up to the number 2 spot right in behind Jim White. Anybody bother to get the ticket stubs from the Fly Guys overhead? Sure are doing a lot of flybys. Yeah, well, if that's training and they're flying over the racetrack, you know, they still need to pay for their tickets. We can give them the give them the raise the roof price. Phil Nelson out of McAllen. Interesting tail behind the Pontiac on the right-hand side. Actually built back in the early 2004 year. Basically went into storage shortly after that. Phil Nelson and his crew found the car 3 years ago. And effectively a brand new car never been down the racetrack. Picked it up, said, hey, we can go racing with this. Kevin Hampton alongside. Bob's New Mexico-based runner, another one of our competitors coming up from the land of enchantment. That is what New Mexico is called, the land of enchantment. 708, 196 miles an hour by Hampton, 721 for Phil Nelson. As he cruises through 198 miles per. Greg Lair coming down off of Thunder Mountain in his victorious weekend last weekend. For Greg Lair, the Buick and GMC dealer out of Canyon, Texas, down on the west side of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Back-to-back successful ventures up to the Mile High Nationals. He has completed not one but two championship runs in a row at the Mopar Parts Mile Highs. He and fellow competitor out of Division 4, Monty Weaver, duked it out in the final round last weekend. J.J. Eber, the Centennial, Colorado-based Ford Mustang over here on the right-hand side out of Kearney Garage for the heavy equipment operator. You know, you climb into this race car after working heavy equipment all week. This has got to be like, you know, child's play. Driving with one hand. Not quite, but run up on the tire did JJ. 201 miles an hour for the runner out of Canyon, Texas. And Greg does it. Most everybody else got an automatic in the car. Greg works his way through the Linco gearbox to those runs. 692 by JJ on a 200 mile an hour lap. Greg Lair to number 1. JJ slides into the number 5 spot as Jeff Staub and Alan Firestone come rolling in next. Firestone, another low 6-second performer. Alan's been known to step up the wick when he needed to take the number 1 spot. Gentleman in the oil field pipeline business down in Oklahoma, pulling in alongside Staub out of St. George, Kansas. Yeah, Marine Motorsports entry. Staub, a engineer on the Monday through Friday gig. Firestone has placed his hot rods in the winner's circle here at Topeka before. Been a few years. Back in 2000, he won the LODRS National. They are now, so we'll go with that. 210 miles an hour. Jeff Staub, 775 at 179. And Greg Lair's venture at the top of the qualifying sheet is short-lived. Firestone steps right up and snatches it away by 0.04 of a second. Staub takes his ride through. 775 lap. Number 15 right now, but they'll be back looking for a little more. Talking about Greg Lair up on Thunder Mountain last weekend, taking on Monty Weaver. Monty is rolling up to the line now. It's pro-charged. Lubbock, Texas-based Corvette. Alongside Rod Moore. Moore out of Rushville, Missouri. His tent over there on the left-hand side. You know, you drive under those big, tall power lines carrying, you know, lots of electricity across the countryside. You can thank the guy down here in the O'Reilly. Those high-tension power lines. Monty's got problems. Shoots out early. 755, only a buck 16, 688 by Rod. 200 mile an hour lap. Yep, Stands up on top of those great big towers. Builds them, strings them. Whew. Thank you, Monty Weaver. We appreciate that, because that's not my job. Don't want any part of being up that high. Brian Layers, Iowa-based entry, the Pontiac GTO multi-hued machine. Over on the left-hand side, and Dusty Meyer. Dusty claimed a top 10 finish in the country last year, the Overland Tow Service. Chevrolet S10, 800 plus cubic inches. Sunny power underneath the hood. Checking the top end of the racetrack after Monty Weaver had to shoot out early. Looked like Monty may have just had a small issue with the car and wanted to be sure he got stopped and shut down safely. But check the car out on the top end, make sure that everything's clean and dry and safe and secure before we fire up Brian and Dusty and the rest of our top sportsman field and send them down track. Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Super Street. Needing you to the staging lanes, please. To all of our competitors in Cop Eliminator, Super Stock and Stock. Don't forget this weekend's #1 qualifier in those categories. Receive a bonus cash award thanks to Patterson Elite Performance. And on top of the cash at each Division 5 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event, the overall season top qualifier earns a champion's jacket at the season's end as well. From complete race-ready cars to upgraded engine components, brakes, suspension, data loggers, tires and wheels, pit equipment, and so much more, Patterson Elite is your one-stop shop for all things drag racing. No matter what sportsman category you run, Patterson's can help you take your racing to the next level. Stop by the Patterson Elite Performance Trailer this weekend. Get one of the limited edition 40 Years of Patterson Power t-shirts before they are all gone away bye-bye. Also be sure to check out the latest new products available at PattersonElite.com. If anybody makes their way by the Patterson trailer, pick me up a 2X if you would, please. I'll pay you when you get here. Brian Lair, Dusty Meyer, ready to continue their onslaught here at Top Sportsman Action. Dusty on the right, working their way down track. How about a 698 for the truck? 698, 195 by Dusty, 717 by Brian. 193 mile an hour run down track. Todd Stahlbomber comes rolling in next. He's got the rump with the gas powered, blown, rat motored Chevrolet underneath the hood of the Camaro. And a driver to be named later once we get the tech card up here in the tower. Pulls in on the automotive side of the racetrack. Aeromotive side went through 713 at 192. Stole all the fame and glory on that pair. Squeeze on down the road. And run an 18-second elapsed time. Todd just having some problems there. We'll get it fixed. Get it back for the next session. Get next session time. Super Street, round number 2, time runs. Qualifying for the Aeromotive Shootout. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Bring your money for the shootout, if you would, please. Jeff Sutherland. Dave Slatton rolling in next. Dave, the engine builder. Out of Fort Collins on the right-hand side, Sutherland's Illinois based. Vincent Body and Pate. Holds Cutlass. Some of our top sportsman cars, Pro Charge, some of them using a little laughing gas. Stall bomber, some of them use a conventional blower up on top. Slatton Motors through 675, 209 miles an hour, and he does it with a whole lot. That's 767 at 176. Dave up to the number 3 spot. It is Alan Firestone, Greg Lair, Dave Slatton, Jim White, and Craig Lyles, your current top 5 qualifiers. Sutherland goes in, back of the pack, down there in the number 21 spot. Terry Pope comes rolling in next. His Cavalier there on the left-hand lane. Alongside Jim Thorpe. This is Jim's old car, which looks a lot like his new car, which if you were down in Tulsa or Noble, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago, we saw his new car. We saw his new car go to the final round. Understand, though, that in that final round, he had some issues and had to revert back to the old car. This is the old car. It doesn't quite have the same length of nose as the new car. Thorpe, who debuted that new car down at Noble, went straight as a string all weekend long and had a blast going to the final round. 682, 212 miles an hour by Thorpe. Pope in the left lane. The Aeromotive side cruises through 708 at 196. That's good for number 15 on the qualifying sheet. Thorpe takes his car into the number 5 spot with that 682 lap. Alan Firestone's 658 still leading the show so far. Don O'Neill. Don and his lovely bride Diana. Diane in the Do It For Die. NGK, Tub of Towels, VP Fuels. Entry there on the left-hand side. And Eric Burnett, the Indiana-based runner. Out of Professional Marine Services. Burnett's Cavalier over here on the right-hand side. You'll hear him start to spool up the turbos on that car as he creeps it into the beams. Burnett's got the turbo spooled up, but no, he's not popping popcorn out there. He's going 651, 218 miles an hour, 684 by Donnelly on a 201 mile an hour lap. And that 651 moves him to the top of the hop. That lap takes Alan Firestone, Greg Laird, Dave Slatton, Abe Tall. Moves everybody else back a notch. Kyle Firestone and Cameron Wright. Cameron, part of the Wright family of racers out of Odessa, Texas. Problems out of the Darth Vader-ish 51 Chevrolet. 649, 214 miles an hour. Remember that 651 lap a moment ago? That went to number 1 spot? Well, congratulations, Eric. You're now number 2. Cameron Wright, 649, takes over the lead for the players in the clubhouse. But you know what? We're not done. Mark McDonald and Glenn Wright come rolling in now. Patriarch of the Wright family out of Odessa. And McDonald, the dragsters for sale.com. Mustang there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And it is all Ford. 500 cubic inch. $598 cubic inch. Big Ford power plant for McDonald. And right over here on the right-hand side. Look at that. 002 light by Glenn, 006 light by Mark. Wow. Wow. 663, 206 by McDonald. 61 by Glenn Wright. Wright goes through the number 4 spot. McDonald, a number 6 qualifying berth after that pair. Lance Rutland and J.R. Lobner. The Oldsmobile over here on the right-hand side won't be your number 1 qualifier. But let me tell you, when we get into eliminations, it will be a car that goes round. Lobner and this race car work very, very well together. And in Top Sportsman and in Top Dragster, it doesn't matter how quick you are, it's a matter how consistent you can be. JR's got that much. Move towards the center stripe. Lance Rutland, who comes off the win down in Noble, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Lance slows up to 10:38, 740 by JR. 182 miles an hour, but like I said, the car took off like a magnet, pulling it out there to the 330-foot cone, where he's able to get it reeled in. Back on this end, Cameron Wright, sitting number 1, 649, with 1 car left to go. Eric Burnett, number 2. Then Alan Firestone, Glenn Wright, Greg Laird, Mark McDonald, Dave Slatton, and Jim White rounding out the quick 8. Jim Thorpe, Don O'Neill, Craig Lyles, Rod Moore, Rick Bowman, J.J. Eber, Neil Schaefer, and Kelly Land round out the quick 16. Going to be on the front page of the qualifying sheet. 6.951 or quicker. Gonna have to pump hard to get there. Nope, 790 at 171 miles an hour. So that'll put us Cameron Wright number 1 after one session. And rolling into round number 2 of time runs. Qualifying. Our super street cars getting ready to roll out from underneath the tower. Hope everybody brought their money to get signed up for the Aeromotive Shootout. Take the quick 8 for the shootout. 1090, the number on the scoreboard that you're aiming for. And we'll see how well everybody can do. Warren and the lovely Miss Laura are going to jump in. And Sarah, not Laura. Too many names going on this weekend. Sarah and Warren are going to tell you all about Super Street. I'm going to go see if I can find a ear, nose, and throat specialist.
So I'm Wayne. This is Laura. We're here to call the action for you. Oh, maybe we might have screwed that up a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's all right. 1090 cars coming up now.
Oh,
Super
nice.
Street. And this is a time trial / qualifying opportunity. If you want to get into the shootout, bring your money.
And for those of you who actually do know me, you know my name's Sarah. I get called Lauren, Ashley, Heather, multiple names, really.
My bad.
I get a lot of Wayne, Evan. Yeah,
I think he's just thinking
yes.
Warren and Lauren would just make it easier.
Yeah, we could do that. You know.
Funny part, that's my stepdaughter's name is Lauren.
Well, there you go. So, is she a drag racing fan?
No, sadly, I'm the fan in the family. In my family, but my dad has been a fan for years, but we're pretty much the only two in my family.
I understand. Well, usually it's a family thing, so if there's one, there's more than one.
Yep, I kind of followed my dad's footsteps more than my brother did, so I kind of got, I think, the better end of the deal.
Well, you said Dad would be listening tomorrow.
Yes, down in Oklahoma, he's even though he moved, he keeps in touch with what I'm doing here at the track, and I know he'd probably actually love to hear you guys and us and how we're doing up here and keeping updated with everything going on.
Well, he can always go back and watch the archive anytime he wants. Just go to YouTube and do a search for Drag Racer TV. Or he can tune in live tomorrow.
Yes.
He said he'd be available to do that, so we'll say hello then tomorrow.
Yep, I'll make sure he lets me know when he's listening so I can give him a nice little shout out.
Absolutely.
He'd probably think that's pretty darn cool, and that would probably be his words too. That's pretty darn cool.
So Devon backing up the rotator now, get it out of the way, and it'll be time for 1090 cars to come up here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to start with Rob Boyer and his Boyer Racing 73 Nova in the left lane. He's going to go with Zachary Zavadil from Clearwater, Minnesota, and his 71 Vega in the right lane.
So again, these drivers time trialing here, trying to get as close to the 1090 as they can, and if they want to participate in the shootout, they've already coughed up a $20 bill to be part of the pot, and we're looking for our 8 best to go on to the shootout later on this afternoon. So Zavadil out front will get to the finish line first, way under the index, 10:67 at 1:36. That's way too quick. For Rob Boyer, 11:01, speed of 1:27.
Brandon McKillican from Waxahachie, Texas. Belknap Enterprises is 64. Now Malibu making his way down that left lane. He had a good light going against Jason Owens in that 68 Camaro. Both got close to the index. In the right lane, Jason ran a 1097 144. Brandon ran a 1089 152. As Jacob Smutney from Humphrey, Nebraska. Over in that aeromotive left lane, going against Stacy Owens from White Oak, Texas.
Yeah, pair of 67 Camaros headed down track. 005 left side, 1088 at 134. That's too quick. For Stacy Owens, 009 at the starting line, 1094 at the finish at 131.
Wayne Christopher from Milan, Illinois, and his 84 Monte Carlo in that left lane, going against Teresa Broadbeck from Bellevue, Nebraska, and her 85 Pontiac in the right lane. Making sure the car is clear at the end of the track before we send them.
So red lights don't count here in qualifying and time trials. Number on the big board does. Oh, 1089.9, 1,000th of a second too quick at 130 for Wayne Christopher. Teresa Broadbeck, 1092 at 125.
As Reagan Wilson in that 69 C10 in the Riley right lane gets ready to make a run. And a no number in the computer. Both are going to get close, but just a little too fast. 1087 151 for Reagan in the right lane and 1087 134 for that aeromotive left lane. Christopher Presley is in the left lane going against Kurt Epperson in the right lane. Both making it around that index at 1093 148 for Kurt in the right lane and a 1095 130 for Christopher in the left lane. As Wendell Shelton from Gilmer, Texas, driving a 66 Chevy 2, was going up against Sandy Cossey from Regina, SK? Regina, Saskatchewan. Yeah. Canada! In that 67 Fairlane and that O'Reilly right lane. I don't know, for some reason Saskatchewan is a tough word to say. As Sandy walks away with a 007 light and a time of 1092 140. Wendell hit it on the head with a 1090 with a 3 with a 144 miles per hour. And Jared Ross from Longview, Texas, coming in in the aeromotive left lane, going against Steve Wilson in his 67 Chevy 2. They're really wanting to get as close to this 1090 as possible. both of them are going to get near the mark. 1092, 129 for Steven in the Riley right lane. And Jared in the Aeromotive left lane did a 1095, 148. As Rick Huffman from Waxahachie, Texas, in a 69 Camaro in the left lane, going against Brandon Harris from Tulsa, Oklahoma, in a 67 Camaro. So battle of the Camaros, just a couple years difference. Both hit identical lights, so it's going to be a race to the finish on this one. And who can, of course, get closer to that index. And Brandon went a little too fast, 1086, 139 miles per hour, as Rick ran a 1095, 146. It's Michael Hancock from Longview, Texas, in the Aeromotive left lane in his 1970 Chevy Nova, going against Joe Peterson from Elkhorn, Nebraska. And a 1096, 145 for Joe, and a 1113, 120 for Michael. Don Snow. Wonder if he's related to Jon Snow. In his 65 Corvette from Hawkins, Texas, with Tim Forshee from Wichita, Kansas, in his 78 Trans Am. Cleaning up a little bit of a spill there in that lane, that right lane, but won't take him too long. Luckily, our crew is not only fast but efficient, so we can keep these qualifying runs moving. Our time runs. Qualifying is only if you're partaking in that shootout. And pay your $20 and you can. Pretty cheap. The more people that pay, the more you can win. Both of them making straight A to B runs with a 1096, 147 for Tim in the right lane, and Don hitting a 1096 with a 0 though, with a 144 in the left lane. James Presley out of Longview, Texas. He's going to be in that Aeromotive left lane, going up against Jason Hennessy in his 69 Pontiac GTO. Sponsored by Straight Line Motorsports. He's out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. .004 light for James, and he ran a 1083, 125, a little faster than that index. But Jason with his 007 light ran a 1092, 151. As Allison Prose comes up from Terre Haute. Dang it, I'm getting closer. Terre Haute, Indiana, in her 69 Camaro, sponsored by Honey Creek Collision. Sorry, no information yet on the computer on the left lane, but running an 11:22.149. Allison ran a 10:92.138 and hit a 002 light. As Richard Cantrell, local bracket racer and making his presence here. He's driving a 64 Falcon, that purple Falcon. And he's going against Scott Dungdale from Stacy, Minnesota. And both made good runs. 10:92.121 for Scott in the left lane. Richard running 11 flat with a 4 with a 128 in the right lane. Scott Van Deventer from North Glen, Colorado, driving a 70 Chevy, going against Ed Myers in his 79 Dodge pickup. Good thing red lights don't count in qualifying and time trials. 11:13.134 for Ed in the right lane and a 10:94.131 for Scott in that left lane. As Wade Metzinger from Catoosa, Oklahoma, in his 68 Barracuda in the aeromotive left lane, going against Roger Hayward from Ankeny, Iowa, in his 67 Fairline GT. Well, Roger almost hit that 1090 mark with a 1092.135. Wade made a 1097.107. As Jim Burrell from Burrell Farms, Claude, Texas, driving a 1970 Torino, going against Robert Weekland out of Homeboy out of Topeka, driving his 70 Duster. Robert went just a tad too fast with a 1088.129. Jim running a 1094.152. As Jonathan Anderson makes his way up to the line in his 05 Pontiac, who is Scooter Wilkins out of Gatesville, Texas, in a 67 Chevrolet. Jonathan went a little fast, 1088.135. Scooter ran a 1098.124.
Okay.
Brett Thornton from Bushton, Kansas, in his 69 Camaro, going in that aeromotive left lane. Nice blue paint job with racing stripes on it. And Tony Jones with a Gilmer, Texas, in a 67 Camaro.
So Thornton 003 at the start, Jones 006. Good looking runs for both. 1092 right side for Jones at 147, 11 flat, 144 left side for Brent Thornton.
Daryl Botswick from Littleton, Colorado, in his 80 Mustang, coming up to make a run down here in the O'Reilly right lane with Gregory Gilligan and his 66 Nova in the aeromotive left lane. I wonder if he knows the professor. 1085.146 for Daryl in the right lane and a 1094.133 for Mr. Gilligan. Jeffrey Wheats from Morrison, Illinois in his 72 Barracuda in the aeromotive left lane, going against Tony Grant out of Golden, Colorado in his 66 Chevy 2. In that O'Reilly right lane. Jeffrey Wheat's hitting a 002 light with a 1094 137. So good run for Jeffrey. Troy a little early on the light, but a 1094 with a 6 143. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock, make your way to the staging lanes. Stock, make your way to the staging lanes, please. As Chris Bombard went down with a 002 light running a 1084 136. Darren Pierce in his 67 Mercury ran a 1091 122. And a reminder, stock, make your way to the staging lanes. Stock, make your way to the staging lanes, please. As Greg Pfeiffer coming out of Topeka, Kansas. Love seeing his 41 Willies here. He's going to be in that aeromotive left lane going against Frank Higgins from Sweet Springs, Missouri in his 67 Camaro. His reaction time, Greg's going to be happy with that with a 1095 130. Frank running a 1099 133. And Dell Hall from Hewitt, Texas, and doing his H&H Racing Grand Prix in the aeromotive left lane. And Todd Teeter out of Colwich, Kansas, driving a 69 Camaro in that O'Reilly right lane. Dell Hall hit a 001 light. Todd was just asleep with a 129. But Dell ran a 1096 140. Todd right behind with a 1123 119. As Landon Neely from Florence, Mississippi. That does not look like a 66 Nova to me. In that left lane. Going against Paul Masick from Malcolm, Nebraska in a 67 Camaro in that right lane. Both hit the green. Paul running a 1093 in the right lane and a 1098 with a 128 for Landon in the left lane.
Sarah, let me jump in here and remind Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, to the lanes. We need you. Stock, to the lanes.
And as Stock is making their way to the lanes, Craig Butler out of Tecumseh, Kansas, in his 87 Citation is going to be running that O'Reilly right lane with Roger Bene from Scribner, Nebraska. For some odd reason, I want to say something else when I see Nebraska for some reason. 70 Pontiac in that aeromotive left lane. Ooh, and we finally got a 1090 with a 6 and 134 from Roger in that left lane. Craig ran a 1095 145.
So hopefully Roger paid his money to get into the shootout, because we've only had a handful of 1090s so far, that being one of them.
Yep.
Here's Kirk Worth, Hayes, Kansas, left side, alongside David Owens, right side. Owens, the 68 Camaro. And I believe that's a GTO over there on the left. Gives up start for Worth as he heads down track. Owens turns it red on this end, 015 on the red side. And at the finish line, 11 flat, 11.00 at 146 for David Owens. Kirk Worth, 10.77 at 79. No good either way. Buddy Wood comes up next. Out of Sulphur, Oklahoma, the Wood Racing 69 Camaro alongside, that's not a 69 Camaro. How about a 66 Chevy 2?
How about a 62 Chevy?
How about a 62 Chevy 2? We'll get it eventually. Right? It's okay. We got the Chevy part.
Yep.
That part we got nailed. That's definitely a Chevy. S10 alongside for Scott Rudo out of Omaha. Drives a truck, races a truck. S10 right side over here in the O'Reilly lane. Again, stock to the lanes, please. Stock eliminated to the lanes.
Ooh, that truck took a couple bounces as it landed from its wheelie.
1093 at 152 for Buddy Wood. Scott Rudo 1094 at 124.
Terry Miller in the aeromotive left lane, 63 Nova, going against Randy Davin, another homeboy here from Topeka, Kansas, in his 67 Camaro.
I think I know where all the 67 Camaros in the world are. They're right down here in the southwest.
Yeah.
Racing Super Street. 1093 at 156 for Randy Davin. Terry Miller 1096 at 126. Jay Holmes comes up next. That's the 68 Camaro left side. The Holmes Braden Construction Special. Alongside Brian Gustafson. The Mopar over on the right. The 1970 Duster with 505 cubic inches of Pentastar power under the hood. Jay Holmes trips at 004 at the start. 1094 at the finish at 123. Brian Gustafson 1101, speed of 125.
Chuck Lowry out of Wichita, Kansas, with his Lowry Racing 92 Camaro in that aeromotive left lane, going against April Merrill out of Edmond, Oklahoma, and her Rad Motorsports 87 Camaro. Only 100 seconds off on the reaction time, with April running a 1089 123 for the right lane and a 1092 151 for Chuck in that left lane.
Two more coming at you now. Shane Herman, the Chevelle from La Crosse, Kansas. Pairs up alongside Chris Harrelson from Azle, Texas. 70 Camaro right side. Second generation machine. Again, 1090 the number. We've only had a small handful of them so far here in our qualifying session.
We're getting people to come close, but we'd like to see that 1090 mark a little bit more.
Well, if they want to play, they're going to have to get as close to that 10900 as they can get.
Well, here's a 109 with a 6.
Yeah, 1090 with a 6 for Shane Herman. 149, that's a player. Chris Harrelson, 1077. That's way under at 142. So Harrelson throws his name in the ring there.
As Troy Ross from Wamego, Kansas, in his 70 Nova. He's also another one of my bracket racers. He's going to go against Wade Samuel from Littleton, Colorado, in his Chevelle in that aeromotive left lane.
Finish line, it's going to be a 1091 at 146 for Wade Samuel. 1096, speed of 125 over on the right for Troy Ross.
Tom Phillips out of Dallas, Texas, driving his 68 Camaro. Going to be going in that aeromotive left lane against a 95 Sonoma of Tyler Banks. He's right here out of Kansas City, Missouri.
Stock eliminator to the lanes. Stock eliminator to the lanes. So the S10 out front, here comes that hard-charging Camaro. At the finish line, it is the Camaro getting their first 1089-1 at 143. Tyler Banks, 11:02 at 121 on the speed.
Got another 62 Falcon out of our line by Brad Frederick out of Bassett, Nebraska, representing Home Repair and Scissors, with Mark Eckerson, Scissors Edge. Scissors Edge. He was going against Mark Eckerson from Rockford, Illinois. His S10 in that right lane.
Well, Erickson's trip zip at the start, 1095.5 at the finish line at 148. Big speed there for the S10. Brad Frederick, 1092 at 151. He's pretty fast as well. Jamie Cordell and Dan Smith line up next. Cordell left side, 64 Nova. Smith right side, 67 Camaro. Smith out of Buffalo, Minnesota. Cordell, Wichita, Kansas, the home. So the Nova out front. The Camaro laying the coals to it, 1093 at 151 for Dan Smith. Cordell 1095 at 97 miles an hour, over 50 mile an hour difference at the finish line, advantage to Dan Smith.
As the battle of the 69 Camaros are going to be going down now by Dennis Harrelson from Montgomery, Texas, and his 69 Camaro in the right lane, and Jason Rollins doing six from Plymouth, Nebraska, and another 69 Camaro.
I'm looking for a 1090. How about an 1109? Yeah. 136 for Rollins. Harrelson 1092 at 123. Next up, another Falcon, the 61 Falcon of Gary Horseman from Festus, Missouri. He'll pair up alongside the Corvette of Richard Larson, the Larson's Farms 90 Corvette out of Starbuck, Minnesota. Horseman 003 early, Larson 004 green. 1094 left side for Horseman at 138. Larson 1096 at 142.
Donnie Durenberger out of Dayton, Minnesota, driving his Bishop Performance 83 Camaro in that aeromotive left lane with Terry Robson out of Springdale, Arkansas in a 69 Nova in that O'Reilly right lane. Little jump of the gun by Terry. But we're going to get a 1090 with a 4 and a 116 by Donnie in that left lane, and a 1095 144 with Terry in the right lane.
So Donnie could be a player with that 1090 run.
Hopefully,
once again, you gotta pay to play.
And hopefully he paid to play.
That's right.
As Gary Wombolt out of Arvada, Colorado, and his Maximum Automotive 78 Camaro in the left or the right lane, and Jeff Landholm and Landholm Racing 68 Chevy in the left lane out of Oakland, Nebraska.
So another perfect light. This time it's Jeff Landholm going trip zip over their left side. 1091-2 at 151. Good looking time ticket. Get to eliminations. He'll take that. Wombolt 1081 9 under at 130.
As Chris Allen and his out of Colorado Springs in the K&K Home Investments 69 Dart gets ready to stage, going against Roger Sauter out of Sidney, Nebraska with his Sauter's Automotive 72 Barracuda. I like Barracudas just because of how I can say it.
Pair of Mopars getting to the finish line, 1086. That's too quick at 146 for Chris Allen. Roger Souter with a 1091.0 at 155. That could be a player. Not sure how many 1090 runs we've had, but 1091.0 could put him in the field.
Yeah, I think I've seen maybe only about 3 or 4 1090 runs this session.
Yeah, we're filling out an 8-car field, so it's possible.
As Mark Van Heater in his 68 Camaro goes down in the right lane, and Eugene Prokop in his 78 Malibu in the left lane. Mark's going to run a 1092 153 as Eugene does a 1095 132 in that left lane.
Pair of top 10 runners last year, Division 5. Number 8 in the division, Andrew Withers, a left side from Pratt, Kansas, for Central Truck Equipment, 69 Camaro. Right side, number 4 in Division 4 last year, that's John Long from Red Oak, Texas, for Lucas Oil, the S10 pickup. Again, stock eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. Stock eliminator. This is your final call. Stock eliminator, final call.
Yeah, and we're still missing a Division 6 driver.
Yep, that's what I understand.
I guess they're not going to come and play with the rest of us.
Well, it's kind of a long tow for the Pacific Northwest. 1090 with a 3 for John Long. That's a good number, 129 for the speed. Andrew Withers, 1095 at 131.
Brittany DeVore out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, in her white safety empty Optima, in a 99 GMC in the O'Reilly right lane, going against Jeff Kaufman out of Hedridge, Nebraska, in his 66 Chevy 2 in the Aeromotive left lane.
So Brittany better at the start. She goes 009 up front, 1097 at the stripe at 125. Jeff Kaufman, 1092, speed of 129 over there in the left lane.
Another kind of local boy, Alan Butler out of Tecumseh, Kansas, driving his 92 Camaro in the O'Reilly right lane, and Trevor Land out of West Monroe, Louisiana, in an 82 Mustang in the Aeromotive left lane.
So classic Ford Chevy confrontation coming up here in Super Street. Again, stock. If you didn't hear me, this is it. Need you to the lanes. Stock eliminator to the lanes.
Well, the Camaro got off the line a little bit quicker with a 005, running a 1095 133. But that Mustang ran a 1092 138. As we have Michael Chitty and from Ames, Iowa, with his 74 Nova, and Braden Staub in his 89 Mustang in the O'Reilly right lane. Getting a little too fast for Braden with a 1080 123. Michael ran a 1099 127. As Steve Dominguez out of Huntsville, Alabama, in his 67 Chevy, or 67 Camaro. It is a Chevy Camaro. In the Aeromotive left lane, and Austin Simers out of Malacca, Minnesota, in a 55 Chevy. Good time for Steve, 1092 154. Austin running 1101 145. As Nick Cyber out of Wamego, Kansas, in his 64 Buick GS, going against Colin Poland out of Amarillo, Texas, in his 87 Trans Am. Again, these guys are trying to get as close to that 1090 mark, if not on the mark, as much as possible. And Connor's going to get close with a 1092, 139. Nick running a 1097, 119. As Ted Ash, another local boy from Topeka, Kansas, and his Ash Racing Stinnett Auto 61 Corvette in that aeromotive left lane, going against Greg Pickens out of Omaha, Nebraska. Running what, another Trans Am? Or a Pontiac of some sort? Oh, that's a Camaro. Oh, man. I think the chute in the back I messed me up. Greg and his Camaro with a 004 light. He's going to be happy about that. But he ran 11:03, 145. Ash running a 1093, 148. Now Rodney Pickens out of Omaha in the right lane. Marcus Bush from Aledo, Illinois, with Bush Racing 77 Nova in the aeromotive left lane. Bush got off the line just a little bit quicker than Pickens did. But it's going to be 1099, 154 for Bush, and 1111, 135 for Pickens in that O'Reilly right lane. As Luke Seibert out of Tecumseh, Kansas, in his 67 Camaro, going against Mark Underhill in his 80 Malibu. Sponsored by Amsoil Sales. He's out of Topeka, Kansas. Cyber's going to be happy with his 006 light, running a 1093, 130. Underhill running a 1094, 131 in that left lane. As Dave Ash, another Ash racer in his 92 Camaro, going at it in the O'Reilly right lane. And Michael Campbell out of Roseville, Minnesota, in a Campbell Racing 78 Malibu in the aeromotive left lane. It's a very nice blue on that Malibu. I wonder if that's why a lot of Malibus are blue. Because they like how it rhymes with it. Like, the blue Malibu.
Well, I don't know. I'd never noticed that before. It's possible, you know.
I know, it's funny when I first started, I had to go buy cars by color. So it was always colors racing.
Yeah, red car, blue car.
Pick your favorite, if it was just two Camaros, if you like red Camaro or the black Camaro or whatever.
Well, Dave Ash is going to like that time ticket. How about a 1090 with a 2 at 145? I think that's the best run of the session. Michael Campbell, 1091.5 at 142.
That's Jordan Pratt from Ostega, Minnesota, with his Bishop's Performance 68 Camaro in the aeromotive left lane, going against Christopher Tees out of Hoskins, Nebraska. Pratt's going to like that 005 light he just hit with a 1078, 147. So we went just a little fast.
Not going to like that 1078.
No.
1096 at 150 for Christopher Tees. So if I'm reading the fender correctly on the Camaro left lane, I think it says tomato shed on it. It's kind of a tomatoey orange looking car over there, left side. The Camaros a pair as they pull up to the starting line. Austin Claiborne left side. It does say tomato shed on the side for the farmer and rancher out of Troop, Texas. James Nobin alongside on the right. Holman, Wisconsin, the home for the Nobin Racing 68 Camaro. $10.91 at 148 for Claiborne. Nobin $10.93. 142. Tony Leonard and Gary Nicholson coming up. Now Tony Leonard left side, Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. The 70 Nova there. How about the 70 Chevelle over here on the right for Gary Nicholson, Kansas City, Kansas. For Wagner's Classic Cars. What a beautiful ride over here on the right-hand side. And we appreciate Wagner's Classic Cars being a part of DragRacer.tv for the weekend. 1089, left side. No idea on the right. Bob's telling me I guess it didn't matter because
No, that's my bad. I was pushing buttons.
Pushing the buttons. I can't tell my long-winded story when you're taking home my.
Yeah, whatever you kind of want to call me this weekend.
So Wayne and Laura are going to sign off.
Yep.
And now it's time for Bill Unkerson.
Yeah, Bill Unkerson is going to be taking over for a little bit.
Bob Etner. It's not Bob Etner. We know Bob Etner. Bob Etner, a great supporter.
He is.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. I gotta get the audio fixed in my new headset because I can't tell when the mic's off and when it's on. And since I sneezed 9 times into the headset and said a bad word into the headset, I'm gonna go back to the. I mean, I even got a bless you a while ago from Bob Fry as Kyle Radcliffe and Kevin Leiter make their way down. We got like 90 some odd stockers. 1079 by Kyle at 124. Kevin Leiter 1340 on a 96 mile an hour lap. Larry DeForest leading the pack, 98 under the index. Rochelle T-Bear number 2 at 95. Norm Warling number 3. Derek Hake 4. Corey Hopkins 5. Dale Findell 6. Brent Kopeka 7. Paul Marola rounds out the quick 8. Here's Chuck Rose. Tim Ames. He's Doc and he's Dick. Ames a little tardy, goes 11:05, no help at 119, 11:22 by Chuck Rose. Danny Nugent, Danny Toole. I'll take first to the finish line stripe for 100, please, Alex.
I'm going to go with Danny.
11:73 at 109 miles an hour for Danny Nugent. As that'll put him in. Danny Toole's V-Stock Automatic, the little 80 Ford 4-banger for the runner out of Jacksonville, which we all know is in Illinois, not Florida. Lauren Gottschalk rolls in next, the 351 E-Stock Automatic Mustang, and Cecil Braze, B-Stock Automatic Mustang alongside. You were born in Jacksonville? As in Florida? Cecil, the All for Fun, Iowa-based, 70 edition, 428. Lauren, the 351. Mouse motor, or small block, if you will, 72 edition. Gottschalk, 11:58 at 114 miles an hour, 10:76, 121 by Bray in his Mustang. Whoop. Ron Prince rolls the beam. Dan Jessica doesn't. Let's see what Jessica can do as he works his way down track. 11:20 to 116, no help there. The day has certainly warmed up a little bit. As the day warms up, the air conditions deteriorate a skosh for making horsepower. Prince that time, the runner out of Tamarack, which we all know is in Minnesota, not New Jersey. Oh, there's some town in New Jersey, kind of sounds like that. Fry will correct me, I'm sure. Ron Matson's E-Stock Automatic. Mouse motored, Minnesota-based Camaro on the left-hand side. Your number 12 qualifier so far. He's in with the 1091 on his earlier lap, David McCaw. K-Stock Automatic ride, the South Dakotan out of Express Auto. 1092, 119. Good laps back-to-back for Matson. Just a hun difference between the two of them. 1190. How about Dave McCall? 11906 and 11905. Norm Warling, your number 3 qualifier. 1195 out of his run earlier. Larry Henderson. New shop up in my hometown, Liberty Mo. 396, 4-speed Nova. Hey, tied the front end down a little bit. Not quite the wheel stand we saw earlier. See if that relates to a little bit quicker elapsed time down the racetrack for Larry. 1086, the answer would be negatory. But only 99 miles an hour, so obviously he wasn't pushing the pedal all the way to the floorboard for 1,320 feet. 1204 by Norm Warling. 107 miles an hour. Oh, that Catalina is an absolute work of art. Beautiful piece of equipment. Bill Bagley out of Longview, Texas. Need a Kubota tractor?
Yes, I do.
Bill can make you a deal. Need any steel lawn working equipment? Bill can square you up on that too. Rob Turkle, Rapid City, South Dakota runner over the right-hand side. Excuse me, Rapid City, Illinois runner. Stand corrected. 1138. 115 by Turkle. 11 flat for Bagley. He picks up hundredths of a second. He's now 84 under. Moves him up to the number 7 spot. McLaughlin goes through 1274, shutting it off down at the other end. 1133 by Vern Buchanan. Vern's gone 1133-0 and 1133-1 down as he goes down track. Brent Vogus, Jake Melgren. .14 flat by Jake Melgren. His T-Stock Automatic Buick. Brent Vogus 12:59 on a 98-mile-an-hour lap. Nice wheels up launch, Craig Maddox. Can he step it up off a 940? Well, the answer is no. 944. 140 miles an hour by Maddox, and he cruises through at the other end. 1095 at $1.19 for Jim Parsons over here on the left. Parsons picks up a 10th. Goes from 74 under to 84 under the index. Moves Parsons all the way up to the number 6 spot. Little 327 4-speed doing its dance down the quarter mile there on the automotive lane. There's Chris Chaney. And Jay Schmidt come rolling in. Schmidt's factory stock AA. D-Bar D, Smith Center, Kansas. 302 Ford, 880. 157, 1090 by Chris Chaney. 120 miles an hour. Chaney makes his way down the racetrack. We call Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Needs you into the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. You want to be in the top half of the field? Right now, you need to be probably 60 under the index to get you there. It's Gordon Brightoff and Marlon Bogner, working their way down track. Marlon in the Bogner Automotive, Kearney, Nebraska-based Barracuda. 1294 as he picks up a 10th at 100 miles an hour. Gordon Brightoff cruises through 1084. But from 74 under. Up to 85 under and all the way up to the number 5 qualifying spot now for Marlin. Nice run. Stan Kopecka's little 4-cylinder wagon, the grocery getter. Over here on the right-hand side, the Dodge Aries, the All Dollars and No Cents station wagon. Alongside James. How'd you like to see these two run each other in eliminations? I mean, seriously. The Copo goes through in 9.5 seconds. Down to the other end of the racetrack. And Stan gets there in 16.75 seconds. I mean, could you live with that for a handicap start? Whew. I mean, Stan Kopecka would be halfway down to Burlingame by the time James Carter's side of the Christmas tree came down. He could be headed down to Frank Park Shop. He could. Burlingame, Kansas, right down the road. About 20, 25 minutes from here. Nope. It's here. Tyler LODRS, a stock automatic entry over on the right-hand side. And Lori Vang. Lori doing driving duties this weekend in the family's front-wheel drive Pontiac Grand Prix. Little V6 power plant. We're going to hustle it down the racetrack. And I do believe this will be Lori's first run. Car should be down probably about a 13 laps to see what she does. 13:46 at 102. Well, my prognostication wasn't so good. 1074 by Tyler. He gets down to the other end of the racetrack. Steps off the throttle. You say, well, Mr. Announcer, how do you know that? Well, Tyler only went through at 94 miles an hour. So, therefore, that tells me he wasn't pushing real hard on gas pedal. Danny Rucker, Jeff Jackson. Jackson out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The famed town where you make the wrong left turn at Albuquerque. Jackson goes through 1184 at 112 miles an hour. 1175 by Danny Rucker. They'll put Rucker 24.5 under the index. 110, he's on the sheet. 90 plus stockers here this weekend. Good field of race cars. Those of you sitting at home that thought about coming, the only thing I can tell you is you guys are fools for not. I mean, seriously. Mid-80s during the day. Little cloud cover, little breeze, nice day. Humidity's relatively low. High pressure system sitting on top of us. 60 degrees at night. And you guys are sitting at home watching Drag Racer TV. Well, we appreciate you watching DragRacer.tv, but if you're not here, it's really like, really? 11:17, no help for Bill Hatcher at 118 miles an hour. James Findell goes through in his Duster at 11:25 lap at 116. Paul Marola comes rolling in next. Paul was a top 10 qualifier when the session started. He's been bumped back to number 11. Dwayne Dickens' little J-Stock automatic, his 283 cubic inch edition Chevy 2 on the left side. Marola's got the 327 at a 4-speed over here in the O'Reilly lane. So it's small blocks a pair. 66 Chevy 2s a pair. One with an automatic and a 283, one with a 4-speed and a 327. 11:03 at 106 miles an hour by Marola after a 0:07 reaction time. Dickens goes 11:87 at 107. He was 11:85 earlier. That's a couple pretty good back-to-back hits. Martin Burke, Jameis Juergens. Jameis out of Watertown, South Dakota, little 305 G-Stock automatic. Third-gen Camaro over in the left-hand lane. Marty Burke here on the right, the 65 Dodge Coronet. Marty used to campaign a Mustang. Now at the wheel of the Coronet, a little 383 combination as he goes cruising through 1181. 109 miles an hour, 1132 by Juergens. Either driver improves. Jameis stays number 34 right now. Martin stays number 15. Jimmy Reed and Tim Mosbeck. James at the wheel of the Illinois-based Copo Camaro over there on the left-hand side for the firefighter, a first responder. A gentleman to whom we all say thank you. Thank you very much. Mosbeck, Minnesota runner, the 340 Dodge. Reed, 933, 142, off by about 0.08 of a second. 11:20 by Mosbeck. He's off by 15 from his run earlier today. Troy Henderson's big block 4-speed. Trimble, Missouri-based machine. A stick car over here on the right-hand side. Sam Rowland out of White Lake, South Dakota. Might be a bison or two up in that neck of the woods. The drag pack trying to improve on a 1024. See what Troy does down at the other end of the racetrack in that big block Camaro. 1065 at 106 miles an hour. 1026 by Rowland. Put back-to-back laps, 24 and 26 together now is Dwayne Davis. And Kurt Rees. Rees up the V-Stock automatic. That is a slant 6 Dodge Diplomat. 225 cubic inch inline slanted 6-cylinder Mopar power plant. His run earlier today, kind of like Columbus, sailing the ocean blue in 1492. Warren knew what he ran the minute I said Columbus sailed the ocean blue. 11:46 at $1.14 by Dwayne. 1498, 86 miles an hour for the 6-banger. You actually know your history? Hey, proud of you. They need to teach a lot of that these days, but anyway. Dale Findell and Bill Jenkins coming in next. Not that Bill Jenkins. And not the other Bill Jenkins. Bill Jenkins out of Goldsmith, Indiana. The wheel of the D-Stock automatic Pontiac Firebird. It is Chris Stevenson's car. Dale Findell goes through 12:07 at 106 miles an hour. No help there. 11:52 by Jenkins on the 11:55 index. Puts him under by about That much, he said, holding his fingers about a quarter of an inch apart. It's John Cooper's Colorado-based. Cobra Jet comes rolling in next. Who did we call in the lanes a while ago? Super Comp. Need you lanes, please. Super Comp, to the lanes, bring your money. Super Comp, to the lanes, bring your money for the Aeromotive Shootout. With the number of Super Comp contenders that we have, the Shootout payout ought to be pretty darn spectacular. 965 at 137 for Archie Cohn over here on the right-hand side, and a 1019 for Cooper as we go side by side. Late model factory muscle cars down the racetrack. The Copo Camaro, the Cobra Jet Mustang. And we turn around and come back to this end of the racetrack again, and we got early model muscle cars. Back from whence it all came. Brian Doherty's F-Stock Automatic, Paola-based runner. Right-hand side, that's the 68 Camaro. Tony Tosto out of Wentzville. The 70-year-old youngster over there on the left-hand side. We love the 69 edition. 1183 at 109 miles an hour. Tony's under by 16. 1174. Doherty's under by, wait a minute, I can do this in my head. 10. Didn't even have to take off my shoes. Yeah, aren't you happy? Logan Galbraith. Logan, who's already claimed a Lucas Oil regional or divisional win this year. Did that over in Columbus, Ohio. Back about 2 months ago. 17-year-old youngster out of Indy. Pulls up alongside Derek Hake, the Muskogee. I am an Okie from Muskogee. I don't think that's how that song goes, but anyway. Hake, your number 4 qualifier, 11:31 this time around, no improvement. 12:37 at 106. Logan Galbraith, E2, off by 5 Hun from the run earlier today. Your number 1 qualifier, Larry DeForest, comes rolling in now. Out of AeroAwnings.com and Billet Specialties. That's the red Mustang. In the O'Reilly side, Nick Gary. Winner already this year. Did it out at Bandamere at our opening race. DeForest goes 975 at 137, 1175 for Dick Gary. As neither driver improves. Corey Hopkins, the 383 Dart. There on the left-hand side, 1106 at 117, 959. Phil's off by 4. Corey's off by 6 from the runs earlier today. Michael Tipton's M-Stock Automatic Pontiac. I mean, let's face it. You look at a 1984 Pontiac Grand Prix, which didn't exactly scream hot rod back in 1984. It's never screamed hot rod. And then you got Jacob Pitts, 440 CUDA there on the left-hand side of the racetrack that was screaming hot rod the day it left the factory. 1079, 106 miles an hour for Jacob. 1253, 104 by Tipton. As he cruises through down at the other end of the racetrack. Scott Dugdale's 327, 4-speed machine. Runner out of line performance. And Brett Kopeka. We watched Dan a little bit earlier in the wagon. Brett off and running. He'll be in that mid-16-second zone. or thereabouts. 11:55 by Dugdale. 16:69. See, I told you it'd be in the mid 16-second range. I mean, can you imagine Britt Kopecka's Dodge Charger taking on a new drag pack Challenger that's running 8 seconds? Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Michael Bolris and Dave Janik come rolling in. David, who I do believe missed the first session of stock qualifying, as the Janik brothers were still unloading the rig. And Michael Bolris, who did not miss the first session. Michael cranked off an 11:30 lap. Janik goes through 8:79 at 154. 11:37 by Bolris. No help there. Janik goes into the mix at 60 under the index, and it's good right now for number 49. Chris Knudsen, 4-speed, 396 Camaro. Carson Pedigo, 402 Big Block Chevelle, and an automatic for the runner out of Andover. Making his way down the old Riley side, that Big Block Chevelle. Knudsen in, obviously, by simple Vulcan logic, over there in the left-hand lane. Well, there's only 2 cars on track, and if one's Carson, you got it. 10:49, picking up 0.05 of a second is Carson. He's in at 76 under the index now. 10:81 by Knudsen. No help for him as he motors down the racetrack. Carson actually at 75.8 under. I was rounding up to get to 76. Justin Hutto's Big Block Corvette. Dirk Olson's Big Block Nova. You can have your choice. Take either car you want. I'll take the other. No questions asked. You want the Corvette? I'll take Dirk Olson's Stick Shift Nova. 10:22 at 129 by Olson. 10:13 at $1.29 for Justin. Justin off by a hun. Dirk Olson off by 0.02 of a second. Now all we got to do is convince Dirk and Justin to give up their cars, and we got it whooped. Jared Swinehart's AA stock automatic. Jerm made the opening call. Got down there about the 1,200-foot mark, and Jared said, okay, I'm done. He shut it off and coasted across the stripe. Does it again, 10:61. 99 miles an hour. 1180 by Scott Wells as he goes through at about a 49 and change pass. Some drivers like to be down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Some of them like to be at the top. Some of them like to be in the middle. To be honest with you, it's all going to pair out as to the final tally of cars for race number of 1 and how the ladder shakes out. It's Joe Santangelo. Joe already a winner down in Charlotte this year. On the division trail as well. John Breimer's A stock automatic entry alongside. Big Block 69 Camaros a pair. Breimer got the 427. He goes 10:42 at 126. Santangelo with a 10:50 lap at 125 miles an hour. Joe picks up the pace on that run. Santangelo down 74 under the index and up to the number 30 spot. Jay Randall right side. Factory stock B entry and Art T-Bear over on the left. Arthur, who hails from Canada. Daughter Rochelle now living over in Lewisburg, Kansas. Home of that world famous Lewisburg cider mill. That is correct. 940 and 140 for Jay Randall. No improvement there. 1201 for Art T. Barrett. No improvement there. Art stays number 35. Jay stays number 20 for now. Jamie Peach, Dustin Nelson working their way through. Dustin with the factory stock A automatic, 876 on 155. 1120 at 115 miles an hour. No help for Jamie. Brian Heath and Marlene Nelson. Marlene, her 327 Chevelle. Over on the right-hand side as she goes cruising through. 1214 at 107. 1066 by Brian Heath. Dave Steins, 1084 to 121, 1108 by Dave Peach. Dave goes cruising through. He slows up 700. Those of you from out of division asking about the shootouts. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Shootout competition. It is a $20 buy-in. We take the quick 8 based on ET alone. 1090 obviously in Super Street, 990 in Super Gas, 890 in Super Comp. The 8 cars closest to the 90 standard that bought into the shootout are players. It's Johnny Diekema and Daryl Goheen making their way down track. 1007 at 132 by Diekman, 1113 at $1.16 for Darrell. Again, it is an 8-car shootout. You $20 buy-in for an opportunity, $400 guaranteed purse. James Tolston stick shift Pontiac GTO goes cruising through 1161, 115. No help there whatsoever. Joey LeBlanc 1250 on a 90-mile-an-hour lap. And again, it is a buy-in to the shootout. $20 buy-in. Quick 8 cars that buy in run the shootout, the Aeromotive shootout. Winner guaranteed a $400 purse. Austin Williams off and running left-hand side. Robbie Winkle driving the Swinehart Performance. Pontiac Formula on the right lane. The stock automatic entry goes 11:30. 117 miles an hour, 11:40 by Austin. He's off a couple of hun from the earlier run. Steve Schersless. Steve, who picked up the win up in Brainerd a year ago, if memory serves me correctly. And Bill Feist, who came up earlier today alongside Chris Knutson's 4-speed Camaro. Bill wheeling and dealing the 4-speed Mustang. He's a past Brainerd winner a couple of times as well. 10:25, 129, no help for Bill. 11:49, that does help Schurslick out. Steve's 11:49 lap. That puts him at 65 under the index. That's good for number 45 on the sheet. Jeremy Romero. Remember seeing Jeremy earlier today. May be his first run down the racetrack. Rochelle T-Bear. She was number 1 qualifier earlier. 11:78. Here's no help at 110 miles an hour. She'll stay number 2. Romero cruises down track. 11:35 on the 12 flat index. Jeremy goes on to the sheet, number 47. 64 under the index. There's Ted Romero. His first shot at the track as well. Beck Condon race cars, C5 Corvette. They're on the left-hand side. Those of you from around the country that watch our drag racing, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series show here on dragracer.tv. I'd say, wait a minute, that car looks familiar. Yes, it does. 1067, 125, Romero driving a former Mosier Engineering car. This 1067 will put him onto the qualifying sheet. We may end up with over 100 stockers here this weekend. That is cool. Anybody got a stocker I can borrow? I still got my license. Oh, wait a minute. My helmet and my fire suit are down in Texas. Parker DeVore, left side. Logan Ward right. Mopar's a pair. Parker got a chuckle out of my sneezing fit earlier today. Logan's 383 cubic inch wheel standing. Mopar here on the O'Reilly side goes cruising through 11:32 at 114. 1087, 109. Parker DeVore. Our Super Street Shootout contestants: Dave Ash, Roger Benny, John Long, Roger Sauter, Wendell Shelton, Herman, Dernberger, and Claiborne. Whoa, hang on, Jeff. Strickland up, the GM parts down. Berger Chevrolet, Victor Cagnaz, the operation. Jeff stood it up, and it went a little bit to the right. He still picks up 0.05 of a second from what he ran earlier. 1076 at 120. Michael Lund comes in, is a stock automatic Firebird. The Lund Motorsports. LT powered Camaro on the left-hand side. As our final stock eliminator runner, makes his way through. 10:36 at 127. Larry DeForest leading the pack. Number 1, Rochelle T-Bear. Number 2, Norm Warling's Pontiac 3. Derek Hake in the Mopar Ride, number 4. Marlon Bogner's Barracuda, 5. Corey Hopkins' Mopar Dart, 6. Jim Parsons' little Chevy 2 moved up to number 7. Dale Findell, number 8. Bill Bagley's Hot Rod out of Texas, number 9. Britt Topeka, a little 4-cylinder, says, I think I can. Sits number 10. Jeff Strickland up to number 11 on his last run. Paul Marola, 12. John Cooper's Cobra Jet, 13. Tim Mosbeck's Mopar, 14. Rod Matson with a strong run this session moves up to number 15 spot. And Martin Burke. Marty at the wheel of the Mopar Ride, holding on to the top at 16 is Super Cop. Getting ready to come at us. We're going to turn it over to Bill and Debbie again.
That's right, Bruce.
Okay,
We're
thank
on
you.
it.
Thank you, Tom. Super Cop, round number 2. Craig Anderson, Tony Brown making their way down track, and here they are.
All right, big head left side, 887 at 189. Tony Brown, 889 at 180 as we start off Super Comp Time Trial 2, Q1 for the shootouts. 890, the number they're looking for. Best 8 that paid their money get into the shootout later on today.
Yep, and 2 more coming up is Prescott Dean from Olathe, Kansas, and O'Reilly Right Lane, and Jeremy Lurkey out of Omaha, Nebraska.
Yes. Big shout out to Larice Motorsports Insurance. Jeremy Lurkey carrying the banner for them this weekend, along with Autometer. Larice Motorsports Insurance, if you're looking to insure your race operation, both on track and off, give a call to Ross and Holden. They'll be happy to take care of you. 887.9 for Jeremy Lurkey at 167. Prescott Dean, 891 at 174.
I can see Jeremy here, too.
Oh, that's right. Jeremy can help you out as well. He's part of the Larice team. So if you're in need, have questions, ready to get signed up, go track down Jeremy Lurkey. He can fix you up.
As Jerry Dean from Lenexa, Kansas is making his way to staging lights in his Midwest Racecraft in the O'Reilly Right Lane, and Brian Hackett for Hackett Racing in his 89 Pontiac in the Aeromotive left lane.
Hackett off the starting line a little too quick there in the door slammer. 893 at 154 for Brian Hackett. Jerry Dean, 892.7 at 174, the dragster.
Chris Burrell out of Claude, Texas, in his 16 TNT over there in the Aeromotive left lane, going up against Bob Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas, in his Odyssey Undercover dragster.
Yeah, Bob Fuller, a longtime campaigner. His son, Hot Rod Fuller, former top fuel campaigner back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So Fuller, multi-time national and divisional winner for Odyssey batteries, right side of the track.
Oh, and Bob hit that 890 with a 4 mark with a 168, and Chris ran a 889, 177.
Yeah, if Bob paid his money, he should be in the shootout field with that 890 with a 4. It's always possible that it'll get pushed out, but he has a decent. Yeah, he's got a decent number there. First 890 that we've seen here in this session, but it's early yet.
As James Grock. I did this last time too.
How about Jim Jarrakaris?
Jim Jarrakaris. Jim
Try that
Jarrakaris. I could probably get that one down.
And Cal Belden. That's your pair coming up. Belden for Advanced Bioenergy. and Schwann's. You can use a little Schwann's ice cream right now.
That would be really good.
Jared Karras did not move off the starting line. Now he does. That run no good for him. For Cal Belden, 891.2 at 166. Jared Karras slide on down there. Clear the path for the next pair coming up. Jessica Bogacki, left side, Carterville, Illinois. That's Gary's mom. Luke Bogacki's partner in crime out of Carterville, Illinois, alongside Brian Turner from San Marcos, Texas for Ultimate Gas Anesthesia. Turner, right side, big block Chevy Power. Bogacki, left side, big block Chevy Power. Both of them trying to post an 8,900 down there.
Close to the 890 mark, with Turner running 896 169 in the right lane, Bogacki running 895 170 in the left lane. As Austin McClure, another homeboy from Topeka, Kansas, for his Aeromotive Fuel Systems dragster in the Aeromotive left lane. Must be some luck there. And
Well, I guess we'll see, won't we?
Right, and then Zachary Mazzari.
Mazier. Zach Mazier.
Zach Mazier from Escondido, California.
Yep, there's your D7 runner. For Mazier Enterprises and Lucas Oil and FTI Performance. Quite a handful of great sponsors there helping him get to the track. McClure lets go of the button, 002 on the green side. At the finish line, it's at 897 at 174. For Zach Mazier, 886, 171 miles an hour.
Another Waxahachie, Texas first coming up, Rick Huffman and his accelerated graphics dragster in the Aeromotive left lane, going against Kenneth Wickham in Urbana, Missouri, and his KW Marine Machine Shop LLC dragster. Rick got the little bit better start off the line, though.
Yeah, Rick's 017 on the tree, 896 at the finish line. They're both 896. 896.5 left side, 161 for Huffman. Wickham goes 896.3 at 160 miles per hour.
Dalton Olson out of Hartwell, Nebraska, coming up in the Aeromotive left lane. He's going to go up against Jeff Beckman. It's like what is that? Ghostbusters. Beckman. From Princeton, Minnesota, in his 101 Transport. All about who's going to get closer to that 890 mark or on it.
Well, Beckman goes 008 left second. Dalton Olson 006, 888 at 181 for Dalton Olson. Jeff Beckman 895, speed of 164.
John Goman out of Dodge City, Kansas, and his Interstate Battery Western Kansas dragster over there in the Aeromotive left lane, and Chuck Bray from Sioux City, Iowa, and his All for Fun Motorsports undercover dragster in the O'Reilly right lane. Goman's going to get the edge off the light, but he's going to run an 889, 172 as Bray runs a 891, 177.
Now it's time for Justin Frost, left side, Fort Worth, Texas, for JC3 Energy Services, Sunset Racecraft 632 Power Plant, alongside Bradley Thompson from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the city of 5 seasons. Did you know that about Cedar Rapids?
5 seasons?
5 seasons. Spring, summer, fall, Indian summer, winter, I think. I don't know. I got it on signs everywhere, though.
I know
5 seasons.
I know in Kansas, though, we can get all 5 seasons in a week.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to like the city of 5 seasons because he's running an 890 with a 9, 165, as Frost ran an 886, 179.
Yep, that's a good number for Thompson. Perhaps we'll get him into the shootout. We'll see soon enough. Okay. Go right ahead. Try that one. There's only 14 letters in it.
Dan Narus. Hold on. Narusiewicz.
So Dan Smith, left side, alongside Ray Thompson on the right.
Ray's gonna like that 005 light, though. And that
Narusiewicz. Try that.
Narusiewicz.
Dan did pretty good.
Dan did pretty good. Yeah. 895 at 176. Ray Thompson, 892 at 158. Yep.
Battle of the Moors. Mark Moore, both from Hutchinson, Kansas. Probably, I believe this has got to be a father-son thing.
I've butchered simpler names than that.
Mark Moore in the left lane out of Hutchinson, and he's going to probably go up against his dad here, Paul Moore.
Yeah, Paul Moore rolls the beams.
Yep.
No time on the time ticket. Mark Moore, 010 up front, 893 at the finish at 164. So yes, father, son, teammates. No good.
No.
For Paul. Gary Holst and Jeff Cheney line up next to each other now. The Gary's Quick Stake American Chassis Big Block Chevy Dragster out of Mead, Nebraska. Jeff Cheney alongside for Cheney Enterprises. Cambridge, Minnesota, the home. The undercover car. Both of them with 632 cubic inch bow tie power plants. Holst is 015, Cheney 018. Cheney 891 at 174. Gary Holst 892, 178.
And Tim Eckert out of Manhattan, Kansas from Eckert Racing is coming up in the aeromotive left lane. He's going to go with Stuart Way out of Mead, Nebraska.
Eckert, the true Kansas State fan, no question about it. Willie the Wildcat, is that what he's called, Willie?
Willie Wildcat.
Willie Wildcat.
I'll say, don't look at me, I have no clue.
Well,
Jayhawk.
Willie Wildcat, emblazoned on the side of that, blended into the graphics. You may not be a Wildcat fan, but that's a gorgeous looking car.
That is a gorgeous looking car. I mean, it is nice how he did incorporate the Wildcat into the graphics and carried it through. I will give him that.
Eckert 892 at 183. Stuart Way 890 with an 8 at 171. So there's another 890 player trying to get into that shootout.
As Bradford Core comes up in the automotive left lane from Crawley, Louisiana for his Core Motorsports Miller Dragster, and Allison Prose out of Terre Haute, Indiana.
You're getting closer.
Gosh.
You got the first part. Terre Haute.
Terre Haute, Indiana. And our Honey Creek Collision American Dragster. got a little excited on the light, but she ran an 894 165. Cora ran an 894 172.
Yep, Allison, and we'll see her dad, Bob. Pros come up here in a few minutes. Well, less than a few minutes, a few seconds. Bob Pro's right behind her. Out of Terre Haute. He's got all the keys to the building, as Bob would say at Honey Creek Collision. He is the head man there. Alongside Mitch Withers, Pratt, Kansas. 2019 Corvette over there. That looks like a, I'm not sure if it's a Charlie Stewart car, but it certainly looks like that body style. Charlie handcrafts over there. Pros down track, 030 at the start. 893 at the finish. Bob Pros 893 at 172. Mitch Withers 891, speed of 160.
Tony.
And a little advance thank you to Charlie Stewart Race Cars, as they will be providing coverage on Drag Racer TV at the Seattle divisional event, the Division 6 race in Seattle, Washington, coming up in just a few weeks. So big thank you to Charlie Stewart to help out and get some coverage up there into the Northwest Division. Tony Leonard and Mike Miller coming up now. Leonard left side, Minnesota runner. Miller right side out of New Mexico. Leonard for ShowOffShirts.com.
Leonard got that 001 light, and he ran an 890 with a 3 180.
Yeah, how about a 4-pack there for Tony Leonard? Dad 3 001 at the start. Mike Miller goes red and 4 under 886 at 181. Leonard will like that time ticket.
Yes, indeed. As Vern Bolton comes in out of Roswell, New Mexico, his cash flow racing machine in the left lane, going against Jared Haas from Prior Lake, Minnesota, and his Wizard Racing Components Wizard machine.
So Haas, way down there in the frame rails of that car, just barely looking over the top of the body as he stares down track there in the O'Reilly lane. So both cars backed out of the beams, now back in. Oh, trip zip at the start. Perfect reaction time, 892 at 168 at the finish. 975 at 116, off pace there for Jerry Haas.
So Jonathan Anderson is making his way to the staging lights out of Williamson, Georgia, and his HJ Wings and Things. I think that's just so cool. And Dwight Allen from Waco, Texas, and his Mickey Thompson K&N machine over there in the O'Reilly right lane. Almost identical starts off the light. Allen with a 006, running an 892 165. Jonathan with a 007, running an 886 177. So a little fast for Jonathan Anderson there.
Yep, 890 still the target to try to get into that shootout and be dialed in for round 1 of eliminations. Dave Crawford comes up next alongside Jason Crank. Crawford, Cedar Rapids, Nebraska for Demers Performance. Jason Crank right side, Higbee, Missouri. That's a Cameron-built chassis. Alongside the undercover car for Crawford. Again, big blocks of air. So Crank out front. Not much throttle stop, if any, when he gets down there. 902 at 156. Crawford 892 at 177.
Another Stallbummer, Landon Stallbummer out of Wakarusa, Kansas, and his Land Air Express machine. In the Stall Bomber Family Racing in the left lane, and Lee Edmond out of St. Peter, Minnesota, and that Night Owl in the Riley right lane.
Yeah, that car's been campaigning a long time, built in 1979. The Quisenberry chassis car there for Lee Edmond. Hey, if it works for you, stick with it, right?
Yep. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yep. 892 left side for Landon Stall Bomber. It's 172 for the speed. Lee Edmond. 896 at 147. Here comes Bill Swan. That high wing machine over there left side out of Carrollton, Texas for Swan Construction Services alongside Tim Hallberg, Champlin, Minnesota, the electrician by trade over here on the right.
Hallberg's going to run an 887, 168. Bill Swan's going to run an 892, 183. Just a little too fast for Tim in that right lane. As Daniel Moore out of Mitchell, South Dakota, coming up in the Airmotive left lane for Pro Seal Incorporated machine. With O'Reilly in the O'Reilly right lane, Trevor Larson out of Starbuck, Minnesota. Farmer rancher by trade, so of course we'd like to thank them for all the food they supply to people across the United States. Daniel just wanted to jump that light a little bit, and it looks like he's just going to be rolling on down that left lane. As Trevor Larson made his pass, he ran an 892, 176.
So as Moore makes his way down track, a little bit of a shout out for Darren Erickson. Erickson, chassis builder, doesn't build a lot of race cars, but the one he puts together are strong runners, top 10 finishers. Builds a quality piece there, and Trevor Larson campaigns the Erickson chassis and would swear by it.
And we finally got a door car.
Yeah, how about that?
We knew they were here, just...
Yeah. Ricky Howard, Higginsville, Missouri. Had a little trouble earlier today as they had a little bit of leakage out of the Mopar there. As I recall, we had to push him off. Eric Feucht. That's a guess. I don't know. F-E-U-C-H-T.
That was a better guess than I would have said fetch.
Fetch?
Yeah.
Feucht. Well, Eric,
Yeah.
however you say it, 893 at 169. Ricky Howard, 978 at 130. And a lot of smoke off the Mopar at the finish line. Going to have to check that out as the Mopar fogging for mosquitoes down there just past the stripe. We'll have to take a look at that, make sure everything is good to go before we send our next pair down the track.
And it looks like since you wanted to have a lot of smoke down there at the end of the top end of the track, that we're just gonna take a quick look down there. Our crew's gonna check it out to just make sure everything is okay on the as far as the track goes.
So we're going to make sure everything is good to go on the big end. Our crews approaching it from either end of the track just to make sure there's nothing out of the Mopar there. And with that, we'll be back with you in just a minute.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com. Ultronics is always there when you need them.
If you're a new car dealership principal, service manager, or parts manager, turn to the source dealers trust, Service Department Solutions. With over 40 years of industry experience, the SDS team will help you improve your processes and increase your profits. They will work with you to improve sales and service processes, training, and customer retention rates, and help you work with your manufacturer to secure increases in parts and labor reimbursements that you're entitled to. In some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars left on the table. Service Department Solutions helps dealerships nationwide, and they can help you too. No upfront fees, no hassles, and no risk. Call them today at 412-651-2356 or visit them online at servicedepartmentsolutions.com. Service Department Solutions, the source dealers trust.
Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazir Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. This superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency, a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power, and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable starting power, choose Mazir. Visit our website at www.mazir.com.
For more than 50 years, Wagner's Classic Cars has been a worldwide leader in the collector car industry. Wagner's is best known for their attention to detail and quality craftsmanship, as well as their first-class inventory of investment-quality rides. Wagner's has also built some of the coolest cars on the planet, as well as some of the race cars you will see here today. If you're in the market for that car of your dreams, find us on Facebook or visit us today at wagnersclassiccars.com.
Mosier Engineering has been racing across 4 decades with 3 generations, and we are proud to be an official NHRA sponsor here today. Everything we make, from our rear ends, axles, suspension, and even our brakes, are made with one goal in mind: so you can finish first. We offer standard 2-day turnaround on custom axles, housings, and center sections. Visit us on the web at mosierengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians. Remember, whether you are a weekend enthusiast or a serious racer, Mosier Engineering has the highest quality made in the USA products for all of your extreme street and racing applications. Finish first with Mosier Engineering.
Carla Pontillo coming up now alongside Sonny Nevins as we get back to action. Montilla out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. 892 at 175 for Carla. Sonny Nemitz with an 895 at 150. Not the numbers they're looking for to get into the shootout, but they'll have something to work from when we get into eliminations. Bruce Wiedmeyer, Topeka, Kansas for Long Lighting. That's a Danny Nelson car left side alongside Timothy Schuster. Nestled down in the frame rails of the Don Davis built chassis. Big block Chevys a pair, left and right. Schuster out of Littleton, Colorado. Attention in the pits, we have a parts call. We're looking for a 456 gear for a Dana rear end. Once again, a 456 gear for a Dana rear end. If you have one, we have a racer in need. Shane Herman, the white Chevelle, is broke and needs some assistance. A 456 gear for a Dana rear end. If you can help him out, they would appreciate it. Shane Herman could use the assistance. Been qualified for the shootout, sure would like to make it into it. So again, a 456 gear for a Dana rear end. If you've got one and can help out, see Shane Herman. Bruce Wiedmeyer, 887 at 174. Timothy Schuster, 889 at 170. Devin Eisenhower comes up next. Left side of the track. Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. Super Gas World Champion. Top 10 Super Comp. Alongside Chad Fergan. Falcon Plastics, the sponsor for Chad Fergan. They are happy to sponsor Chad. Very proud of their association with Mr. Fergan. If you want to learn more about them, go online to falconplastics.com. All about their product line and their services. Stop by and see Chad in the pit area. He can help you out. The runner out of South Dakota with an 891.1. How about that for Eisenhower? 8,900. 890 with a 0 dead on 00. So Eisenhower came to play, that's for sure. He should be in the shootout if he paid the money. Dusty Meyer, Michael Bjorum. Coming up now, Meyer left side, Tonganoxie, Kansas. The Overland Tow Service, black and gray and green machine, left side, alongside the all-black ride for Michael Bjorum out of Justin, Texas. Mike and Marsh's racecraft car. Meyer 002 on the tree. How about another 8,900?
That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, we hadn't seen any
And
for
they're
like all day, and now back-to-back 8,900s. Dusty Meyer does it this time. A 2-pack. 002 up front, 8,900 at the stripe. Mike Bjorum, 889 too, wasting gas there at 156.
Travis Nagard is up in from Waterton, South Dakota. He's going to be in the aeromotive left lane with Brian Mileham from Lawndale, Illinois. Over there in the O'Reilly right lane.
So what do you think the odds are to have back-to-back 8,900s?
2 in however many cars we have. And the funny part is they were both done on the left lane.
Well, Nygaard does his part up front as he's tripped Zep perfect on the left lane. I think I like the left lane. 892.2 at 167. So we've had a perfect light and 2 8,900s on the left side. Brian Milam, he's right here. How about
he came
an
to play
890 with
too.
a 1 on the right? So 3 pairs, 8,900, 8,900, 8,901. Wow.
Danielle Jera Miller.
Out of Topeka, Kansas. Danielle Family Racing, her dragster, left side. Right side, Douglas Miller, Porter, Texas, no relation.
Nope.
EXP1 engine treatment.
Yeah, it's always fun to say Daniel's whole name.
an 894 left side at 153 for Danielle. Douglas Miller, 886 at 173.
And Dwayne Hawks now up from Wichita, Kansas, and his Hawkson standing for undercover in the airmotive left lane. And Josh Buer, and that firefighter's back from Lake Preston, South Dakota, in his JJ Performance Products American dragster. As they inch, like kind of slowly inch their way to get those staging lights on. Hawks ran a 007 light and an 888 167. Josh ran a .013 light with an 893 174. Yeah, now we're back to our times, either just going a little before or a little after that index of 890. Heidi Robeson in the airmotive left lane, getting ready to make another run against Mike Green from Moore, Oklahoma.
Well, how about it? Heidi Robeson, 002 at the start, leaves second. Green, perfect at the starting line, 894 at 173 for Mike Green with a perfect light, 893.7 at 182 for Heidi Robeson. So this middle of the pack here has been stellar with reaction times and dead-on runs. This is Caleb Clewine coming up next. The His Glory Racing undercover car out of North Platte, Nebraska. I stayed in North Platte on my way out to Sonoma last week. John Warren alongside from Pearland, Texas. Lewis Auto Service, JW Racing Caleb 888. Neither run good enough to make it into the shootout. For Annie Ann's Pretzels, Austin Sharp, the Heartland's Concept machine over there, alongside Todd McCann, the McCann Racing undercover car out of Centennial, Colorado. Sharp wheeling the Stinnett powered dragster. Conditions must be just right out there. Another perfect reaction time. This time it's Austin Sharp. Oh, look at that. A perfect time ticket. 8,900 dead on 00 and a trip zip at the start. Austin Sharp, the perfect time ticket. Even better than a hole-in-one in golf. A perfect time ticket left side for Austin Sharp. Todd McCann, 891.4 at 163. Austin Sharp. Trip zip, dead on 00, the perfect run. Kevin Dick, David Dale, headed down track, 006, 008 on the hit. $893 at 179 for Kevin Dick. David Dale, $892 at 181. Brian Spillers and Terry Pollard, your next pair coming up. Spillers, Mexico, Missouri. Pollard, Montgomery, Texas. Pollard out front, 891.7 at 179. Spillers off pace, 998 at 147. And dragsters just keep trickling out from under the tower. The long, skinny cars. Wayne Matthews and Shauna Brinkley coming up now. Matthews left side, Gower, Missouri. The Matthews Motorsports dragster alongside Shauna Brinkley for LODRS Casino and Resort, Lake Charles, Louisiana. If you're looking for a spectacular getaway, learn more about LODRS Casino and Resort, and they will treat you like royalty down there. Shauna out of Highlands, Texas, for June and Shannon, set to stage up here right side of the track. .886 at 170 left side for Wayne Matthews. Shauna goes 891 at 174.
Stephen Michaels out of Oak Grove, Minnesota, and the Michaels Family Racing Yancer Machine in the Riley right lane. And Vernon Rowland out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, and his VNS Roland MT Optima Moden machine there in the left lane. Steven ran an 892, 144, and Verlin ran an 889, 172. As Tyler Banks out of Kansas City, Missouri, and his Banks Racing Undercover pulls up in the aeromotive left lane, and Donald Leasden from Rosemont, Minnesota, coming up in the O'Reilly right lane. Donald in that right lane ran an 895, 171, and Tyler in the left lane ran an 898, 165. As Shannon Brinkley makes their way up to the stage, to the lights, and Keisha, his way to the lights, I wasn't sure. And Keisha Moline out of Waxahachie, Texas. Waxahachie. I love how we name towns so weird. Keisha must like the number 8 with an 888, 170. And Shannon with a 889, 180.
Hello.
As Dale Maher from Aurora, Colorado, and his DPM Racing Miller dragster in the left lane, going against Michael Bailey from Midlothian, Texas, and his Mike Bailey Motorsports TNT dragster in the O'Reilly right lane. with his 009 light, hit an 895, 182. Michael just behind him with an 014 and 890 with a 2. So he got close to that mark with a 172. So he should be joining the shootout if he wants. As Chris Edson from Mineral Wells, Texas. He is not driving a 63 Corvette there in that right lane. And Steve Collier from Benton, Louisiana, pulling up in the aeromotive left lane. Chris taking off like a secret agent, 007 light with an 889, 169. Collier with a 021 light with an 891, 182. As Rick Hughes from Fishers, Indiana, and his A&A transmission RCE Woody. Ooh, that's not a Woody. What is it? In the left lane there. And Dane Pluta from Blair, Nebraska. He's hitting a 005 light to Pluta's 030 light. And Pluta's going to run an 896, 163 as Hughes runs an 896 with a 5, though, with a 163. Chuck Ridenauer out of Plainfield, Indiana. His RC American dragster in the left lane. Going against Justin Owens from Blanchard, Oklahoma. And his Justin Owens American. Owens in the right lane ran an 887, 171, as Ridenauer ran an 892, 179. And Todd Piper from Wamego, Kansas, is coming back in the second round for the O'Reilly right lane. And he's going to be going against Jerry Stinnett from Emporia, Kansas. Good runs by both. 893, 169 for Piper. Stinnett ran a little fast with an 886, 189. As Matt Selden out of Omaha, Nebraska for Selden Racing in the aeromotive left lane. And Scott Barker from Pauls Valley, Oklahoma in that O'Reilly right lane. Barker running 870, 168. And Selden running 895, 158. As Larry Piper now comes up in the right lane. still out of Wamego, Kansas for Piper Racing. And Tyler Selden out of Omaha, Nebraska for Selden Racing in the Aeromotive left lane. Larry Piper in that right lane running an 893 166. Tyler Selden in the left lane running an 894 165. As Robbie Gear finishes burnout and getting ready to pull up to the staging lights. He's from Greenwood, Missouri, in the BacklotTires.com dragster. And Chase Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas. And his accelerated graphics dragster in the O'Reilly right lane. Gear's gonna be happy with that reaction time, pretty much for his run with a 002 light and an 891 with a 7 to follow and a 171 miles per hour. Huffman doing an 887 167 miles per hour. As Jeremy Denny from Fremont, Nebraska, he'll be in that Aeromotive left lane, and Cami Nicoletti from Lakewood, Colorado in the Nicoletti Motorsports in the O'Reilly right lane. Kind of a standoff on who could who is gonna go first there, with a 901 145 for Jeremy in the left lane. I couldn't see what Nicoletti ran, but we got Shannon Nicoletti now in the right lane, and Dylan Wagner out of Galesburg, Illinois, coming up in the left lane. Both of them left just the same amount early, but Shannon Nicoletti running 8 and 900.
So for Nicoletti, almost a perfect time ticket right there, as Shannon was 001 red, 8,900 at the finish. As close to a perfect time ticket as you could get without doing it. That was a pretty amazing run for Shannon Nicoletti, 8,900. A handful of 8,900s that we've seen in this session. Dylan Wagner, 893 at 175. Greg Nicoletti and Todd Irwin coming up next. Irwin left side for Classic Services, the American Race Car Chassis Machine, alongside Greg Nicoletti. How about a perfect reaction time for Greg Nicoletti? 888.7 at 175. So Greg's perfect light, Shannon's dead zero run would have made a perfect time ticket. Todd Irwin, 886 at 175. Chris Bombard and Ken Sharp pulling up next. So we saw Austin put together the perfect time slip earlier. Here's Ken trying to do what Austin did for Annie Ann's Pretzels over there, right side of the track. Chris Bombard, the Doug's balancing Fritz chassis dragster, left side. Well, it's not perfect, but it's close. 003 on the tree for Sharp. 889.2 at 177. Bombard goes 13 pack as he's 004 up front. Dead on 9 at the finish line. 4.913 thousandths package for Chris Bombard. That'll win you a lot of rounds of racing. Coming up next, it's Mitch Mustard and Bill Zimmerman. Blah, 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 blah. Try that again. Mitch Mustard, Bill Zimmerman. Mustard from Arvada, Colorado. Zimmerman, Circle Pines, Minnesota. Finish line says it's an 885 at 183 for Mitch Mustard. Bill Zimmerman, 897, speed of 181. Kyle Freeze and Chet Tucker. They'll line up next. Freeze, Blair, Nebraska, the home for the innovative print marketing entry. Probably prints all those rebate forms that you get. Chet Tucker, Sulphur, Oklahoma, the wood racing dragster over here on the right. So Freeze is 2 over 892 at 163. Tucker 2 under 888, speed of 180. That's this one.
Super stock. Super stock. Make your way to the staging lanes for your qualifying round 2. Super stock.
Yes, sir.
Make your way to the staging lanes for your qualifying round 2. As Wilmer Henshaw went down the track in his Fiat with a 896 156 and Scott Freeze with a 889 154. But again, super stock, make your way to the staging lanes. Brett Gifford out of Granbury, Texas. Door car finally, a 68 Camaro coming up to the lights with Mike Moore out of Lincoln, Nebraska in the airmotive left lane. Good 002.8 for Mike in the left lane, but he ran an 886 176. Brett Gifford ran a 901 153. As Robert Schultz comes up from Ridgeview, I'll go with Minnesota. Ridgeview, Minnesota? Manitoba. In the right lane, and Ricky Hill from Gretna, Nebraska, going up in that left lane. So close for Robert with an 889 152. Ricky Hill running an 891 168. As Richard Leon comes up from all the way from New Jersey. He's going to be in that O'Reilly right lane. Has Coy Collier from Benton, Louisiana, for the Manpower Collier Racing Machine in the Aeromotive left lane. To go a little faster than that 890 index with an 888 170 for Leon in the O'Reilly right lane and an 884 174 in the left lane, as Jason Medlin from Reno, Texas makes his way to his first set of staging lights in the Aeromotive left lane, and Don Freeze out of Omaha, Nebraska and his innovative print marketing M&M machine in the O'Reilly right lane, getting ready to head off his first set of staging lights. And Super Stock, if you haven't heard, Super Stock, if you haven't heard, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Stock, come on down to the staging lanes. Freeze hit a 896 166, and Medlin in the left lane hit an 886 187. A little bit of adjustments going to be made there. As Mike Nemowitz, I want to say Nemowitz. Nemitz. I like that name. From Omaha, Nebraska, and his Nemitz Racing A&E machine in the O'Reilly right lane, and Taylor Bohannon from Louisville, Kentucky. I guess if you watch sports, it's Louisville. You got a Louisville, Kentucky. If you're from Kansas, it's Louisville. Almost equal starts there off the line with an 031 for Nemowitz, and he's running a 912 172. Bohannon 024 off the light, running 887 175. As Mason Straswig from Evansville, Indiana, got the cool shirts on the side of her dragster in the Aeromotive left lane, and Dan Pluta from Omaha, Nebraska, and a Pluta Racing M&M machine in the O'Reilly right lane. Just went a tad too fast with an 888 170. Megan running an 892 182. Kyle Seacrest out of Wichita, Kansas. No, he has no relation to Ryan Seacrest. He's going to be in the Aeromotive left lane. And Brianna Johnson out of Arvada, Colorado, and her Fine Line dragster in the O'Reilly right lane. Kyle just jumped that gun just a little bit and ran fast with an 885 176 to Brianna's 887 168.
Jump in here and make sure that we call Super Stock Eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please, for your second qualifying session. Super Stock to the lanes. If you're not there already, you need to head that way. Super Stock to the lanes.
As Blake Johnson gets ready to stage from Arvada, Colorado, in his Saratoga Casino and Fine Line machine, and Don Nichols out of Lincoln, Nebraska in his Big Dog Truckin' machine over there in the left lane.
So Nichols, number 2 in the world last year, here in the Super Comp category. If my math serves me correctly, we have at least 4 of the top 10 players in the country last year that are part of our field today.
Yes. I believe you're actually right on. I think it's at least 4.
Nichols fast, 888 at 167. That's too quick. Johnson, 3 over 893 at 167. Michael Seacrest out of Wichita, mechanic by trade, alongside John Westcott from Bellevue, Nebraska. The John's Body Company 23 Ford Altered, one of the few non-dragsters here in the category. Injected Ford power plant there in front of the driver. No throttle stop. All motor all the way. So the rabbit out in front, John Westcott. Here comes Michael Seacrest playing catch-up, 9 flat at 184 for Seacrest. Westcott, 898 at 142. He was closer to the index. Difference in speed there, 42 miles an hour at the finish line. Jordan Pratt pulls up now alongside Dan Foley. It looks like we're going to take a quick look at something out on the track before we go any further, as looks like the Gator headed down track there on the right-hand side. Not sure what we're looking for down there, but...
Well, it looks to be a little something almost in the middle of the track there.
There is an object out there just before the 660 mark. I want to get that picked up before we send the next pair down. We'll get the Gator cleared as quick as we can and get back to action with Jordan Pratt and Dan Foley. Not sure what the object was that he picked up, but we know it wasn't a header collector because he shoved it in his back pocket. Pratt goes red, Foley on the green side, 005 green for Dan Foley. Finish line 890 with a 6, an 11 thousandths package there for Dan Foley. 178 for the speed. I mean, it's no Austin Sharp, but very good nonetheless. Jordan Pratt, 888, 176. Chris Whitfield and Peter Gahan. Team Petey, Dallas, Texas. That's the right side of the track. Left side, Chris Whitfield. The Go Fast energy drink out of Littleton, Colorado. Team PD is 011. Whitfield 003. 884, 6 under for Chris Whitfield. Left side at 175. Team PD with an 898, speed of 179. Super stock, you should be in the lanes. Super stock, you should be in the lanes for your second qualifier. Tyler Vaughn, Terry Sullivan coming up now. Tyler in the Aeromotive lane left side from Minden, Nebraska. Terry Sullivan alongside the O'Reilly lane from Richardson, Texas. Sullivan makes his living drag racing, the Sullivan Motorsports American Race Car Chassis Big Block Chevy Dragster. Tyler Vaughn lists his occupation as student. Red light left, green light right. Vaughn and Sullivan, finish line says it's an 897 for Tyler Vaughn, 897 at 168. Terry Sullivan, 888, speed of 179. Backing up from the burnouts right now is your next pair. Sarah Vang, left side, the Mountain Motor Performance entry out of Parker, Colorado. Alongside Tanner Schiffner, West Fargo, North Dakota, the Watertown Ford and Chrysler Darren Erickson machine. Hey, Unc, we're almost halfway through. Almost. Another 40 cars and we'll be halfway through. So again, Bang turns it red, Schiffner turns it green left and right. 890 with a 9 at 173 for Sarah Vang. Not sure how many 890 cars we got, but you got to be 890 to get into the shootout. I'm pretty sure of that.
We've had
Tanner
a few of them.
Schiffner, 893 at 154. We've had a handful of 8900s already, so I think we're going to be all 890 field here in the shootout. Mark Graham, number 4 in the world, so there's 5 of them here. 5 of the top 10 are here this weekend.
We'll just start a tally.
Graham out of Overland Park, Kansas. Taryn Green alongside from Burleson, Texas. Taryn in the Green Motorsports TNT chassis machine. Mark is 001 at the hit, 891.3 at the finish at 189. Taryn Green, 895 at 175. Jay Bunce pulls up now, the Cunningham Motorsports Mickey Thompson Tires entry out of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Paired up alongside the Rickman Racing entry for Kyle Rickman from Combine, Texas. Mondin built chassis left and right. Big block Chevys left and right. Again, super stock. You should be in the lanes. Super stock. You should be in the staging lanes. At the stripe, it's an 892 left side at 173 for Jay Bunce. Kyle Rickman with an 885 at 183. Steve Evans, no relation, coming up next. Left side, Moore, Oklahoma. For Canopy Life, he is the president. Tim Parker, Longmont, Colorado. Alongside the Parker Sheet Metal American car. Parker 009 on the red side, 9:13 at the finish at 174. Evans 3 thou too quick, 8:89.7 at 182. John Loebner, Dwayne Cole. Loebner left side, DeSoto, Kansas. Is it Loebner or Loebner, Bob? Loebner, that's what I thought. Wanted to make sure. Dwayne Cole, Lincoln, Nebraska. The Cole Racing appears to be one of those new shorty dragsters over here. Danny Nelson Racecraft shorty dragster on the right side. Just from 100 feet away, that's what it looks like. Could be wrong. Was once. Okay, maybe more than once. Whomping it down at the big end on a time run. How about that? 8:89 at 167 for Dwayne Cole. 8:94 at 172 for John Loebner. A little bit of cleanup there on the left side of the track.
Colin Cole now up from Lincoln, Nebraska in the aeromotive left lane, and Gary Welmbolt from Arvada, Colorado in his Maximum Automotive there in the O'Reilly right lane. Off the light first, and he's going to run an 890 with a 4 and a 170, but Gary running that 8 and 900. Perfect. I think, yeah, talking to Warren, I think we're pretty much agreed that's about 5 of them that have run that perfect 890. And he ran a 177 miles per hour to go along with it. As Jeremy Deemers out of Carroll, Iowa, is making his way to the staging lights in the aeromotive left lane, and Kevin Burnett out of Parker, Colorado is in that Riley right lane. Good 009 light for Burnett in that right lane, but with an 891 and 178 miles per hour. Jeremy doing an 888, 180. And final call for Superstock. Final call for Superstock. You guys should be in your lanes. You guys should be in your lanes. As Timothy Foley out of Darden Prairie, Missouri. That's cool. I don't know where that is, but it's a prairie. Can't be too bad. Going against James Repka out of Wiley, Texas. In the left lane. Repka with a 003 light with an 888 170, so too fast for Repka, as Timothy runs a 891 167. Jason Chapin out of Lincoln, Nebraska, and Chapin Race. Chapin? Okay, cool. Chapin Racing. Oh, Lake Prairie, Missouri is down by St. Louis. Cool. And Austin Williams, he was number 9 in the world for Super Comp last year. So I think maybe we're up to 6. I don't know. We got to start running a tally, though. That's pretty impressive how many we have coming here to Topeka race. And he proves why he's 9th in the world with an 890 with a 180 miles per hour in the right lane. And Jason running an 880 something. Just a little too fast there. Our last one is going to be Luke Bogacki from Carterville, Illinois. Cool Hand Luke. Good movie. And his K&N Filters American. He'll be our last car in our Super Comp, and Super Stock is under the tower getting ready to come make their second round qualifying runs. He's good with that 001 light. And he's good period, but running a late, really fast, 880, 178. And that is going to be it this round for Super Comp. So, we're going to let Bob take over for a little bit, since he's rested up. We're going to take a break and relax for just a few minutes.
Alrighty, about time to get back into it. Throw some super stock numbers down. I want to thank everybody that sent me the bless yous and the Gazoot Heights and all that good stuff a while ago after my 9 sneeze fiasco. I do try to get my money's worth. Jeff Heffler and Dan Nixon going to lead us off as we go into session number 2. Super stock qualifying. Craig Gaultier, 94 under the index. Then Todd Patterson, number 2. Neil Rhodes, 3. Pete Perry, number 4. Rob Cruzen and Mike Town round out the quick 6. But that was after session number 1. We're going to see what we can do here in session number 2. Now that Warren's off the phone, his phone rings. No, off the mic, I mean. Jeff Heffler comes rolling in, the Lucas Oil. Emmons Motorsports, Pro 1 Safety. Super H Automatic. Heffler cranked out a 1038 earlier today, 943 for Dan Nixon's Copo Camaro on his earlier run. 940 here and a 1013, so looks like the shuffling shall commence. Heffler now 46 under. Nixon up to number 29 at 64 under. Sean Martinet, Chris Stevenson are going to roll down to 1320 next. Chris, the GTM automatic entry. 350 Buick powered Apollo over here on the right-hand side. Sean Martinet there on the left, a little turbo 4-cylinder Mustang. Number 15 qualifier, a little 4-cylinder, went 1083 earlier. Goes 1085 now at 120, 1072 by Stevenson. Stevenson slows up a couple. Sean slows up a couple. So let's see, 2 pair down track, 2 improvement, 2 slow down. Guess we'll have to continue to figure out who's doing what and where. Travis Gusso rolling in. Dakota Speed Merchants entry. Ford Cobra Jet over there on the left-hand side. And young Mr. Pearson, Eric. The wheel of his 360 AMX. Here on the right-hand lane, 8,900. How about Travis? Good Supercom number. 1069 for Eric Pearson as he rolls through at 123. Grant Singer's B Super. The 90 Camaro out of Regina. Saskatchewan, and Billy Ingles, Super Stock I Automatic. Trans Am over on the left-hand side, the Genesis Homes entry. As the call now goes out for Super Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you. Stage and lanes, please. Our 990 contestants, come on down. And the next contestants on The Price is Right. It's Grant Singer Motors through 928.3. Grant picks up 3 thousandths from his earlier run. 1027 by Billy Ingles at 129 miles an hour. Singer 928.3 and a 928.6 on his 2 runs today. I believe Warren Evans could dial that car. 28. Put a 34 on it and send it. Jacob Pitt, the factory GT car, comes up on the right-hand side. Got to remember to hold the whop a couple of times. And yeah, 3 whops and a brake pedal. Michael Mann's the Fast Shocks. K&N, Mickey Thompson. Firebird in the left. The Superstock A Supercar, 885 and 151. No improvement from Michael, 976 and 135. Jacobs off by a nickel from his earlier run, so neither driver picking up any improvement there. Mark Jenkins and Scott Stillings. Stillings out of Indiana making a tow over. Like he said, pretty easy to get here. You pull out of the house, go down to I-70 and head west. Get to Topeka, head south on 75 and you're here. Stillings, a 5-time world champ. Cruises through at the other end, 885, 131, no help for him. 969.9 by Jenkins. So Mark's gone 969.9 and a 970 with a 7. That's a pretty tight bunching on a couple of runs down the racetrack. Dean Messenbring, retiree out of Rochester, Minnesota. He loves retired life so well that he goes to Florida early every year so he can play at Gainesville. Long-time Division 5 campaigner, the GTM automatic entry. Phil Giles, another one of the Copos. Camaros. For the winner of last year's Copo Shootout, 940 at 142 by Giles. He falls off a nickel. 1094. Messenbrink's off by 2 from earlier today. Larry Virager and Randall Klein. Got a 56 Nomad wagon coming up on the left side, the automotive lane. And a 55 commercial wagon coming up on the right-hand side in the water box. Verger's Buick goes 1080 with a 1. Back-to-back laps within 6th thou. 1186 for Randall Klein. Whatever he tried with the Nomad didn't work. Wayne Declaw came up in the earlier session. Wayne, Nebraska-based runner. Had problems, got the 55 Chevrolet pushed off the line. Tim Nicholson's 4-speed. Castle Family Racing Chevy Nova left lane. Small block 283 for Tim and a gearbox. Small block 265 and a gearbox for Wayne. Dinklaw goes through 1143 at 113. Wayne 76 under, puts him on the front sheet. Number 16 qualifier. Nicholson a 1017 this time around. He'd already run a 1015. So no improvement for Tim. He'll stay at 80 under, and he'll stay number 7. Tim Nicholson driving the Castle Family Racing Chevy 2, but here comes Tyler Castle in the Copo Camaro. Tyler left-hand side, off and running, the Copo. Doing the do-see-do alongside Todd Patterson, your number 2 qualifier. The 40th anniversary, Copo Camaro goes 921 at 143. 1023 at 140 for Tyler. He slows up on the other end of the racetrack after slowing up on this end of the racetrack. So neither driver will improve. Kevin Erickson, excuse me. Erickson Automotive boss man, chief cook and bottle washer. Over on the left-hand side, Vic Penrod's machine. Super C automatic. 69 coming on the right-hand side. .985 by Vic, no improvement there. Erickson's GTP automatic entry, 1174. Kevin still trying to find the index. 1155 in GTP automatic, and well, Kevin's not there yet, but he'll work on it. Lloyd Wofford and Don O'Malley. The Cohen transmission, 327 Corvette. Don goes 991.4. He went 991.1 earlier today. So no help, but by golly, he stays steady. 10 flat for Lloyd Wofford's Engines Inc. machine out of Arkansas. He was a 984 lap earlier. Jason DeForest comes rolling in. His ride, the GTC automatic entry. Little Cavalier. Up alongside Tyler Wodarczyk's Super J automatic ride. Runner out of Wakarusa. 934.9. Jason picks up a hunt. He's now 55 and change under the index. 1025. Tyler picks up a couple of ticks. Wodarczyk now at 74 under the index. That's good for number 19 qualifier. I do apologize for the microphone not turning off earlier today. Oh, I know everybody's been laughing about it. Derek Fitter and Pete Perry. Well, if you'd heard the mic drop, come running. 920 at 144 by Pete. He'll stay number 4. 981 for Derek Fitter's Olds Calais. And he will not improve for the runner out of Liberty Mo. Danny's Rust, the total engine, GTAA, 426, 68 Barracuda, the Gold Coast. Entry there on the right-hand side. Morris Vogus, another Super Stock J automatic runner. Going to make his run down the racetrack. Ooh. Morris has got all sorts of problems. The Chevy 2 going up. It might get there. Dan's Rust, meanwhile, goes 908 at 144. And while Morris is making his way down track, we want to remind everybody, non-denominational chapel service, the covered pavilion behind the grandstand, or behind the grandstand and the concession stand. Chapel service, 7 a.m. both Saturday and Sunday. You're all invited. 7 a.m. Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service. Joy Keith says it'll be a short and sweet sermon. Joy will be short and his wife will be sweet. Aren't you glad you came up here, son? Yeah. 10:58, 1, 2, 3, 4 the speed for Larry Ingalls. 10:23 at 126 by Bickelmeyer. Neither driver finding improvement out there. Jason Stoles, wheel standing, Penrod Racing. Pontiac out of Frederick, Oklahoma, and Chris Cheney. The GTK automatic entry. Past award-winning machine for best appearing car, featuring that Hachinsky race paint on it. Little Scott Brown graphic designs on the side. Turned into real-life color by Mr. Tim. 14 on the tree by Chris. Can he improve on a 10.294? Yes, he can. Goes 10.16 at 130. 10.56 by Jason. Chris Cheney goes 73 under. Moves up to the number 21 spot with that lap. James Cairo and Dennis Nelson come rolling in. Nelson Super L automatic, the 305 powered Malibu. VP Fuels, Lucas Oil entry for Dennis out of Minnesota over here on the right-hand lane. Cairo at the wheel of the 79 Volare. Comes complete with the rich Corinthian leather. And a little short guy standing next to it going, to plane, to plane. 999 at 131 by Cairo. 1110, 118 miles an hour. Over here on the O'Reilly side, as we continue working our way through, Sean Tucker's Superstock AA. Alvy Merrill's Superstock G automatic. The Sunoco and 18 performance entry for Alvy here on the right-hand side. Tucker's got that 427 big block combo coming up from Blanchard, Oklahoma. Tucker goes through a 898 lap at 145 miles an hour. That's an improvement. 10:09 at 128. The speed. Here on the O'Reilly side, Jared Swinehart, the GT truck automatic entry. This one's in black flame, black suede with flames on it out of GPE starters. And Carol Warling. Carol wheeling and dealing. Stock ride. He whittled onto the wind at in Denver earlier this season. Warling 1065 at 122 the speed. 987, 136. On the aeromotive side of the racetrack is Angelo DiCarlo and Wyatt Wagner. Come rolling in next. .1003 for Wyatt Wagner, your reigning D5 champ, no improvement. 987 by DiCarlo's Corvette. Well, 327 out of Illinois does not find any improvement out there. Troy Ross and Sean Vincent. A couple of drivers have been in the winner's circle of late. Sean doing it in his Cop Eliminator ride up in Joliet. Troy doing it in this car down in Thunder Valley. It was, I do believe, about 10 days ago. Doesn't hardly seem possible. Vincent Wright, the Superstock F modified, little 275 cubic inch. Firebird here on the right-hand lane. They used the car last night to do the gender identification for their upcoming baby. And it's going to be a girl. because the tire smoke when he did his burnout was pink. 10:38 at 129 by Sean. Pretty classy way for the drag racer to show their gender reveal. 9:32 for Troy Ross. CR's Tire and Automotive Service entry. Kurt Ebe and Tony Schaefer come rolling in next. Ebe at the wheel of his Cobra Jet, the Chamberlain, South Dakota-based Kurt Cycle Center and Dairy Queen owner. Ice cream. We're going to eat ice cream. As soon as we all get to Kurt's place, that is. Tony Schaefer out of Day Automotive and Harry Truman's hometown of Independence Mo. 1086 at 119, no help for Tony. 1003 by Kurt. Let's see, 1086, and he was 1083. Tony's off by, I can do this, 3. Kurt Ebe goes 1003 after running a 10 flat earlier. Don't help me, Joey. He's off by 3. I'd say the average off by in that pair was 3. Robert Cruzen, a division champ in the past. Back when he was living in Las Vegas and campaigning in D7. He has since moved back to Division 4 competition out of Oklahoma. That's the blue and yellow. Cobalt there on the left-hand side. Your former U.S. Nationals champ, Mike Town. 350 Buick. Here on the right side, 1070, 121 by Michael. No help. Cruising. Now it's 76 under the index. And number 15 on that qualifying sheet. Stephanie Diekema. Stephanie had problems earlier. The Nova came off the line and then just kind of blip, 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 blip. Idled down the racetrack. This is all looking a whole lot more better for Stephanie. On her 1065, she goes cruising through 1023 at 126. And that will put Miss Stephanie 41 under and number 56 on the qualifying sheet. 985, 135. Here on the O'Reilly side as we continue on with two more. Two more. Neil Rhodes, your number 3 qualifier up in his Cobra Jet. The runner out of Colorado. Randy Johnson, factory GT. Plymouth on the right-hand side. 986, Neil Rhodes, no help at 135. 1037 for Randy Johnson. 126 miles. That's not Randy Johnson, the old pitcher, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay. You know, we got Eric Bell, an ex-pitcher, running in super stock out on the West Coast. So I just thought I'd check.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I can find out for you.
Wow. That is the second time in 2 days. Oh, maybe not. I thought they're going to push Rob Cruzen's truck back again. So Rob on the right side, Justin Jenkins. There in the left lane, Justin. Wonder if his feet have touched the ground.
Since last Sunday?
Since last Sunday. Jenkins, who won the Mile High Nationals last year, how about this? 968.1 and 968.0 on his 2 laps down the racetrack. That's acceptable. 10:30 by cruising as he cruised through at 126. Billy Rowe and David Bogner. Well, Lucas Oil, Earl. I'll spit it out in a minute. Barracuda, the Bogner clan out of Kearney. 903.7. He went 903.5 earlier. I mean, it's not quite the back-to-back runs within 1,000, but it is back-to-back runs within 0.02 of a second. And for David Bogner, he'll take it. 10:02, 129 for Billy over there on the left-hand side. The automotive lane, no improvement, but he stays consistent. Give me a good, consistent race car any day of the week. Unless I've got a heads up, that is. Aaron Stanfield, Dave Janik. Janik Brothers Factory Superstock D entry, 853 at 161, 990. For Aaron Stanfield, no help for your lucky number 13 qualifiers. He was already in at a 987 pace. Now Greg Stanfield and your number 1 qualifier, Craig Gaultier. Gaultier's GTG automatic entry on the left. Here Craig down a 945 out of his Stanfield powered Cavalier there in the left lane. It was 949 here at 144, 856.2 at 151 for Gregory. Stanfield, that is. Matthew Lund and Archie Cohn. Archie. Samtech EDU. Factory Showdown player. Getting a few laps in here this weekend. The Factory Showdown. Factory Super Stock. 350 combination. Lund at the wheel of their faithful Firebird. Archie picks up and bad nickel. Goes 862. He was 867 earlier. 998 at 116 miles an hour. Alongside him in the aeromotive lane. Ricky Decker and Joseph Santangelo. Division 3 hitter, Division 1 hitter. Coming over to Division 5, see if they can do a little roundhouse punching and clean house. Take the Wally back home with them. Santangelo out of Connecticut. 1047 earlier today. 1045 here, picks up a couple. Decker with a 978 lap. Picks up more than a couple. Decker picks up all the way to number 2. 91 under the index. Michael Lund and Dennis Lund. Both drivers from the Quad Cities of Iowa. Michael out of Bettendorf, Dennis out of Davenport. Dennis goes 938. He was 934 earlier. No help this time around at 145. 1005 by Michael. Wheeling his machine there on the left-hand side. He goes through at 122. And again, Super Gas needs you lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. Brett Spear and Tyler Bohannon. Always know when you're getting close to the end because that's when the really big guys, the guys that have been hitting and winning the races, they like to roll in and stage. Bohannon with the 10-12 lap. No help over his earlier 10:08, 10:04. Spear does improve. Spear now sitting at number 75. Excuse me, now at 75 under. I stand corrected. Riley on the right-hand side, the Super J automatic Firebird. She gets ready to finalize this session. Super stock, 1024 to 123, so Riley improves. 2 sessions in, Craig McGaltier and Ricky Decker, number 1 and number 2. Todd Patterson, 3. Neil Rhodes, number 4. Did not see Todd that time around. Pete Perry sits number 5. Rob Cruz at 6. Mike Town, number 7. Tim Nicholson, 8. Morris Vogus, number 9. Tyler Castle, 10. Kurt Heebs, Cobra Jet, 11. Michael Mann's Firebird, 12. John Stock, 13. Aaron Stanfield, 14 in the C-Tech machine. Jared Swinehart, 15. And rounding out the quick 16, Robert Cruz. Super Gas coming up for their Aeromotive Shootout qualifier. And second of 2 time runs for the day. And our racer for Christ Chaplain, Joey Keith, going to sit in and do a session of Super Gas for us. Joey, it's all yours. You don't have to be short and sweet this time around.
Gee, thanks, Bob. Dale Fox and Joe Ackerman. First pair down, the Aeromotive Shootout Super Gas final time trial here. And we'll come back with the best 8 for the shootout later on this evening. Dale Fox, 10:01, 156, 988, 4, 152 for Ackerman. There's a whole slew of Super Gas cars in the staging lane. Super Gas, by the way, if not there, you're late. Next pair up, Jim Repka. Jim out of Wiley, Texas. Word has it that Jim has a new Corvette being built, Roadster that is, for the 2020 season, up alongside Don Wittstein. Don out of Garnett, Kansas. I first seen this car up at Mocan Dragway a few years back. There's a pair of these Chevy 2s that family owns. This being the red one. Final time trial session for these racers, and then tomorrow morning, bright and early, we go into round 1 eliminations. 987, 161 for Repka, 996 for Donald, at $150. The Dodge truck, the Dakota, of Kenneth Sanders out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Van Arnold out of Houston, making the long tow north. Maybe he'll stop in Tulsa on his way through for our divisional race next week. Little Dakota truck with problems. Van Arnold 985 at 170. 1007, 115 for Sanders. Bringing up Dan Moore and Brian Turner. Brian in the Mustang Roadster. Don't see very many of those around. The medical biz down in San Marcos, Texas. The anesthesiologist. Lovely wife Amy watching on Drag Racer TV, and the Camaro of Daniel Moore, the Pro Seal Inc. entry. $977 tick too quick there for Brian. 989.1, 165 for Moore. Jeff Franklin, Saginaw, Texas. Timothy Moore, Leavenworth. The Moore Cabinet Shop Cavalier. We are in our final time trial session for Super Gas. This also is our shootout round. The automotive shootout round. $9.92, Timothy Moore, $1.55 the speed, $9.84, $1.41, Jeff Franklin. Randy Vados out of Minnesota. And Norm Brungart. Norm, he's self-employed, 3D Resources, Chevrolet Camaro Roadster. $9.92, $1.45 for Randy, $9.89, $1.67 for Norman. Two more burnouts complete, one of them being a Roadster of Mark Price out of Arvada, Colorado. The Titan fuel tanks, Don Davis built Roadster, up alongside Jeff Crooks. Jeff and the Firebird. As we look for $9.90. There's one, $9.90 with a 2 for Jeff Crooks, $1.51. Liking what I see right there out of the Firebird. 1001, $1.50 for Mark. Tim Walker coming up next. Corvette Roadster. Dave Bigby out of Parker, Colorado. $9.88, $6, $1.52 for David. $9.91, $7 for Tim Walker. Two more, Little Vega and Little Chevette. Little Chevette's been around a long, long time, terrorizing the drag strips of the Midwest for, 30 plus years, I would say. Because I was one of those guys that terrorized many, many times. The Vega of Chuck Ridenauer. The Chevette of John Long. Vern Rowland actually owns this Chevette. John Long, your driver. Lovely wife, Krista. See Parker right there watching on. Good friend, Parker. The Vega leaves good. $9.87 and $1.38 for John Long. $9.93 $111 with that top end throttle stop for the Vega to a $9.93. Bringing up Rod Walter, Bill Causey, Bill and Sandy. Rod Walter, ND, little Mustang and little Roadster. All right, need Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. Qualifying round number 2, Sportsman Motorcycle. Bill Causey, 004 light, 989.7. Walter goes 1 red and 990 with a 6. Sportsman Motorcycles, you have been called. Sportsman Motorcycles. A couple more. Roger Warren, Mike Burkhart. Mike, out of Dodge City, Kansas. In one of those Pennington-built Roadsters. There's a handful of those built in the country. Most of them are between Kansas and Texas and Colorado. We actually saw Peeps last week in one of them in Colorado. Kevin Moore has one. Burkhardt has one. There might be another one or two out there somewhere. 994 for Burkhardt, 147. 993, 162 Roger Ward. Once again, Sportsman Motorcycle. We need you to the lanes, please. Vernon Rowland. The Calais. The roofing contractor out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Former Pro Stock car, the way back days. Alongside Robert Rowan. Robert had a great start to the season. Went down to Houston for the national event back in April and took home the Super Gas crown. Carried that Wally all the way back up here to Kansas. See what Vern can do. Vern goes 989. Robert goes 987. Bringing up two more, Craig Maddox. And Randy Nygaard, once again. Sportsman Motorcycles. We need you to the lanes at this time, please. Maddox in a very unique Plymouth Roadster. Nygaard, the Team Ethanol Cavalier. See if we can get 990 here, either driver. Looking for 990. We've seen two so far this session. Gotta be more than that out there. 986 for Nygaard, 987 for Maddox. Bob Fuller for Valvoline and Odyssey Batteries. Bob and Kathy out of Rogers, Arkansas. And Robert Coleman out of Columbia, Missouri. Drivers taking their time to get fully staged up. $986, $164 for Bob Fuller, $985, $147 Robert Coleman. Two more. Devin Eisenhower, sporting that big number 1 on the hood scoop. And let me tell you what, folks, he didn't get that by being first in line. Devin is a tough customer in Super Gas. And George Meyer up alongside of Brainerd, Minnesota in the Malibu. $988.5, $172 for Eisenhower. $990 with a 9144 for George Meyer. That makes the third $990 we've seen this session. Danny Toole, Jerry Carlton. Jerry out of Gilbert, Arizona. Says, I've got some family in southwest Missouri. I'm going to go to Topeka. I'm going to go by and see them. Might swing down to Tulsa on the way back home. Jerry for the Wood Tucker Racing Team. 989.3, 136, 995.4, 153. Danny Toole with a perfect reaction time. Buddy Wood. Buddy out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. And Nathan Vroman, the farmer out of Indiana. The Vroman Farms, Beretta. Both sides pretty good from the start here. As we march to the top end, it's going to see 991, 168 for Nathan, 984, 171 for Buddy Wood. Bringing up Jason McClure out of Lucas, Texas, formerly out of Kansas. Transplanted himself down to Texas for a job for Frontier Communications, and Scott Denberg. The Way Cool Dodge Roadster. We see 990. Nope, we'll see 988s. 988.9 for Scott, 988.6 for Jake. Daniel Giblin and Daniel Gilgosh. Daniel squared. Gablin out of Pratt, Kansas, the DNR trucking entry. In the Monte Carlo, the Corvette Roadster of Gilgosh. $988, 161, 1008, 165. Once again, final call. Sportsman Motorcycles. You should be in the lanes at this time, please, for your final qualifying session of the day. Sportsman Motorcycle. Chet Tucker. Gary McMahon. Little Monza. Wheels up there for the Monza. Here comes the top in charge of the Corvette Roadster, Chet Tucker. We see 90s on the board. No. 991 for Gary. Chet way too quick down there. 979. 169. Bringing up Michael Miller. Number 6 finisher in the world 2018. John Freeborn. Up alongside, already pre-staged, Michael. The JLM Racing, K&N, Lucas Oil, Hoosier. Lots of support there for Michael. He and his family. John and Linda, always here with Michael. In the education business. He is. Identical reaction times as we are at half track, and we're going to see 989.7 for Michael Miller, 997.7 for John Freeborn. Justin Allen and Ray Sawyer. Ray all the way from Massachusetts. The Sudden Impact Camaro. We have several top 10 players here this weekend with us. Every region here except 6. Is that what I've seen? Yep. Man. What a field out there. What a field. Justin. Yeah, I like it. $998 for Justin Allen. $988 for Sawyer. As 2 more Roadsters come up. Imagine that. Mike Sawyer and his Corvette Roadster, and Sarah Becker, the Becker Motorsports Camaro-bodied Roadster. I heard that. I heard you say that. I was listening. I was paying attention.
Somebody actually listened.
I was listening to Bob. Yep. Heard Bob say Sarah had problems earlier today, and hopefully she has got the car fixed.
She certainly hopes so.
Well, it appears to be a full pull, yeah. 989.6, a lot better. 164 for Sarah. 988.9 for Sawyer. Butch Klyween and Bob Arbuckle. Butch, the body shop owner out of Nebraska, and Arbuckle out of Adrian, Missouri. A blue Chevy 2 out there. Here comes the Roadster. 992, 164. Slowing for Arbuckle, 1012, 132. Martin Breeze in the 88 Forenza. Talk about a car that is low riding to the ground. This thing is way low. It's a cool hot rod out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Keith Kuhn. And the Ford 988.9. 990 with a 3 for Martin. Hey, that's number 4 of the session. Liking what I see there. Here comes Heidi Robeson. Heidi, Gardner, Kansas, the Fleet Care sponsored Roadster, the CBS ArcSafe K&N. This car for many, many years, driven by good friend Tommy Phillips, and Tommy is down in Dallas having to work this weekend. So he says, hey, you know, Heidi, hop on in, have some fun. Lyle Schreiner, beautiful Camaro out of McAllis, Oklahoma for Lyle and Deb. How about $996 for the Camaro? How about $987 for Heidi? Chris Hess and Terry Pollard. Terry, this is a used car, but Terry got the car and debuted it down at, I believe, Belle Rose, Louisiana, about a month and a half ago. Maybe not, no. Maybe it was Noble a month ago. I mean, all these races kind of run together. Terry out of Montgomery, Texas. Chris out of Spicer, Minnesota. $991 for Hess, $986 for Pollard. Lyle Owens coming up next, and Chuck Lewinsky. Lyle and Trish. It's actually Trish's Roadster Lyle is driving, as they are expecting. Congratulations to them. They recently got married in early February out of Waco, Texas. The Cutlass for Chuck. The Roadster for Lyle. $988.7 for Owens. $993.4 for Lewinsky. A couple of more. Dale Evans. Larry Christensen. We need top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes, please, for Q number 2. Top dragster, come on down. It's your time to shine. Christensen slowing to a 1290. Dale Evans, 988, 165. Cameron Volkart and Tim Nicholson. Tim's a tough player all across the division. Stick shifted. Chevrolet Camaro out of Concordia. Top 10 player. Number 5 in the world in 2018. Hey, 991, 106 for Tim. 983, 120 for Cameron. A couple of more. Once again, top dragster, please. Top dragster. Joe Lucock. Tom Carlson, excuse me. Pair of Corvette Roadsters. Marching down the racetrack. And 990 with an 8 for Joe. 983, 160 for Tom. James Conkle. New car for James. Picked it up about a month ago. The Lumina out of Wichita, Kansas. And Mark Philbrick, Strasburg, Colorado. Former Division 5 Super Gas champ. in the Mustang. Once again, need top dragster, please. Top dragster. $9.92 for Philbrook as Conkle. Never left the start line. All right, we're going to give him another shot at it here. James going to go 988 152. Clint Parker and Tim Miller. Your next pair, the Parker Flores Roadster out of Gilmer, Texas. Tim Miller, Santa Fe, Texas. In the 63 Corvette. As we continue on in Super Gas. $9.86 for Clint Parker, $10.09 for Tim Miller. Bob Pros out of Terre Haute. Now Gavlowski. $9.86 for Bob, $9.89.6 for Al. Jeremy Siffring and Don Westra. Westra left lane. St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Beeline Service Center entry. It's Siffring out of Nebraska, the landscaper. One's a tick too quick. That would be Siffring. 6,000's a little early from the start. $9.95 for Jeremy. $9.84.2 for Don Westra. Don Fries and Bruce Johnson. Bruce in the Camaro, Don in the Nova. Don's had this car for a number of years. It's evolved into what it is today. Perfect reaction time for Don. And Don goes 986, 148, 990 with a 2 for Johnson, 162. Last week's winner, the national event at Bandimere Speedway, Todd Nielsen, out of Fremont, Nebraska. Had a great weekend last weekend. Trying to carry it on this weekend, but he's got a whole bunch of other guys trying to get in the way. Jay Pepler in the probe. $9.93 for Nielsen, $9.95 for Pepler. Craig Henderson and Kevin Dick. 991 for Kevin. 978 for Craig. Casey Wagner and Chris Harrelson. Another perfect reaction time right there. This one out of Casey Wagner. 992. How about 990 with a 5 for Chris Harrelson? 162 the speed. Tim Parker. Mitch Withers coming up next. Once again, top dragster, you should be in the lanes, please. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. $983, 168 for Parker, 983, 161 for Mitch Withers. Two more, Dennis Hay. Charlie Stewart. Charlie out of Azle, Texas. The Charlie Stewart race car fabricator. And Dennis Hay, the Lakewood Fordland Corvette. Double 001, 007. Come on, Dennis. Come on, Charlie. 991, Charlie. 984, Dennis Hay. Alan Bush, Chris Edson. Chris in the Payne Body Business, Mineral Wells, Texas. Alan Bush out of Erie, Illinois. Former Division III Super Gas champ. .003 for Alan. 4th out, too quick out of the gate for Edson. Top end shows us 987 for Chris Edson. 985 Alan Bush. Jolie Mitchell. Miss Jolie out of Bossier City in the Malibus. Your dad Gary alongside Dennis White. The White's auto repair entry, 97 Chevrolet Camaro. $990 with a 4 for Jolie Mitchell. $985 1 Dennis White. Dennis Cool. Excuse me, Dwayne Cool. Steve Hayes. Dwayne, Lincoln, Nebraska. The Cool Racing. Roadster of Dwayne Cole, 016 reaction time. Steve Hayes trying 900. Steve Hayes. Nice for Steve Hayes. 988.2 for Dwayne. 9,900. Travis Salter and Steve Collier. Travis, former division champ, 2018. Reigning division champ, excuse me. Steve Collier, former division champ. In the trusty old Vega. And I tell you what, they've Division 4's had some strong runners this year. 990 with a 5's Travis Salter. 006 light, 11,000's total package for Travis. And he's ready for round 1 tomorrow morning. Bright and early. Steve Collier at 986.9, bringing up 2 more. Robbie Schaefer. And little Ferrari. 10 reaction time. Just about to wrap up Super Gas here. 985's a pair. Comes Coy Collier. Coy going through his EMT and firefighter training. Certifications down in Louisiana. And Peter Gihan, the Team Petey, the home builder out of Dallas, Texas. That is not a 1958 Camaro body, I can assure you. .006, 008 for Peter, 011 for Coy, excuse me. We see 990 with a 2 for Peter. How about 10,000's total? That's looking sharp. Coy, 11. 988. Chris Whitfield. Chris Whitfield, left lane. Don Nichols in the right. Chris had a really good season or opening event at Denver. And he said, you know what? I won in Denver. I got to go to Topeka. Actually, he says, I won in Super Cup and Super Gas, so definitely got to go to Topeka. Nichols goes 990 with a 4. Whitfield 987. And this is going to close the deal here for time trial number 2 for Super Gas. Up next is going to be our Sportsman Motorcycles. So Shannon Brankley going to close out the session. And there he goes. Lovely wife June watching on. And daughter Shauna. 988.9, 159 for Brinkley. And folks, that's going to do it for Super Gas. Motorcycles coming out next. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. You will follow motorcycles. All right, now I'm going to slide out, let Bob slide back in. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Don't forget, chapel service Saturday morning, Sunday morning, 7 o'clock. Pavilion behind the grandstands. Hey, Super Street runners, our shootout contestants, Ash and Benny, Long and Sauter, Shelton and Herman, Dernberger and Claiborne, Super Comp shootout, Eisenhower and Milam, Nicoletti and Williams, Meyer and Bailey, Wambolt and Leonard. Super Gas, as soon as they give me the sheet, I'll let you know. Brenda Kay comes rolling in now. Patrick Roetto alongside. As our bike contestants come rolling in. Phil Yates, your number 1 qualifier. There is room to take over the number 1 spot. 24 bikes here this weekend. Good field of bikes. Brenda Kay off and running. A little quick. Roletta goes 11 on the tree. Pair of Suzuki's working their way down. Brenda K, 917 at 141. 884 by Patrick. 150 miles an hour. Patrick moves into the number 6 spot. Brenda's still down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet to number 20. Gordon Farkmeyer out of Lincoln. Is Suzuki up on the left-hand side. Gordon was a little quick out of the gate first time around. Derek Dory been bumped all the way down now to, well, let's just say not the top half anymore, or top 10 anymore. Doric 21 on the tree. Derek 21 on the tree. He goes through 908 at 140 miles an hour. 860 by Farkmeyer. Gordon, once again, 001 red. Missed it by just that much. Matt Solano out of Aurora, Colorado, the publication designer, and Felicia Olson out of Littleton, Colorado, aboard Herbert Kawasaki. I'll spit it out in a minute. Let me get some fresh polygrip and we'll get this handled. Felicia a little quick out of the gate, and Miss Olson runs through 945 at 133, 1017 for Matthew there on the left-hand side. The Aeromotive lane, he cruises through at 127 miles an hour. Bruce Sampson, the Minnesota runner, aboard his Suzuki, comes rolling in, and Michael Shelton out of Great Bend. We'll be out there in a couple of months. Suzuki for Shelton there on the right-hand side. Michael, 13 on the tree as he works his way to the other end of the racetrack. Michael, 963 lap at 136 miles an hour. Sampson cruises through 829. Shelton with a 963 at 136. Sampson 829 at 155. John Fitzpatrick, your reigning D5 champ. Coming up on the left-hand side, the Aeromotive lane. As we continue working our way through. Sportsman Motorcycle, Leonard Fox. The Kawasaki runner over here on the right-hand side. Leonard, it's okay, you can go now. He had some problems on the line. Fitzpatrick goes 12 on the tree. Fox's reaction time is probably going to be longer than his elapsed time. But that's okay. Down track he goes, and that's what counts. 10:14 at 145 miles an hour for Fox. Phil Yates still lead the pack. Shelton moves up to number 9. Derek Dory now sitting number 11. Dave Olson and Leonard Sykes coming up next. Your number 3 and number 7 qualifiers. Leonard over on the left-hand side. Dave on the right. .003 light for Leonard. There's your new number 1 qualifier. 901 at 141 miles an hour. How about Dave Olson right alongside? 901 at $131. And Leonard's 003 takes over the number 1 spot from Phil Yates, who just got bumped back to number 2. But looky who's coming up next. It'll be Phil Yates. Wichita, Kansas runner coming up on the O'Reilly side. And Robert Sanders, runner out of Cypress, Texas, doing without his crew chief this weekend. Robert, a little quick out of the gate. Yates goes 007 off the line this time. 912 for Robert at 138 miles an hour. 901 by Phil at 141. Ricky K, your reigning Division 4 champ. Comes rolling in now, Bill Homuth. Out of Illinois, the Hampshire, Illinois-based runner. Aboard his Suzuki there on the left-hand side. See if either one of these gents can take the number 1 spot. Nope, Ricky's 20 on the tree. Homuth goes red by 10 thousandths of a second. And Homuth 922, 119, 903 for Ricky K at 142 miles an hour. Dwayne Towson out of Lake Charles on the right-hand side, 890 at 144. Your new number 1 qualifier on the left-hand side. And I do not know who it is. D5 bike. We have no tech card. Ruh-roh. Huh. 001 light and ruh-roh. Mike Voss goes 006. Underdog is here, never fear, over there on the left-hand side. And Brian Kissel. Kissel out of Littleton. Over the right-hand lane, 953 at 141. 500 on file. Alex Larson up on the right-hand side, the Huron, South Dakota-based runner. $18 light there on the Aeromotive side. Alex goes 15 on the Christmas tree here in the O'Reilly lane. 1324 by Alex on the 94-mile-an-hour pass. 1035 there on the Aeromotive side at $121. Tony Davis makes his way up from Houston, and one of our late arrivals on the left-hand side. Let me tell you, sitting behind the bikes and trying to determine who's what on a bike with not a whole lot of identifying features, it makes it tough. 921 after a 005 light, so we'll get all the information lined up, squared away, get everybody checked in, teched in, and ready to go. 847 at $153 by Tony. After he goes 31 on the reaction timers. And here comes Michael Nash. Michael, not once, but a couple of times, has gone out to Pomona for the Summit ET Sportsman Championship at the World Finals. Come back a winner, the runner out of Texarkana. Comes rolling in. Works for the fine folks at Cooper Tire down in Texarkana. Board his Suzuki over here on the right-hand side. Michael, right now sitting about number 9 on the qualifying sheet. Perfect light, take him up to number 1. And trust me, he's done it before. See what Michael can do here. Last of our Sportsman motorcycles to make their way down track. Boy, gave it a shot. 007. That'll move him up a couple of notches on the qualifying sheet. Nash goes hauling the mail down track, 811 at 160 miles per. Looks like a little coat of sticky stuff. Fresh glue going down on the quarter mile as we get ready to go with our top dragster category. Getting ready to come up next. Get our Super Comp Aeromotive Shootout contestants, Eisenhower and Milam, Nicoletti and Williams, Meyer and Bailey, Wombolt and Austin Sharp. will be your pairs in Super Comp. Super Street, Ash and Benny. Long and Sauter, Shelton and Herman, Dernberger and Claiborne. And as soon as they get everybody squared away and checked in over there in the race control office to my left in Super Gas, we'll let you know who our Super Gas contestants are going to be. But right now, it's all about Top Dragster getting ready to roll out. That means Competition Eliminator. You should be getting ready as well. Comp Eliminator qualifying session number 2. First round of the shootouts will be coming up. Then our Top Sportsman final qualifier. Semifinals of the shootout, and then into Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. The finals of our shootout, and we will put day number 1 of our 4-day extravaganza of fun and frivolity here at Heartland Motorsports Park into the record books. We will have our fields set for tomorrow's eliminations for race number 1, and we will have the first of our qualifiers in for our alcohol fields. Alcohol. Sounds pretty good. Tech Headers is the premier choice for your custom fabricated headers. At Tech, T-E-K Headers, you will deal with the same person through concept, design, fabrication, shipping, and receiving. Call Kelly Campbell to schedule your work at 660-366-4444. 2019 TEK Tech Headers will once again post a special year-end bonus eligible to all of our Top Dragster and Top Sportsman contestants. And at the end of the season, the champion of each class will receive a credit of $1,500 towards a set of custom headers. So thanks to everybody at TEK and Tech for their support and opportunity. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Comp to the lanes. Come on, come all. Top Drags are getting ready to come at us now. Our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters. Going to be ripping and snorting their way down the quarter mile. Bob Button out of Louisiana, the Button Transportation. Hot rod machine. Got the blower sitting on top of that big box. Robert's already been down track to a 626. Brad Green alongside. How about Button stepping up from number 9? with that 6:11 shot at 220. Bradley Green, the runner out of Davenport. How about consistency? 6:56.4. Matches up with his 6:56.8. Bradley cutting 16 light on that run. Ooh, doggies, let me tell you. I know the top 3 cars are all Button Transportation. Here comes John Harrybond. He's 6'10". Bob Button just went to number 3 with that 6'11". Frank Young's in at a 6'11" as well. Al Peevler sitting number 4. Blake Peevler sitting number 16. Al just wants to be sure he doesn't have to run his kid in the opening round of eliminations. We qualify 48. So far, 37 have taken a shot at the racetrack. We had a few that didn't make a run the opening session, so we'll shuffle the field around a little bit. Adam Patterson out of Manitoba, Canada. On the right-hand side as Donna goes through 6:46 and another consistent race car. How about John Bond, 002, 6:08. Oops. Throw that one out. He'll revert back to his 6:10 from earlier. So Bond will stay number 1 with his 6:10 lap. Donna will stay number 21 with her 6:45 lap from earlier today. Here comes the Flying Monkey Racing Team. Keith Neiman, a firefighter trainer. Now Keith is a fireman as well, but the majority of his time, the Flying Monkey Racing Operations boss man out of Wichita is training firemen how to do their job safely, properly, and securely. Lloyd McClure over here on the right-hand side, the youngster out of Ottawa at the age of 72. I'm telling you, drag racing keeps you young. Don't believe me? Just ask Warren or myself. We'll tell you. Prime examples. 6:44, 2:13, no help for Keith Neiman. He stays number 19. 6:55 by Lloyd McClure. He backs up a couple of ticks from his 6:51 earlier. Al Peevler comes rolling in next, the runner out of Olney, Illinois, and the trucking boss man. Well, when it says Peevler Trucking on the door and you're Al Peevler, it kind of tells me that, well, yeah. Former D3 top dragster champ, one and all, a couple of years back, Randy Dahlberg. Coming down from Hudson, Colorado. Got one of those Madcap racing engine power plants sitting behind him. 640 cubic inch, big motor, Chevrolet. Dahlberg's been down track, 678. Peevler's cranked off a 615. About a 617 this time by Peevler, 225 miles an hour, 675 for Dahlberg, your reigning D5 champ. He goes cruising through, picks up 300ths of a second. Dahlberg will stay number 27, though, with that 75 run. He needed to pick up a couple more to get around Miss Victoria. Here's Blake Peevler. Just saw Dad go down the racetrack. Here's the young gun out of Illinois. He's number 16 at a 636. Jerry Githens coming up from Choctaw. Githens and Reed racing entry. He had a mildly successful weekend down in Noble, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. Joe Monda chassis hot rod. Right now, number 13. Got that lucky spot. 628, that's an improvement by Jerry. 643, none by Peevler. Peevler will stay number 16. Githens moves up to number 12 with that 628 lap. That'll move him around just a little bit in the middle of the field. Bill Swan and Ron Scott come rolling in next, both of these drivers. effectively in the bottom half of the qualified field right now. Scott over there on the left-hand side, got the tall snorkel scoop. Aboard his big block Chevrolet. Ronnie Scott over here on the right-hand side, out of Watauga, Texas. A couple of gents in their 60s. Out here having fun, spending the kids' inheritance money. Better yet, the two of them are just out having a good time. 9:23, Swan improved. Swan now with that 23 since number 8. Moved up from the bottom half of the field to the top. Ronnie Scott goes 6:44, picks up 100th of a second. And will reside in that number 21 spot. Here's Winnette Hudgens. Winnette right now down on the bottom of the qualifying sheet because, well, the Skagadicky Race Shop dragster out of D4 and your Moroso Division 4 rep. Cranked off a 6:09. And in the rules of NHRA drag racing this year in Top Dragster, you go quicker than a 6.100. That's a uh-oh. Looks like we had a slow one getting off the track down there. Bobby holds everybody up. Jeff Strickland out of signpunk.com and stickerpunk.com. Coming to us out of Red Bay, Alabama. Jeffrey's had a good weekend or two before here at Heartland Motorsports Park. So with that looking to get the top half of the field, does so quite well with the 6:13 at 2:25, 6:34 by Strickland. When that goes from number 36 all the way up to number 4 on that qualifying pass. Strickland will sit number 16 with a 6:33 run from earlier today. But again, consistency is the name of the game here in Top Dragster Racing. Strickland's been 33 and 34 now, progressive runs down the racetrack. John Bradford's hot rod. John, another one of those drivers, came up in the opening session earlier today and laid down a run just a tad quick. Mopar powered Borst Automotive machine for the runner out of Tucson, Arizona. Went 6:08, kind of like Winnette Hudgens. He needs to back up just a nudge. Went 6:72 earlier today. About a 6:18 by Bradford at 199. Bradford moves up to the number 8 spot with that lap. Prescott Dean remains consistent. 6:73 on this run, 6:72 earlier today. And being your number 1 qualifier, well, that'll get you the bonus for being the number 1 guy from Stinnett Racing. But it doesn't necessarily guarantee you're going to be one of the big dogs on the porch come race day. There are more than one occasions we have seen the number 1 qualifier bow out earlier to a slower but Mark Moore and Matthew Kreft working their way down track. Kreft goes through 6:26, picks up 300. Mark Moore throws his hat into the ring. Moore boogies on down the boulevard. Mark into the number 31 qualifying spot with a 6:95. 193 mile an hour lap. He's one of the ones who did not get a run in earlier today. So we now have 38 cars. Hey, Super Gas runners, our Super Gas Shootout contestants: Steve Hayes, Jeff Crooks, Bruce Johnson, Martin Breeze, Don Nichols, Chris Harrelson, Rod Walter, and Joe Lockhawk. Those are our Super Gas Shootout contestants. We'll be calling y'all here shortly. But Super Gas, Steve Hayes, Don Nichols, Bruce Johnson, Martin Breeze, Chris Harrelson, Ron Walter, and Joe Lockhawk. Missed it by that much, he said, pushing the button furtively. Bob Henry comes rolling in, the Owasso, Oklahoma-based runner. We'll be down in Bob's neck of the woods next weekend, down in Tulsa Town. All right, we need all of our Super Shootout contestants, our Automotive Shootout contestants. Need you to the lane. Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas. Come on, come on. His first run down the racetrack. Les Feist dancing around a little bit out there. 650 this time for less. How about Bob Henry? 6'11", 231 miles an hour. Identifying how do you do. Takes them three boys up at the top from Button Transportation. Says, excuse me, gents, I'm coming through. 6.110. Bob Henry goes to number 2. Feist will stay number 20. Super Gas contestants, the Automotive Shootout. I just called your names. Need you to lanes. Hayes, Crooks, Bruce Johnson, Martin Breeze, Don Nichols, Chris Harrelson, Rod Walter, Joe Lockhawk. In Super Comp, needs you to the lanes, please. Devin Eisenhower, Milam, Nicoletti, Austin Williams, Meyer, Bailey, Juan Bolton, Austin Sharp. And our Super Street contestants, Ash and Benny, Long and Souder, Shelton and Herman, Dernberger and Claiborne. We need our Aeromotive Super Shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Jim Thorpe and John Biaggi. Bob looks on. Filming John. Hikes the front end up, carries it out, sets it back down just like he does every run. Runs 624, 215 miles an hour. Picks up a couple of hundred. Jim Thorpe 617, 224. Thorpe has now gone back-to-back 616 and 617 runs down the racetrack. So Thorpe will stay number 8. Biaggi was number 16. And he moves up to number 15. Now on our qualifying sheet. Again, Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Need you to lanes, please. Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, you should already be there. Our Aeromotive Shootout contestants need you to the lanes now, please. David Harrington. Aeromotive Fuel Systems. Harrington Brothers Heating and Cooling entry. 684, 195 by David. 626 by Baxter. That's much better for JR. Much better for David. JR Baxter down to the number 17 spot with that 626. Harrington goes in with the 684 lap. Still down towards the bottom of the qualifying sheet, the number 34 spot. But at least now you're playing in the 6-second zone with a run you can use some data from, tune from, adjust from. I think you're ready to go. Brad Basgall and Jeff Coron, a couple of runners out of Hayes, Kansas. Crawford Supply entry of Basgall over here on the right-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. Coron then, obviously, the Dynamic Graphics entry up on the Aeromotive side of the racetrack. Basgall goes through 640, no improvement on his earlier 638. Car on a 624 and 219. No help for his earlier 623, but both drivers do what we talk about, staying consistent. Aaron Stanfield and Jimmy Prevost. Prevost up on the left-hand side, one of our Division III competitors. Making a tow over from Mundelein, Illinois. Jimmy right now, one of those gunners looking to get a good run down the racetrack because, well, his first one wasn't real spiffy. Spiffy? Spiffy. Aaron Stanfield, the Bossier City, Louisiana-based runner on the right-hand side. Third generation racer out of the Stanfield family. Aaron goes running through 616 at 220 miles an hour, 639. Prevost finally gets a good run down track. Prevost's at 639. Throw him into the mix, number 24 on the qualifying sheet. 39 cars down track so far. Cole Weaver, already been down track. Another one of those gunners that had a problem. Clicked it off to a 704. And Jennifer White, the White Noise. It's Brothers Powered Machine. For the football mom out of Conroe, Texas. Problems for Jennifer in the opening round. She got pushed back off the line. So this will make a 40 car top dragster field. And again, Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Super Street, Super Cop, Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Cop Eliminator, you should already be there. If you're not, you're not. Jennifer runs down track. How about a 619? 221 miles an hour, 702 by Cole Weaver. 619 will throw Jennifer into the mix, number 11. Now at this stage of the game, Cole Weaver picks up a Hun, but he'll stay down on the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Here comes Wayne Johnson, who is number 40. In our 40 car field, the runner out of Crest, Texas. Scoggin Dickey powered entry. Got the Pro Charger wheezing into it. Danny Nelson, a chassis builder out of Batesville, Arkansas. Of course, everybody knows what else Batesville, Arkansas is famous for. Really? You guys never heard of Batesville Castle? Okay, well, I got a 50% on that. 617, Danny Nelson at 231 miles an hour. 642 by Wayne Johnson. That'll move Wayne up. That'll move Danny up. Danny down number 9. Wayne Johnson goes to number 28. Our field remains at 40 is Brandon Martinson and Tony Galbraith. As Troy comes rolling in. Switching his cop car over to top dragster these days. Well, ain't that just special? Troy over here on the right-hand side. seem dashing and playing over here. 768 at 130 miles an hour. About a 618 by Martinson. That'll move Brian up a little bit to 618. Those Martinson from the bottom half of the field up to the number 11 qualifying spot is JB Strasweg, the Meyer Distributing. Entry comes rolling in next, alongside John Loebner. This would be Dad, by the way. See JR up at his top sportsman ride. JR make a lap earlier in top dragster or just Dad? Strasweg on the left, 624 earlier, 670 by Loebner. Exactly a John Loebner-ish elapsed time. 669, no, 202 miles an hour, so he's got her dialed down a little bit this weekend. Strasweg picks up 3. 621 by JB, will move him into the number 15 spot. And the 669 by Loebner puts him number 33 in our field of players. Wally Stelmach, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, the champion Ironworks entry. Wally's going to make his run down track, Brad Anderson combination. Lower sitting up on top of the power plant, and Victoria Johnson comes rolling in, the Saratoga Casino. Fine Line Graphics entry. Noticed all of the Fine Line Graphics team cards carrying the Saratoga Casino logo on them here in 2019. Nice to see for Victoria and Steve, a couple of hard workers. Of course, Fine Line Graphics supplying so much in the way of artwork and graphic work for so many races across the country. Victoria doing her job, getting off the starting line, runs through 672 to 197. Picking up a couple of hunts. Stelmach goes in, 647. Victoria sitting number 36. Stelmach, 647. Puts him number 31. We now have 41 cars in our top dragster field. And speaking of the aforementioned J.R. Loebner, ba-dum-bump. Here's JR to make it a 42-car top dragster field. This comp, I do believe, is sitting underneath the tower, ready to come up next. So our field of 42 top dragsters. JR will slide in with a 707 at 187 miles an hour. Puts him number 41, and qualifying said and done, John Bond ends up number 1. Bob Henry, number 2, with a 611 on that session. Frank Young, 3. Bob Button, number 4. When Ed Hudgens climbs into the number 5 spot, then Al Peevler, Aaron Stanfield, Jim Thorpe, Danny Nelson, John Bradford, Brandon Martinson, Rusty Baxter, Jennifer White into the number 13 spot. Afton Swanson, who we did not see that session, number 14. JB, 15 for the Meyer Distributing team, and Bill Swan, number 16, as we roll into Comp Eliminator. And again, we need our shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Aeromotive shootout contestants. Need you to the staging lanes, please. The D-Econo altered V6 power plant underneath the hood of the Cobalt for John McLaughlin. Runner out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Brad Plord. Sean Brown and the crew, the Harry Schwartz AA altered methanol entry out of Holly Pond, Alabama. Young man who grew up in the great Northwest, the state of Washington. Still a huge Gonzaga fan. Although I don't know why. Bradley now living down in the home of the SEC, but still a huge Gonzaga fan. And McLaughlin got his comp license yesterday. He's qualified number 13. Bradley's qualified number 14. Session number 2 is set on the field. Determine who's going to run whom. Lord blistering the track a little bit better this time. 6:34 at 2:11. 8:62 by McLaughlin. Lord makes his move up to the number 1 spot with that 6:34. 69 under the index. Car competition eliminator field, and Brad sit numero uno, at least for now. Dwayne Robeson, whose car looked more like the jumping frog of Calabasas County earlier today. Jim Greeneck, your reigning comp champ, pulls up alongside Dwayne's car. Let's keep an eye on that Camaro. Yeah, that's his Camaro. It says Pontiac on my screen, but I do believe that's his new Camaro. It looks a whole lot better leaving the starting line this time. Much, much better. They had a 741, and as a result of that, much, much better. 7:56, Jim Greeneck, theRaceCabinet.com, C-Tech manufacturing entry. And that'll put Dwayne at 53.7 under the index. That's good for number 7. Greeneck sits in the number 4 spot at 56 under the index. Brad Plord still atop the heap at 69 under. Michael Compton rolling in the D Supermod automatic entry. This is a former Mosier Engineering car. Picked up from the boys down in the Bayou country. Making a move over for Pitt. And that one looks a whole lot better leaving the starting line as well. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes now, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. 877 by Michael. That's a help. Sean Vincent goes 846. That's a help. So the 8.7 second run by Compton puts him now 20 under the index. 846 lap. Sean Vincent moves our Joliet champ up to the number 8 qualifying spot. Bob Sherwood comes rolling in, one of our Sioux Falls, South Dakota runners. Sherwood's a Supermod entry, the small block combination underneath the hood of the Cobalt. Christine Harris. Christine, who is in the backup car for the family's comp eliminator action after a little incident here at Topeka earlier this year at the Menards Nationals, the W&H Manufacturing Grand Am. Right-hand side runner. Christine's at number 3. The 873 she ran earlier. Sherwood down on the bottom half of the sheet with an 835, 822 here for Sherwood, 868 for Christine. Harris moves to number 2 from the number 3 spot. 63 under the index. The 822 run at 165. By Sherwood since number 16. Super Comp Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Super Comp Aeromotive Shootout contestants. Eisenhower, Milam, Nicoletti, Williams, Meyer, Bailey, Wambalt, and Leonard. Need you to the lanes, please. We got some of you. Need the rest of you. And Super Gas Shootout contestants, we need you as well. Hayes and Nichols. Steve Hayes, that is. Don Nichols. Jeff Crooks. Bruce Johnson. Martin Breeze, the Breeze brothers. Chris Harrelson, Rod Walter, and Joe Lockhog. We need our Super Gas Aeromotive Shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Doug Engel. Bill Hatcher. Hatcher's got problems again out of his A dragster automatic. Car stumbles off the line. 736 by Doug. Picks up 0.03 of a second. It'll put him 54 under. Moves Doug from the number 10 spot up to the number 6 spot. Interesting that the cooler sun going down in the west, tighter racetrack. Competitors coming up now. Tony Pontillo's B dragster automatic there on the left-hand side. The Kenosha runner out of Don's Machine Shop. Up alongside Chad Vogues. Take a 500 cubic inch aluminum V8, put it on the bandsaw table, cut it in half. You end up with a 250 cubic inch 4-cylinder. That's what the Doc did out of St. Peter's Mo. Focus over here on the right-hand side. Serious contender. Coming up on the Comp Eliminator Championship chase. Looking to pull a double-double here at Topeka this weekend. Pontillo, 690 at 192, no help. 761 by Vogus. The run by Chad puts him 56 under the index, and right now that's good for number 5 on our qualifying sheet. Okay, well, they haven't all showed up. Patterson goes through 7:21. That's a step in the right direction for Todd. Stufflebeam goes 7:47. Patterson's run puts him now at 40 under the index. 15. Super Gas, we're looking for Joe Lockhog. and Steve Hayes. Gentlemen, you're needed to the staging lanes now, please. Shane Herman, Super Street Shootout contestant, we need you to the lane. Shane Herman. Joe Lockhawk, Steve Hayes. Need you to the lanes immediately, please, for the Aeromotive Super Shootout. You guys are coming up next. All right, John Maritek, another Deal and Parks chassis machine, this time an A Nostalgia dragster chassis. Maritek out of Brighton, Colorado. Sits number 3. Frank Aragona with his 32 Bantam Roadster. 6-cylinder Chevrolet over here on the right-hand side. Frankie right now number 11. And I got to believe that Frank Sr. and Jr., their heads together, and they have a real good idea what they want to do this time around. Will the car let them do it? Going to find out. 779, 162 by Frank, 688, 190. Aragona cruises up a couple of notches to number 4 on the qualifying sheet. So he goes from number 11 to 4. 688 and 190. No help there. Steve Basgill's C. Econo dragster comes rolling in next. The Miller Trucking entry. Little 304 cubic inch, single 4-barrel power plant, Ed Quay chassis car. There on the left-hand side. Basgill currently number 16 in our comp eliminator field of 20. Basgill with a 7:53 lap earlier today, put him 38 under the index. Basgill with a 7:49.9 lap moves him to 42 under the index at number 15. And I do believe that that'll wrap up comp qualifying. Brad Plord doing what he wanted to do, moves up to number 1. Christine Harris, number 2. John Maritek gets bumped down to number 3. Frank Aragona up to 4. Matt Harris, number 5. Jim Greenheck, 6. Chad Vogus, 7. Doug Ingles in his dragster number 8. Robert Bailey did not make a run that session, number 9. Dwayne Robeson improved to number 10. Sean Vincent now sits 11. Terry Teasel doesn't improve and ends up number 12. Tony Pontillo's dragster 13. Brian Stuffelbeam's roadster 14. Basgill's dragster up to the number 15 spot. And Todd Patterson ends up number 16. Super Gas. We're looking for Joe Lockhog. Joe Lockhog, Super Gas. Need you to lanes immediately, please. Your Super Gas Aeromotive Shootout about to commence without you, my friend. Martin Breeze will take it, but we'd sure like to have you. Joe Lockhog. Need you to lanes immediately, please. Our Super Gas Aeromotive Shootout ready to get underway. So our comp field is set. We'll get the ladder generated and printed up just as quick as we can. Our Super Comp Aeromotive Shootout getting ready to come at us now. Our 8 quickest cars that signed up. We actually had one car that would have qualified for the field, is my understanding, had they paid to play. But because they didn't, they don't. And those drivers that did, do. Does that make sense? It does. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Dusty Meyer coming up, the Tonganoxie, Kansas runner. Over the left-hand side, and Brian Milam up Illinois. The undercover chassis machine over here on the right-hand side as we go 890, 890, 890, 890. Dusty Meyer was like 890, then on 2 or something like that, if I remember correctly. So Meyer dances his way into the Aeromotive Super Shootout. He's coming up on the left-hand side. Brian Milam on the right. Again, Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. If you're not there yet, needs you, wants you. Gots to have you, babies. Come on down. Illinois runner on the right, Kansas runner on the left. Somebody's going to get to go to the Final Four in our Aeromotive Super Comp Shootout. $893 by Milam as he gets the win by 12 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. 893 at 161 miles an hour. So Brian gets to stay and play an 892 lap by Dusty. Actually a quicker run down the racetrack, but because Brian was 200 quicker off the line, he was able to cash 12 thousandths down at the other end of the racetrack. And move to the semifinals. Austin Sharp taking on Michael Bailey now. Bailey out of Midlothian, Texas, the TNT chassis machine right lane. Sharp up on the left-hand side, the accountant out of Omaha. Going to see if he can stack the numbers in his favor. Isn't that what accountants do, stack numbers in their favor? Thank you very much. Austin on the left-hand side, Bailey on the right. Here we go. Bailey goes 001 and runs too quick by a hun. 887 loses to an 888 as both drivers run under the number down at the other end of the racetrack. And because Austin Sharp's 888 is closer to 890 than Michael Bailey's 887, well, I think you're beginning to get the picture. Austin gets to come back in our Final Four. Bailey is done for the evening. Gary Wombold out of Arvada, Colorado. And Devin Eisenhower. Number 10 in the world last year. Devin over here on the right-hand side. Wombold on the left. Out of the gate they go. Literally, figuratively, and realistically, side by side. Finish line stripe, though, Devin, 8.902 at 167. Wombold with an 8.92.2. So it'll be Eisenhower and Sharp in the next round of our Super Comp Shootout, the semifinals. And Milam, Brian, will come back to take on Williams Austin, our Nicoletti Shannon. Okay. Williams out of Waxahachie, Texas for Miller. Goodyear and Racing RVs, his new Miller chassis race car. It's a sweetheart of a ride, let me tell you. Shannon Nicoletti on the right, the racers evolved them. Ford powered entry. Good lights, both drivers. Winner picker at the other end says, give it to Shannon. 891.4 beats an 891.9, and again, that 12 thousandths of a second margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. So both Shannon Nicoletti and Brian Milam win by 12 thousandths at the stripe. Shannon was 11 on the tree. Austin was 18. And our semifinals are set. Super Street Aeromotive Shootout getting ready to come up next. We'll run our 4-pair. Austin Claiborne. Gonna do battle with Donnie Dernberger. Donnie over on the left, the Bishop Performance entry. Claiborne here on the right. Now giving chase. And Headed for the other end of the racetrack. Donnie looks over his shoulder. Goes 1088 at 120. Wow. Got down there, held on out in front. 1086 by Claiborne. But Durenberger will be back to play round number two. The semifinals. Dave Ash and Roger Benny. The Pontiac out of Nebraska on the left side. The Camaro out of Kansas. Here in the O'Reilly lane. And we're green lights are there and off and running one more time. Benny, the IB Fit. Fitness Center boss man. Oops. 10.903 by Dave Ash gets the win. Benny gets down to the other end of the racetrack. Runs 10.87. And goes a little quick down at the other end. So Ash gets to stay and play. Benny's day is done. John Long and Roger Stout are going to determine now who comes back to run Dave Ash. Sauter, your reigning D5 champ in the Super Street category, is City, Nebraska based. 72 CUDA here on the right-hand side. And John Long out of Red Oak. Down in the Lone Star State. John driving his own Chevy S10 here in Super Street action. Remember, he's wheeling and dealing the Chevette Super Gas. .007 and .008 light decided on a double breakout. Roger Saunders 008 1089.6 under by 4 thousandths of a second. John Long goes 1088.0. He's under by 20 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. And I don't know about you, but I can tell you up front, doesn't take much. Shane Herman, 68 Chevelle, qualified for the shootout. They came up looking for a ring and pinion, evidently did not find one. So Shelton gets the win. Uncontested, unmolested, runs through 1089 at 144. And our Super Gas semifinals are set. Super Street, excuse me. We're getting ready for our Super Gas shootout to determine who our semifinalists are going to be. Top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Top sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. Chris Harrelson and Jeff Crooks going to be our first pair in our Aeromotive Super Gas shootout. Harrelson up from Texas. Corvette Roadster left side. Crooks in the Firebird right-hand lane. It's Crooks, it's Harrelson. It's Chris, it's Jeff. Looking for 990s up on the scoreboard. Who's going to line it up? Going to be Crooks. 991.8 at 151. Beats a 992.4. Doing Jeff Crooks. Remarkable 13 thousandths reaction time. Crooks gets the win by 47 thou down at the other end of the racetrack. Rod Walter, another one of the D4 contestants up here this weekend, this time out of Oklahoma. Taking on Bruce Johnson's ride. Johnson out of South Dakota, coming down out of Jeremy's Engines and Porting Service. Johnson's wheeling the Camaro over here on the right-hand side, and he's off and running. Rod Walter's got that beautiful Brogy chassis, 27 Ford Roadster in the left-hand lane. Rod looks over, goes, okay. 991 beats a 992 at the other end by 18 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. So Rod Walter gets to stay and play. We'll see him come back in the semifinals. Martin Breeze and Joe Lockhog now going to determine which gunner gets to come back and run. Jeff Crooks. Pontiac Firebird. Is it going to be Joe's Corvette? Is it going to be Martin's Firebird? It's going to be Breeze. And I know that already because Joe ran 8 thou too quick out of the gate. Runs 991 at 9. Breeze is 12 on the tree. 991.3, 25 thousandths package. Martin looked like he was pretty much loaded for bear that run anyway. So Martin will come back and take on Jeff Crooks. Either Steve Hayes or Don Nichols going to come back to take on Rod Walter. He's coming down from the high country of Colorado, up in Aurora, the American Trucking and Construction entry. Camaro there on the left-hand side. Nichols, the wheel of John Hillis' Corvette, the 57 body style over here on the right-hand side for the former and reigning division champ. Nichols cranked off a 9.904 in that last qualifier. Steve was dead on the money with a 9.900. Out of the gate, they are separated by 2 thousandths of a second. Nichols does the womp-womp dance down at the other end of the racetrack and gets the win. 993 at 161. Takes out the 989.6. Hayes takes the stripe by 41 thou and breaks out by 4. Can you say holy moly goalie? Okay. Top Sportsman going to come at us now. We'll set our field, final field for tomorrow eliminations. Roy Haynes, Jim Thorpe. 34 cars answered the bell in the opening session. Thorpe's Camaro over on the left-hand side. It's a Texas-based runner. Roy Haynes out of Midland. Chevy Cobalt right side. Thorpe at the wheel, left side, the Aeromotive lane. So set our field. Thorpe currently number 9, Haynes number 18. Jim laid down a 682 earlier out of the multi-hued Camaro there on the left-hand side. Haynes with a 7 flat run, 7.009. Roy Haynes, 775, no help for him. Thorpe goes 784, no help for him. Both drivers with issues leaving this end of the racetrack. Cameron Wright, your number 1 qualifiers. New Camaro over there on the left-hand side for the Odessa, Texas-based runner. Do you realize you're probably closer to Chicago, Illinois than you are Odessa, Texas? Odessa, long ways from here. Dan Shy out of Anoka, Minnesota. Is bred over here on the right-hand side. Daniel, number 31. Cameron Wright on the left-hand side, number 1. 652 by Cameron at 213 miles an hour. No improvement. 783 for Dan Schott. And was 782 earlier, so he'll stay consistent. Cameron falls off about 0.03 of a second as he makes his way down the racetrack. Craig Lyles and Don O'Neill come rolling in. Don and Di sitting in the number 10 spot right now, 684. Earlier today, the NGK NTK tub of towels and VP fuel machine over on the right-hand side, and Lyles, the Artesia, New Mexico-based runner. Those of you wondering about a cleanup session for one or none, it will be coming up following the semifinals of our shootout. And the semifinals of our shootout will follow Top Sportsman. So if you have one or none and need the cleanup session, get it ready. Fuel in the tank, charge in the battery, air in the tires. We prefer the air in the tires and the fuel in the tank rather than the fuel in the tires and the air in the tank. Probably work a whole lot better for you going down the racetrack. Don O'Neill, 009 light. Nice start. Nice finish, 686, 200 miles an hour for the runner. He stays consistent. We'll sit number 10, 688 for Craig Lyles. He too stays consistent. He'll stay number 11, 688, 687 for Craig, 686, 684 for Don. And Glenn Wright comes in. Patriarch of the Wright clan out of Odessa. Sheneda Inc. New Camaro car for Glenn. Kyle Firestone. Kyle had problems earlier. Darth Vader. '51 Chevrolet chop top, low riding entry. Used to have a twin turbocharged small block in it. It was quick and it was fast, but it was also a bit of a bear to deal with. So we take out the little one, put in the big 665 combination. Throw a little laughing gas at it. And attack this Top Sportsman action from a different perspective. Well, that's a whole lot better lead. That's a whole lot better run down track. 696 lap for Kyle at 196 miles an hour. 662 for Glenn. So the 696 lap, Kyle Firestone put him number 17 in our 34 car field. And that I do not believe is going to be too bad a place to be if he doesn't get shuffled around anywhere. But then again, you got Todd Stahlbomber coming up, and Todd had all sorts of problems the opening session. He didn't get down track at all. Tom Patterson coming in. The Manitoba, Canada-based Castrol Oil Camaro here on the right-hand side. Stahlbomber definitely going to improve. Low Camaro hustles through 735 at 191. 735 by Patterson as he goes through. No improvement for Tom. Stahlbomber improves though. He sits number 28 now. Picks up several steps on the qualifying sheet. It's Alan Firestone. Saw Kyle make his way down track, and Darth Vader. Here comes Alan, your number 3 qualifier. out of Oklahoma. Alan Firestone Racing, Elite Motorsports. Power plant underneath the hood of his Camaro there on the left-hand side. And Jeff Sutherland's Illinois-based machine out of Benson Body and Paint. Sutherland right now down at the bottom of the field, number 31. They shut off 767 earlier, 658 for Firestone, holding him in the number 3 spot. Sutherland, a exact duplicate of his earlier run, 767.8. 176 miles an hour. And for Jeffrey, that may be what the Oldsmobiles got this weekend, 7.678. But I tell you what, if you could run 7.678 every run down the racetrack and cut a light like he just did, you're going to go around. 641, 214 by Alan Firestone. Cameron Wright was number 1. And I say that because Alan Firestone, we're all going to say hello to. Our new number 1 qualifier. Firestone goes 641 and picks up 0.08 of a second over Cameron Wright. J.J. Eber and Larry Dimmers. Dimmers out of Carroll, Iowa. I don't know if that's a new paint scheme on the Cobalt or a new Cobalt. I do believe Larry had an incident with the old Cobalt. That may be a new ride. Maybe a repaired ride. Inquiring minds want to know. We'll have to send out our Cub reporters to find out. JJ up on the left-hand side, the Mustang, out of Colorado. JJ, 692.1, backs up his 692.5 from earlier, 785 by Larry. Obviously not a happy camper inside that car when it left the starting line because, well, he slowed up 6+ tenths of a second. JJ stays consistent. He'll sit the number 14 spot. Albeit he did improve, he did not improve substantially, nor enough to improve on his qualifying position. Greg Lair. Greg Lair probably wishes every race was held at Bandimere Speedway. Likes the place, likes the track. Winner of the Mile High Nationals last 2 years in a row. GMC dealer out of Canyon, Texas. Kelly Lands Motorsport. 63 Corvette coming up on the left-hand side. Kelly sitting number 16. Greg Lair sitting number 5. And Greg Lair, 900+ cubic inch power plant. It's a biggin'. And to get it down the racetrack, he works his way through the gearbox. The Lincoln behind the big motor. Quite different from the automatic transmission that so many use. 661 by Greg, picks up a Hun. 693 by Kelly Land, picks up 0.02 of a second. Greg Lair stays number 5. Kelly Land stays number 16. Neither driver improves, albeit they do. Did that confuse you? Okay. injection molder. Working his way down track alongside Kevin Burnett's twin turbo machine. Burnett picks up. How about a 647 lap at 220? 717 by Brian Larry. He went 717.1 earlier. He goes 717.8 here. I tell you, by gosh and by golly, I think Warren Evans could dial that car in. He'd put about a 726 on it and say, go for it. Michael Chitty rolls in. Chitty out of Ames, Iowa. Chitty is finally retired from the family biz. Rod Moore's truck, the diversified inspections machine. Little Chevrolet S10 over here on the right-hand side, the Rushville, Missouri base. Winery sponsored machine, 721, 189, no help for Rod. 708 by Chitty, goes 708.4 and 709.0. How about back-to-back runs within 6 thousandths of a second of each other? Warren could dial that one too. He put a 709 on it. Say send it. That's what Warren would do. Rick Bowman. Rick in the Harley Davidson business for a number of years. Metro Harley Davidson up in Iowa. So it looks like Kevin Burnett coming to a stop down there alongside the left-hand wall. Sending the crew down track to check things out before we send Rick and Mark down track. Burnett with the twin turbo car. They have felt something going wrong inside the car. Pulls it to a stop over up next to the left-hand wall. And certainly didn't see anything happen from up here. With the crew down at the other end of the racetrack, making sure everything's good and safe. As soon as we get the all clear from down yonder, we'll get them fired back up here and get them ready to go. So again on hold as we check everything down at the other end of the racetrack.
It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team. The all-new Traverse is on sale now at Bob McCosh. With this SUV, everybody can ride. The new Traverse is big, bold, and beautiful. And with 310 horsepower, you and your crew will be first on race day. So make a pit stop by Bob McCosh today and take a ride. Chevrolet makes the SUV. Bob McCosh makes the difference. The all-new Chevy Blazer is back at Bob McCosh. This SUV is a unique mix of style, elegance, and performance, pushing over 300 horsepower. This new Blazer puts the sport back in sport utility. So find new roads to Columbia, Missouri. Chevrolet makes the car. Bob McCosh makes the difference. Stop by Bob McCosh today and see how Chevrolet took the best truck on the road and made it even better. The 2019 Silverado is stronger, bigger, and more advanced than ever. If you're racing or just riding, this Silverado will not let you down. With 420 horsepower, see your savings at BobMcCosh.com. Chevy makes the truck. Bob McCosh makes the difference. It's another winning weekend for the Bob McCosh Racing Team.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
With customer service and technical support second to none, FTI Performance Converters and Transmission give you the winning edge. Just ask any of our customers, like 2014 IHRA Top Dragster World Champion Kevin Brannon, or the 2014 IHRA Super Rod World Champion Mike Ruff. We are real racers with real experience. Call us today at toll-free at 866-726-8358, or visit us on the web at www.ftiperformance.com.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
All right, do need our Aeromotive Super Gas, Super Street, and Super Comp semifinalists to the lanes. Nichols and Walter, Crooks and Breeze, Ash and Solder, Shelton and Durenberger, Eisenhower and Sharp, Milam and Nicoletti. Need our Super Comp, Super Street, Super Gas, Aeromotive Shootout contestants to the lanes, please. Look out, Barry. Rick Bowman, Mark McDonald, as we pick up where we left off. Mark the dragstersforsale.com. Mustang cruises through 661, picks up a couple of hundred, 206 miles an hour. Bowman has some problems. Slows up to a 747 on that run. Dave Slatton and Jeff Staub Going to be our next two contestants. Roger Sauter, we need you for the Super Street Shootout. Roger Sauter, need you to the Super Street Shootout, if you would please. Come on down. That's Dave Slatton, Fort Collins, Colorado based runner. Comes rolling in next, the Poncho. They're on the automotive side of the racetrack, and stop out of St. George, the Amarine Motorsports. Firebird over here on the right-hand side. All 572 cubic inches. Zig and zag for Jeff Staub off the line. Meanwhile, Dave Slatton motors through 681 at 200 miles an hour. 777 for Jeff at 178. Wendell Shelton, need you to your car, please. Wendell Shelton needs you to your car, please. Come on down. Wendell Shelton needs you to your Chevy, too. Understand the cars in the staging lanes. Missing you. Nelson on the left, Mike Seacrest on the right. I'm on a 008 line by Michael. 710 picks up 300ths of a second. 690 by Phil Nelson picks up a whole bunch more. Nelson finds 3/10 of a second laying out there. He goes 690 up to number 13. 710 lap for Mike Seacrest. Slides him into number 24 spot. And clean up. Need you to the lanes now, please. Clean up. Dow Super Street, Stock, Super Comp. Clean up to the lanes. Super Street, Stock, and Super Comp. Clean up. One or none. Need you to the lanes, please. If you've had your two, we will know. Don't try to fool us. Tisk, tisk if you do. Neil Schaefer's Oklahoma-based. Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. Jimmy White over on the left in his Cobalt. In Super Street, Stock, and Super Cop. One or none. Need you to lanes, please. 677 by Jimmy. Down at the other end of the racetrack, he picks up 0.05 of a second. 693 by Neil. He stays consistent. Jim White, 677, moves him up to the number 8 spot on that run. Dusty Myers, Chevrolet S10, the Overland Tow Service entry. Up alongside Lance Rutland. Rutland had some problems in the opening lap, only mustered up a 10-second run. That's for the runner that's coming off the win down in Oklahoma just a couple of weeks ago. The Rutland Transmission, Spring, Texas-based entry. Lance looking to put this machine down track at a much more rapid rate this time around. Dusty looking to see what he can do with the 698 he ran earlier today. Again, stock, Super Street, Super Comp, 1 or none cleanup. Need your lanes, please. Super Street, stock, and Super Comp, 1 or none cleanup. Need you the lanes. Meyer goes through 702 at 195, 778 for Lance Rutland. 175 miles an hour, and that's 778. We'll move him up a couple of ticks, not a lot. Dennis Padilla's hot rod, the runner out of Colorado, comes rolling in. His machine over there on the left-hand side. Dennis not yet on the qualifying sheet. So make it a 35 car. Top Sportsman field. Dennis working his way down track. Colorado runner goes through 792 at 171 miles an hour. 792 will make him your number 35 qualifier. Monty Weaver, who was runner-up on Thunder Mountain a week ago. Lubbock, Texas-based. High-power lineman. The Pro Charge 63 Corvette for the reigning division champ. Fought it last year till they were able to get the Corvette going rounds, and picking them up, putting them down. Monty Weaver, we understand, looking to go for the number 1 spot. And with an odd lot number of cars, it's not a bad place to be because you get the bye run, the opening round. So Monty's going to see if he can surround everybody. Corvette goes hauling through at the other end, about a 631. 223 mile an hour lap, and say hello, how do you do?
Hello. How do you do?
Monty Weaver, your new number 1 qualifier there. Sliding around Alan Firestone and Eric Burnett's entries. J.R. Loebner comes rolling in. He's your number 30 qualifier at this stage of the game. JR, 740 in the opening session. JR, 742 in the second session. Our Super Comp Shootout semifinals coming at us. Super Stock, Super Gas, Sportsman Motorcycle, 1 or none. Need you the lanes, please. Super Stock, Super Gas, Sportsman Motorcycle, 1 or none. Need you to the lanes, please, now. In fact, if anybody out there, 1 or none. Cleanup session. Need you to the lanes, please. Loebner doesn't improve. Austin Sharp and Devin Eisenhower looking to improve to the final round of our Aeromotive Super Cop Shootout. Sharp on the left, now on the right, and it'll be Devin. It's a red light start by Austin Sharp, 10 thou too quick. And an 8.905 by Devin Eisenhower puts down a 15 package. Going 10 on the tree and dead on 5 for this final round berth. Austin Sharp would have had to have been, well, awful sharp on that run to be able to get around. Devin, let's see who's going to run. Devin Eisenhower is going to be Brian Milam, runner out of Illinois. Is going to be Shannon Nicoletti, the runner out of Colorado. For all you Ford fans, you're rooting for the driver over on the left-hand side. Shannon with 632 cubes of FOMO co-power. Looking to put it into the final round. Not going to happen. Red light start by Shannon. 6 thou too quick. Brian Milam goes 001 at 8.89.9. Devin Eisenhower's a 15 thousandths package. Brian Milam is 2 thousandths of a second away from perfect. Now, granted, one of them is on the wrong side of the 900 index, but I mean, still. So our finals are set in our Aeromotive Super Shootout. And again, one or none. Need you to lanes, please. One or none. To the lanes, please. Shouldn't be that many of you. Most everybody's had their shot. Super Gas, Jeff Crooks and Martin Breeze. Breeze goes red. Crooks is green. Crooks going to the final round of the Aeromotive Super Gas Shootout. He runs 9.89.3. Martin Breeze is 10 thou red, runs dead on 3. And Martin will be like, well, golly gee willikers. Among a few other choice words. Rod Walter taking on Don Nichols now. Rod out of Oklahoma taking on the reigning D5 champ. See which one of them gets to come back and run. Mr. Crooks in the next round. So in our Super Gas Shootout, in the Aeromotive ranks, it'll be a roadster taking on a door car. Nichols right side, easing into the beams. And a red light start by Don, so it'll be Rod. Rod Walter, staying Oklahoma, the Rogie chassis entry. 989.6 at 157 miles an hour. Good for the win. And Alcohol Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster needs you to the lanes. Come on down. Nichols was 003 red to hand the win over to Rod. Rod was ready with a 989.6. Donnie Dernberger and Wendell Shelton come rolling in. Again, Alcohol Dragster needs you to the lanes. Clean up. One or none. Need you to lanes, please. Clean up. One or none. One and all. Clean up. One or none. Need you to lanes. All righty, here we go. I like it when we got green lights up there. For these red light stuff. Dernberger on the left-hand side. Shelton on the right. It's going to be Donnie. Oh, you can hear the boop down there at the other end. How about a thousandth of a second separating them on this end and 2 thousandths of a second separating them on that end? Donnie was 18. Shelton was 19 on the tree. Donnie goes 10.95.1. Wendell goes 10.95.2. Can you say narrower than the hair on your chinny chin chin? 2 thousandths of a second. Dave Ash and Roger Sauter now. This is going to be the reigning champ. He is going to be the runner out of Victoria, Kansas. Dave on the left, Roger on the right. Roger goes 001 green at a 92.7. Beats a 10.92.0 on a hole shot. It was a smidgen hole shot. It was a small hole shot, but it was a hole shot nonetheless. So again, one or none cleanup needs you to the lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster needs you to the lanes. Roger Sauter and Donnie Dernberger will be back for our Super Street Aeromotive Shootout final. Rod Walter and Jeff Crooks will be back for our Aeromotive Super Shootout Super Gas final. And Devin Eisenhower and Brian Milam will be back for our Super Comp Aeromotive Super Shootout final. But one or none should be in the lanes by now. One or none. Cleanup session. This will finalize all of our qualified fields. We'll be able to get our ladders posted. You all can start contabulating, figurating, and speculating on who you're going to run come round number 1 tomorrow. What your setup's going to need to be. Check the weather station. You know, all that good stuff. An Alcohol Dragster, qualifying session number 1, needs you to the lanes, please.
If you're looking for the best parts at the best prices, all in one place, look no further than SalterRacing.com. Your performance and aftermarket supercenter, all your orders are shipped directly at no extra charge. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. They have over 3 million part numbers from more than 600 manufacturers. Extremely fast shipping, open 7 days a week. For strip, street, dirt, asphalt, 4x4, and much more. Give Travis Salter a call at 832-514-9507 or log on today to SalterRacing.com. Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Time Slip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com.
All right, a little cleanup session for Jerry Haas and Dan Narusowitz out of Hudson, Wisconsin. Haas over on the left-hand side out of Prior Lake. What was it prior to being a lake? Mud? Okay. There was a hole with water in it, right? Very much. Jerry on the left-hand side goes 007. 897 at 140, 955 by Narusowitz at 175 miles an hour. A one or none cleanup session taking place right now. Get our final qualifying done. Tim Parker, the Parker sheet metal entry. for the runner out of Colorado. We need Devin Eisenhower, Brian Belham, Milam back for our Super Cop shootout. Rod Walter, Jeff Crooks, our Super Gas shootout, final round contestants, and Roger Sauter and Donnie Dernberger. Gentlemen, if you would, our Aeromotive Super Shootout finalists, need you to lanes, please. Come on down. Parker cruises through 884 at 176 miles an hour. Rob Turkles, stick shift Camaro, the 80 model over on the left-hand side, and Lori Vang, wheeling and dealing, the Vang family racing. Front-wheel drive Pontiac Grand Prix. That's our stock eliminator cleanup session to finalize qualifying and set the ladder. Turkle on the left, Lori on the right. Pay no attention to the red light or the man behind the curtain. Neither one of which matter right now. Turkle 1134 at 115 miles an hour, 1347 for Lori on a 98 mile an hour run. Scott Dugdale, stick shift 327 Chevelle. Scott coming off a win up at the Midland Stock Super Stock Association race. Or was that Brainerd? Yeah, one of the two. Bill Jenkins, D-Stock automatic Firebird on the right-hand side. A one or none cleanup for Stockers. Jenkins goes 1135 at 115 to put him 19 and change under. 1151 by Dugdale at 114 miles an hour. Put him about 68 under the index. Russ Kramer's B-Stock automatic Mopar, the Big Lake, Minnesota. Big 64 Mopar. So Kramer with 426 cubic inches of Mopar for motivation. There on the left-hand side, Ted Romero's C5 Corvette. Runner out of Littleton, Colorado. There on the right-hand side, the ex-Mosier Engineering Bayou Boys Corvette over here on the right. LS powered Corvette working its way towards the other end of the racetrack. Kramer 1075 at 123. 1081 by Romero at 106. No improvement on his one run earlier today. And Jeremy Romero, 21-year-old youngster for the Romero clan at the wheel of his G-Stock automatic 305 Camaro. And again, we need our Aeromotive Shootout finalists to the lanes, please. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Cop. Our Aeromotive Shootout finalists to the lanes. 1136 by Romero at 114. No help for him. And Gene Mosbeck comes rolling in. This super stock F automatic entry. So we roll from stock to super stock. Mosbeck and the classic Mopar. Gene, who won here at Topeka earlier this year, 10:37 at 126. If I remember correctly, did it on his birthday. Back at the Menards Nationals. Well, I'm doing that from memory, and as you get older, your memory gets a little dustier and fades away a little bit, and all that good stuff. But I do believe I might be somewhere close to correct. Oh, it's making its way down track now. Wheel of the Camaro, and he goes through 1091.9 at 146. Joe Ackerman's Iowa-based. Engineered seals and components, Camaro. Here for Joe. I do believe his first shot at the racetrack. All dragster should be in the lanes. Suited up, paired up, ready to go. Our shootout final round contestants do need you back. 992, 152 for Joe. So he goes cruising through. Jeff Landholm's Camaro. Coming down from Nebraska, Rodney Pickens Camaro. Firebird. Also coming down from Nebraska. Jeff out of Oakland. Rodney out of Omaha. .1102, 136 by Pickens. Landholm goes 1088 at 150 miles an hour, and it looks like the big dog got the problems fixed. Steve Dominguez comes rolling up. Came up for the first session early today. Had problems, got pushed back. It managed to make a 1092 run a little bit later on. So for Steve, it's his second run. For Brian Staub, it's his first, the 89 Mustang. 370 cubic inch Chevrolet underneath the hood, a little Mustang coupe. 1087, 154 by Steve, 10,908. How about Braden? 19 on the tree, dead 8 on the dial. Little 27,000s package. Gary Nicholson, the Wagner's classic cars. 70 Chevelle, they're on the left-hand side. Nicholson goes through 1085 at 136 miles an hour. Again, we need our Aeromotive Super Shootout. Final round contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Our Aeromotive Super Shootout. Final round contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Walter and Crooks in Super Yes. Sauter and Durenberger in Super Street. Eisenhower and Milam in Super Comp. Just need 6 of you. I think we've got 4 of you. That means we're missing 2 of you. Did you like the way I did that? Didn't even have to use my toes. No Common Core math in there whatsoever. Man, if I was using Common Core math, we'd be here next week. Still trying to figure it out. And Lobner with an 886. Again, our shootout finalist, Top Alcohol Dragster. Now the call for Top Alcohol Funny Car for your first round of qualifying. Need you to lanes, please. So we've got 6 cars left in our Aeromotive Shootout. And then our Alcohol Dragsters and Alcohol Funny Cars take to the track for their first run down track here this weekend. First of their qualifying runs. Yeah, looks like we got our finalists back for our Aeromotive Super Shootouts. Going to be Super Gas coming up first. Rod Walter and Jeff Crooks. Roadster versus Door Car in Super Gas. Imagine that. Imagine that. Nope, no wager. Rodney on the left out of Oklahoma. Crooks on the right out of Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. Wouldn't mind picking up a little spending money, a little fuel money for the trip back home to Canada. Out of Smitty's Restaurant and Bar. The Firebird on the right-hand side. Rod Walter going through a pretty good batch of runners. Ryan Johnson in the first round. Don Nichols in the semis. Red line start, Jeff Crooks. Well, golly gee, son of a gun. I can read the crew's lips down there. So Rod Walter going to pick up the Aeromotive Super Gas Super Shootout winner's paycheck. Super Cop coming at us next. Brian Milam and Devin Eisenhower. Devin Eisenhower, right side, carries number 10 on the side of the car for a reason. Brian Milam, out of Illinois. Going to see if he can send a top 10 gunner. Headed back to the trailer, tail between his legs. Brian on the left, Devin on the right. Who's going to be better at driving the stripe, because that's what it's going to boil down to. Going to be Brian getting the win. 889.2 takes Devin's 888.4. And puts him in the box. Brian Milam picks up the Super Comp Aeromotive Super Shootout check by 8 thousandths of a second. Donnie Dernberger and Roger Sauter getting ready to finalize our Aeromotive Super Shootouts. Dernberger wheeling the Bishop Performance Camaro, driving it like he stole it. Roger Sauter, who went on a streak last year that was, well, just pretty darn good. A win and a runner-up out in Great Bend, Kansas. A win in Salt Lake City. Wrapped up the Division 5 championship out at Sunflower Rod and Custom Association's drag strip in Great Bend. Roger over here on the right-hand side. The all Mopar 528 cubic inches of romping, stomping Pentastar power. And we're clean. And we're green. And oh my goodness gracious, Dernberger way out in front. Here comes Sauter using that big motor charge top end. Got him. 1091, about a 12 foul package for Roger Sauter. Bet he goes crazy. Yay! Roger's buying dinner tonight, I can tell. 1086 by Dernberger. He was 007 on the tree. Got down there, took a chunk of stripe and got too much. Roger just trimmed that steak perfectly down at the other end of the racetrack. I'll tell you what, that light turned green and Roger Sauter was off like a prom dress. 002 and running to the other end. So we crowned our Aeromotive Super Shootout champs. Roger, Brian, doing what they needed to do to get their wins. And Mr. Walter, out of Oklahoma, where the wind blows across the... Oh, don't need to do the musical? No. Okay. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car getting ready to roll up our first qualifying session for the alcohol burners or the nitro burners, depending upon their preference. As we get ready to start determining who's going to make these fields. Again, don't forget the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service coming up both Saturday and Sunday mornings. 7 a.m. in the pavilion behind the grandstands over there near the concession stand. 7 o'clock. Joey Keith says he won't keep you too long. Put a blessing on everybody for the day, and then it's time to go racing. Saturday and Sunday, RFC chapel services in the pavilion by the grandstand, in between the grandstand and the concession stand. You can make your way over, pick up a fresh hot cup of coffee. Joey might even let you eat breakfast while you're enjoying chapel service. Alrighty, how about this for a racer's request? I've done a lot of them over the years. Racer in need. Got a racer that needs to buy or rent a gasoline golf cart. I'm serious. If you've got one for sale, I got a racer in need. If you've got one you'll rent, I've got a racer in need. A gasoline-powered golf cart. And again, racers, anybody out there has a gasoline golf cart for sale, I have a buyer. Or for rent, I have a renter. He'd prefer to buy, I do believe. But whatever works best for you would work best for him. Had an electric one, and it just kind of went zap. Got struck by lightning or, something like that. But in need of and wanting to purchase an a gas golf cart or rent one from you if you've got one you can spare for the weekend. Come see me here in the tower. Send me a message, Facebook me, text me, whatever the case might be. But I do have a racer in need of a gas-powered golf cart. And if you're listening in on Drag Racer TV and, you live within a little ways from here and got one for sale, send me an email,